like that. Good evening. The special meeting of the Judson Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at 5 p.m. I am very pleased that you have taken the time to join us this evening. In compliance with the State Government Code on Open Meetings, tonight's agenda has been appropriately posted. These proceedings are being video and audio recorded and will become part of the Judson's permanent legal record. In order that the tape adequately reflects these proceedings, please silence your mobile devices and refrain from talking while others are speaking. Once again, I extend to each of you a sincere welcome from the entire school board. Thank you for your interest in Judson ISD. We have established a quorum, and I will call roll. Let's see, I think I have to push proceed. Oh, you got it.
Sorry.
All right, all 7 board members are present. The next item on our agenda is the public comment period. This is the time for citizens, staff, or students to provide their comments to the board. A meeting that is open to the public under the Act is one that the public is entitled to attend. However, the Act does not give the public a right to speak at such meetings except to address their grievances through the proper channels. As a courtesy to the public, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees allows time for public comment. Statements and questions from the audience will not be permitted during other portions of the evening. So please sign up for public audience if you have comments to present. To have your comments heard tonight, your name and the topic of your comments must be written on the sign-in sheet prior to the start of the meeting, which is located near the entry of the ERC. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes to complete his or her comments. As the presiding officer, I will strictly enforce the time limit. Also, profanity, yelling, inappropriate, uncivil, or discriminatory comments will not be permitted. In accordance with Judson ISD Board Policy BED logo, in the event your comment, in my judgment as the presiding officer, constitutes a complaint or charge against an employee or officer, it will be necessary for me to interrupt you, ask you to stop, and direct you to seek resolution of your complaint through the district's appropriate formal grievance policy. DGB-A for employee complaints, FNG for student or parent complaints, or GF for public complaints. By law, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees cannot lawfully discuss, deliberate, make comments, or make a decision on any matter raised in the public comment period which is not specifically listed on the board agenda for this meeting. If you have any handouts to distribute to the board, please hand them to the secretary to the Board of Trustees next to the podium. With those cautions in mind, we will now be glad to hear general comments. Okay, yep, no. Okay. We have sorted them by agenda item tonight, just in case we needed to separate them, but we don't, so we'll call you by agenda item. So, Ms. Marilyn McKinney, you are up first.
Good evening. I would first request that you direct your administration to read the statutes governing the Site-Based Decision-Making Committee and the District of Innovation Committees. They are not interchangeable. They are established by 2 separate sets of legislation and governed by separate rules of the game. Your current administration seems to think they're interchangeable. That is not the case. Secondly, the DLI waiver to cut the number of days the teachers teach and hence their pay is a terrible idea. You will lose teachers. Teachers sign a piece of paper called a contract with no dollar figure attached to it, with the tacit understanding that we will make at least what we made last year. We signed our contracts based on that in good faith, and you now want to pull the rug out from under us. You are breaking the trust that we have with the administration. How can we possibly trust you and think that you are acting in good faith with us? By the time all of this gets said and done, if this passes, we'll have no idea how much money we're making next year. And it won't get said and done prior to the 45th day prior to the first day of instruction, which is the last day we can resign without penalty. If you pass this, which again I urge you not to, direct the administration to provide anyone affected by this with their current daily rate of pay. Then tell them to tell us what our daily rate of pay is under their proposal, so we can make an informed decision. And then they're also floating out there in the ether. They want to send us all home December 19th not make us work, but pay us for that day and try to tell us we're getting a raise. So then have them tell us what our daily rate of pay is under that plan too. So we can make an informed decision about whether or not we want to wait to work for you. That's fair, that's being transparent. Because we can't have good faith that you're going to look out for us. You want to increase our workload, you want to cut the days we work and our pay, and we're probably going to have health insurance premium increase. You're probably going to cut our stipends. So that's at least 3 things that you're doing that affects teachers. This particular one, please don't do. It's you, as I said, there's a teacher shortage, there are places to go, people will leave. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKinney. Also speaking on item 4C, Monica Bayetti. Thank you for saving me.
There is a saying, a wise general eats last. I understand the need to balance the budget, and I support that decision. But why aren't the people who are suggesting cuts to pay taking a cut themselves? I am so tired of people who are making 6 figures telling me I need to do more with less. Why not join the team of doing more with less? That would be a compassionate, empathetic act and real leadership. I think I'm a good employee. I use data to help guide my teaching. I'm getting more certifications so I can teach more other subjects. I have a master's in education, and I should have my doctorate in education next year. I want you to care that I am pursuing these other avenues of education, and I want you to pay me for them. Here's a suggestion. If you have to cut the pay, please allow there to be stipends for more certifications or advanced degrees. I'm disappointed that the stipend is only $500 for a doctorate. I want to be in the classroom for 3 to 5 years. But when you make the stipend so low for a $130,000 degree, it makes me think that you don't value my dedication to academia. And I need to look for a job where they do value it. Another example, if you are a certified teacher and have more than 1 certification in a STAR-tested subject, they would get an additional stipend because we are showing you that we care about our community and know that we need to be versatile to meet today's public education needs. You could also create a bonus. Who attended the most training sessions? Who has logged the most training hours? Get creative. So as a team, we are finding and building the middle ground together. This would provide relief for those who already have those credentials, and then it would hopefully motivate those who do not to get them or accept their pay as is. Remember, a wise general eats last. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, also on item 4C, is John Ramirez.
Good evening, board members, administrative staff. My name is John Ramirez. I'm a teacher at Rolling Meadows Elementary. I'm an AFT union rep. I'm also a resident of the district. I'm here tonight to urge you to reconsider the proposal to cut teacher pay by reducing our work hours by 1 day. While the idea may seem like a way to reduce the deficit, reality tells a different story. You are considering a District of Innovation exemption bypass TEC 21401, which clearly states that educators on a 10-month contract must work a minimum of 187 days. The newly signed HB 2, which requires teacher allotment to be used specifically to increase salaries based on 24-25 earnings. The law allows for a reduction in work days, but not a reduction in pay. So why entertain this decision at all? Each of you have received a letter from Texas AFT President Zev Capo laying out this concern. The district will also be receiving the $45 per student For salaries for counselors, nurses, librarians, and others, a $55 per student increase in the basic allotment, $106 per student for transportation, utilities, and hiring challenges, and additional funding for special education, early childhood services, educator mentorship, and school safety. Why would there be a need to cut any staff days? Additionally, let's look at the past budgets. I have copies for you of the general fund budgetary comparison for the 3 of the past 4 years. This comes directly from Judson ISD annual financial reports. Judson ISD admin has routinely overestimated expenditures and underestimated revenue, leaving a considerable amount of excess funds at the end of the year. Simply put, the district has consistently brought in more money than expected and spent less than projected. This trend is clear time and time again. The actual budget has revealed that the drastic cost-cutting measures were unnecessary. So I ask you, why would this upcoming school year be any different? Each year you receive an original projected budget, and each year you feel pressured to make cuts. But when the final numbers come in and you look at the actual budget, the reality is much different. Imagine reaching the end of this coming school year, 2025-26, only to find out you have cut teacher staff pay for no reason. The damage would already have been done, educator staff and morale shaken, livelihoods impacted, and trust in leadership diminished. There is no financial necessity for this decision. Cutting staff pay when the numbers prove you don't need to will only be unjustified blow to those who dedicate their lives to our students. Let us not rush into this decision that will have lasting consequences.
Mr.
Let us do what
Ramirez,
is right and not what feels right at the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. Next up, for agenda item 5B, Mrs. Amber Gonzalez.
Okay. So good evening, Dr. Fields, Board of Trustees, and members of the Judson ISD community. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I stand here not only as a principal, but as someone who made the conscious decision to be a part of this district and this community. I chose Judson ISD because I believe in the work being done here, I believe in the students, and I believe in our potential. I live far from this district, 45 minutes each morning and over an hour each afternoon. That's not a complaint. That's a reflection of my commitment. I knew the drive would be long. I knew the work would be hard, but I also knew it would be meaningful. And that has always been enough for me until now. When I first heard about the proposal to remove up to 6 contract days, effectively cutting about $3,000 from a principal's salary, I felt blindsided. Not just because of the financial impact, which is significant, but because of the timing and the message it sends. Let me be clear, $3,000 is not just a number on a spreadsheet. It's part of someone's mortgage payment, child care, groceries, elder care, or student loan payments. It may not break every family, but it will hurt. And we cannot ignore that. More importantly, we cannot ignore that this proposal is being introduced deep into the hiring season after many opportunities in other districts have already closed. For many of us, this leaves no room to adjust, no chance to plan, and no real choice. It feels like a decision made without our input, without enough warning, and without a full understanding of how many lives it touches. You may not know each of us and our roles that we carry outside of this, what sacrifices we make, or who depends on our income. But I can promise this. Principals are caring more than ever. We are asked to be instructional leaders, crisis managers, community liaison, disciplinarians, and mental health first responders, and the backbone of school culture. And we have done it with heart, with pride, and often quietly without complaint. But this moment calls for voice. This decision to cut pay with such minimal notice is more than just a budgetary adjustment. It's a matter of trust, of our professional dignity, of honoring the people who are often the first to arrive and the last to leave, who anchor this district and the campuses day after day. So I ask you, please slow the process down. It doesn't have to be done this year. Engage the very leaders you are affecting. Let's have the hard conversations together. Let's make the decision one that reflects the values we hold as educators: transparency, respect, and care. This should not happen this year. We're not asking for luxury, we're asking for fairness, for time, for a seat at the table before decisions are made. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Gonzalez. Next up on 5B also is Mrs. Latino.
Good evening, Dr. Fields and members of the board. Tonight, I speak to you not only as a Judson ISD employee, but as a campus principal, a dedicated 226-day employee, and someone who has served the student, staff, and families of Judson for 18 years. I acknowledge that our challenges financially in our district and districts across the nation are facing. None of us are immune to the realities of a budget constraint, and I respect the decisions that have to be made in these times. But we do feel compelled as a group to express our concerns regarding the reduction of 226-day employees, coupled with a substantial increase in our employee insurance contributions. With these changes, while these changes may appear modest in context of a larger budget, the implications for those of us affected are significant, both financially and in morale. Principals, custodians, counselors, teachers, and other year-round staff extend far beyond their contracted days. We are present before the first bell rings. We're there after the last student and the last staff member leave. We're there through the weekends, through holidays, and every single emergency. That does not pause, and neither do we. What this proposal risks is not just a reduction of pay, it risks the erosion of trust. It suggests that the very individuals responsible for holding campuses together, guiding instruction, supporting staff, and safeguarding our students are expendable in the moments of crisis. Targeting a specific group of employees for cuts without equitable burden sharing does not align with any of our collaborative spirits that we strive to model for our students. This is not about avoiding a sacrifice. It's about ensuring our district honors all of our contributions equitably. It's about recognizing that sustainability of strong campus leadership is vital and not optional, especially when we're in challenging times. Retaining experienced leaders and attracting the next generation of them requires more than just words. It requires actions, and it affirms and values. Respectfully, we urge you to reconsider all of the proposed employee salary reductions and explore alternative solutions that do not disproportionately affect one group more than another. Let's model fairness, integrity, collective responsibility, and the things that we expect in our classrooms in this meeting as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Latino. Next up on 5B also is Mrs. Vanessa Garza. There she is.
Good evening, Dr. Fields and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Vanessa Garza, and I'm the assistant principal at Copperfield Elementary. I've been an educator for 20 years. I received my 10-year pin from Judson ISD this past week. I am a dedicated employee of Judson, come to you today to speak from the heart about the role of the assistant principal and the budget cuts that would affect every single employee of Judson ISD. I know you have some really hard decisions before you, but cutting days from the hardworking employees shouldn't be one. We deserve better. We give you our best daily, and we need to take a closer look at the budget to find other ways to cut. This kind of financial burden could be very impactful for some employees and could create hardships to provide for their families. Let's work together as a team to find other ways to cut the budget. Taking days away from the employees shouldn't be something to consider this late, as many employees have already signed their contract for the 25-26 school year. I also want to take a few moments to shine light on the role that is often unrecognized, yet absolutely vital to the success of every campus. That is the role of the assistant principal. Too often when we talk about school leadership, we focus on principals, and rightfully so. But the truth is, no principal leads alone. No campus functions smoothly without a strong, present, and deeply engaged assistant principal. The assistant principal is the one walking the hallways at 7 a.m., making sure doors are unlocked, lights are on, and kids are greeted with a smile. They're the ones that know which students didn't eat breakfast that morning, the ones who deal with angry parents, and often know which staff members may be quietly struggling but show up anyways. They lead RTI meetings, monitor testing, and at the elementary level are often the campus testing coordinators. The new campus testing coordinators were not grandfathered into the CTC stipend this past school year. So any new assistant principal to the testing coordinator role did it without a stipend, even when fellow CTCs received a stipend for doing the same job. Many hours and work go into being a CTC, but we do it without extra compensation and with a smile. Assistant principals conduct walkthroughs, T-test appraisals, analyze data, support lesson planning, call transportation, and discipline students with fairness and grace. At the elementary level, where social emotional learning is foundational, where students are still learning how to be part of the school communities, assistant principals help shape the very culture of the campus. They are the relationship builders, caretakers, and co-leaders. They are not just assistant principals, they are the anchors. In many ways, they are the glue that holds the day together. But what often goes unseen is the emotional weight they carry. Assistant principals are often the ones who respond to the hardest moments, when a child is in crisis, when a parent is angry, and when trauma walks through the front door. They carry those moments home, and they show up the next day ready to give again. And they do it not for recognition, not for glory, but because they care deeply about children, about teachers, and about the mission of our schools. So tonight, I ask you that as decisions are made about staffing, pay calendars, and roles, you remember this. Let's all work together for families and for the entire school communities. Let's honor it, let's protect it, and let's invest in it. Thank you for your time and for valuing every voice in Judson ISD.
Thank you, Mrs. Garza. Next up, also discussing 5B, is Mirna Candelaria. That is Candelaria, right? No? Okay, all right, we will move on then. All right, addressing item 5E, and maybe some of the subsequent ones, Dr. Lacey Gosh.
I'm Dr. Lacey Gosh, the Assistant Superintendent of Support Services, and I understand the gravity of the decisions before this board and the weight of the administration's recommendations. With 26 years in the corporate world and public education combined, I have sat in every departmental chair on this dais except the superintendent. I'm also an elected school board member, and I know the challenges of budgets and deficits and what authority has been given to you. I'm not here to advocate for myself, but for those I represent as an employee and an elected official. Admiral James Stockdale said, "This is a very important lesson. You must never confuse faith that you will prevail in the end, which you can never afford to lose, with the discipline to confront the most brutal facts of your current reality, whatever they may be." School boards oversee budgets and superintendents, but our influence is not limited to those two specific areas. Our words and decisions resonate throughout our communities. While our meetings are in the public, they are not of the public, so our words matter. Proverbs 13:3 tells us, "Those who guard their lips preserve their lives, but those who speak rashly will come to ruin." My teams are hourly and salary. We are considered administration. They are all highly trained in what they do and have given everything they have to this district since I've been here in 2021, trusting myself and my leaders through departmental changes that included dissolving positions, changing positions, altering people's positions, reducing positions, attriting positions. They understood our responsibility and accepted extra duties and changes with limited information. They trusted that our devotion to them was doing right for Judson. However, recently, I have had conversations with many of my staff that are now shaken by the words and actions of our highest leaders. People are willing to face the reality, and many of them are not here just for the pay. They understand. But the minute that their value is reduced to a line item number, they lose the hope to press forward. You guys are in the business of people, and addressing the deficit means facing a brutal reality of potential reductions in pay, days, positions, and programs. That is what we do. It is not easy. It is not popular, and we won't be popular. But we are elected here to do a job in what is best for the students of Judson ISD. And it is your integrity and compassion in this approach that will help preserve hope and ensure that the district prevails. For those of you new to the dais, you will learn a great deal at SLI next week, and how you choose to use that knowledge and proceed in these budget discussions is entirely up to you. As a fellow board member, be the positive example under crisis, not the one that harms each other and harms those people who are far more than a budgeted number.
Thank you, Dr. Gosh. Next up for 5F will be Mr. Greg Brower.
Good evening. When I served the United States Army, I would get a mission and I would adopt it as if it was my own from my command. And I would do whatever was necessary to make sure it happened. And that is the exact same method that I have operated over the last 18 years serving this district and our students. So I don't take it lightly to come up and address the board for the first time as a comment unless I felt like I needed to be able to sleep at night. And this is one of those times. I've been on a campus when some major events have happened, and I've seen the safety and security protocols be enacted by the administrative team. I've been awarded in 2015 by the Texas School Safety Center at their conference because I was the first one in this district to start actual evacuations to Maranatha Church. I take this seriously. So please understand, cutting administrators, that's not safe, y'all. That's not safe. And I got to be able to sleep at night. And if I didn't come up here and tell you, each of you, to please think about your own student, your own kid in a classroom, and the glue that holds the campus together and assures the safety and support of each kid isn't there. That's not okay. I know as a parent, I would absolutely dip into my savings account to ensure the safety of my students and to ensure the safety of my own kids. My question for you is, what is your decision going to be?
Thank you, Mr. Brower. Also speaking on 5F, Dr. Arredondo.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Fields, and community. I'm hesitant to come before you this evening, but feel like the information is valuable as you continue to make decisions about the budget. Judson ISD is my home. I'm a proud alumni, and this is my 30th year serving the students and community of Judson ISD. I rose from a teacher to an administrator in this district. I left the classroom with only one thing in mind: how can I make a greater impact on our students and our community here at Judson ISD? I come before you as a concerned parent and educator, but also as someone who has spent time reviewing the research, listening to our teachers, and watching our students grow or struggle based on the leadership that guides our schools each day. Let me get straight to the point. Our school administrators matter a lot. Their role is often underappreciated, but the evidence is clear and strong. Stable leadership is the most powerful influence on student achievement. A landmark study by Lewis, Lythwood, Wallstrom, and Anderson found that leadership is second only to classroom instruction among all school-related factors that contribute to what students learn at school. When administrators focus on creating a supportive culture, guiding instruction, and building professional capacity, student performance rises. And this effect isn't marginal. John Hattie, from his book Visible Learning, which guides a lot of our work, states that the most powerful influence on student achievement is collective teacher efficacy. Hattie says, visible teaching and learning occurs when there is a deliberate practice aimed at attaining mastery of a goal, when there's a feedback given and sought, and when there are active, passionate, engaging people participating in the act of learning. Collective efficacy of teachers only happens with the guidance of good leadership. That's not theory, that's hard data. Now, stability also matters. Research by Battelle, Kalidris, and Loeb showed that schools with frequent administrative turnover tend to see lower student achievement and higher teacher turnover due to loss of trust. This trust, as studies like Lythwood and Jatsy have shown, is a key mediator between leadership and learning. In other words, if teachers don't trust their leaders, student achievement suffers. So today I ask you to consider this. Keeping effective school administrators isn't just a personal decision, it's an academic strategy, it's a stability strategy, and it's a student success strategy. The idea of cutting the associate principal and now one assistant principal from all secondary campuses will have a detrimental impact on our communities, our teachers, and our students. Let's give our schools the consistency, support, and leadership they deserve. Let's keep and invest the administrators who make our schools thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dondo. Next up on 5F is Mr. Arce.
Good evening, Judson ISD School Board and Dr. Fields. I'm here tonight to talk about something that's incredibly important to me, our school administration, specifically our assistant principals. Now, when I say administration, I'm talking about the people who work behind the scenes, managing the day-to-day operations of our schools. And in my opinion, being an assistant principal is one of the best-kept secrets in education. Why? Because no one ever really tells you how much the job entails, how challenging it can be, or how often it goes unnoticed. Our assistant principals do it all. On any given day, they're leading 504 and LPAC meetings, attending ARD meetings, connecting with parents, solving problems as they arise, and handling a multitude of issues so teachers can teach. They take on 3.5 hours of duty every day, whether that's supervising in the morning, during lunch, or after school. And that's not to mention all the safety drills, door checks, investigations, and many other tasks as they tackle daily. And while they're doing all of this, they are still in the classroom, working with teachers, offering feedback, and planning across all subject areas to help improve student outcomes. Assistant principals are working on average 10 hours a day, but when you consider after-school events, whether it's athletics or fine arts, that number can jump to 14 or even 15 hours a day. It's a demanding role, and they do it without hesitation, without complaint, and with a commitment to our students and staff. So to every assistant principal in our district, I want to personally say this: I see you. I see the dedication, the hard work, and the long hours you put in every single day. I see the sacrifices you make, often away from your own families, to serve the Judson family. For that, I am grateful, and I want you all to know how deeply you are appreciated. I have to admit, I'm having a hard time understanding how cutting an assistant principal from each secondary campus is even on the table. What message does this send to the assistant principals who are already working tirelessly every day to support our students and staff? And what impact does this have on the administration team that would remain in place? I'm asking all of you to please keep the best interest of our students at your forefront of your decision-making. Cutting administrative positions, in my view, would only hinder the important work our district is trying to accomplish. We know how essential the roles are in supporting our schools and ensuring student success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arce. Next up, discussing 5F, Amanda Marion.
Good evening. My name is Amanda Marion, and I come before you as a mother and advocate for students with disabilities in our district, specifically for those whose mental health needs are written into their federally protected education plans. And this district's consideration to address counselors and the elimination of non-teaching vacant positions. My background with the IEPs and the counselors. My daughter has an active individualized education plan which clearly outlines her need for counseling services to be provided by a licensed specialist in school psychology, or LSSP, a requirement under 34 CFR Section 300-34, paragraph C, subparagraph 2, which relates to the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act and the Texas Education Code 29-004. Yet, for the entirety of this school year, those services were not provided, which the district is legally obligated to provide. Despite multiple emails and formal inquiries to the JASD LSSP, I have not received a single valid response as to why her services were denied, nor any information on who her LSSP will be next school year as she transitions into a demanding P-TECH pathway, and how soon those services will start when she starts 9th grade. I am deeply thankful to the only social worker at Judson Middle School, Drew Sanchez, who offered my daughter her limited experience with cognitive behavioral therapy upon my personal request. I also wanted to commend JSTEM counselor Jennifer Blair and the instructional support teacher for JSTEM, Bricka Stevens, for stepping in to support my daughter's emotional needs when needed, though sometimes what she needed was far beyond their scope of services. But let's be clear, an IEP is not a suggestion, it is a legally binding document. And under IDEA 20 USC 1414D, schools are required to provide all services listed in it fully, appropriately, and in a timely manner, and this did not happen. We must do better. Our district needs more LSSPs, and more than that, we need credentialed CBT-trained therapists, not just our very valuable school counselors who took a class or two in mental health during their degree programs. These are not interchangeable roles. The level of support required by students with emotional and behavioral needs must come from qualified professionals trained in trauma-informed and therapeutic interventions. Mental health is not a checkbox. For students with trauma histories, learning indifferences, and behavioral needs, it is a lifeline. Our district has too many children waiting for that champion and too few LSSPs to answer the call, and our children are paying that price. I urge this board to take action now and vote to not only keep counselors, school social workers, and LSSPs, but to increase the positions for each, not just for my daughter, but for every child in this district who deserves access to the services that they're legally entitled to, and for their basic human needs, for compliance, for accountability, and most importantly, for the mental health and future of our students before another grievance is filed with TEA.
Mrs. Marion, I'm sorry, you're.
I have one sentence left. If these positions cannot be filled, then please keep the current contracts for the support services and increase the number of
Marion,
contractors. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaking on 5G is Janlyn, and I'm not even going to try. I would love for you to come to the microphone and say it. Well, come say it for me, please. Was Classic? Yes. Oh, good job, Dr. Field. He was on it. He knows how to say it. Okay, you are up.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, and fellow staff. 30 years ago, I walked into this district with a simple goal: to serve our students and support our educators who guide them. In those 3 decades, I have witnessed thoughtful leadership, collaborative decision-making, and above all, a relentless commitment to putting kids first. Never in all that time have I seen behavior like what we have experienced this past year. A division that distracts us from our mission and undermines the very reason this board exists. Please remember why you are here, not for politics, not for prestige, but for the children whose lives we shape, and for every member of our staff who works tirelessly behind the scenes. Central office colleagues are often thought of as a distant administrator. But let me assure you, we pour our hearts into this district every single day. If you doubt that, then I invite each of you to walk in my shoes for just one morning. Sit at my desk as I balance state PEIMS reporting deadlines. Listen in as I help a worried parent navigate registration. Watch me assist a teacher struggling with the gradebook. And yes, answer questions from neighboring districts who count on our department for guidance. Not long ago, you invested significant resources to build a fair rubric and strengthen our compensation plan, so that we might attract and retain the very best talent. That was a promise to honor the professionals who ensure our schools run smoothly, from our classroom teachers, counselors, data specialists, principals. And yet now, cutting our days is being considered to help the district's budget gap. That approach risks unraveling the very progress we fought so hard to achieve. So tonight, I implore you, recall the promise that led you to run for this board. Remember the students who rely on every one of us. Remember the counselors guiding at-risk youth towards hope. Honor the data specialists whose precise work helps ensure data quality. Inspire us with unity. Invest wisely in people, not just buildings. Commit to a shared vision, a nurturing environment where every student can flourish, where every staff member, front office or back office alike, is celebrated and valued. Thank you for your service, your attention, and your willingness to stand with all of us.
Speaking on item 5H, Ms. Deborah Kruger. Krieger, oh my God, did I even say your name? I apologize, ma'am.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to talk tonight. My name is Debbie Krieger, and I am an employee of the Judson ISD Child Nutrition Department. I am here tonight in regards to Agenda Item 5H. Consider and take possible actions to reduce work schedules of all employees by 1 day and the impact that this will have on myself and my fellow coworkers. I understand that as being a Judson employee that we are one team, and I understand that. So that if a day or has to be taken, I understand that. But just to make it clear, the Child Nutrition Department is 100% funded by federal funds. So decreasing our workday for child nutrition will not decrease the general fund deficit at all. I am speaking up for all the child nutrition staff, including the staff that are currently 200+ days. Also, I have been watching the board meetings and have heard the discussion of the cost of our health insurance and the additional funds having to be paid because it is a self-funded plan. I love our insurance. I'm not going to lie. I love it. But I am sure that the employee's portion of our insurance is going to go up. I'm not stupid. I know that. But as it is, because I am only a 10-month paid worker, starting at the end of December every year, and until our last paycheck of the year, there are more monies taken out for our insurance to accommodate those 2 months that we don't work. We are also not paid the entire time we are off at Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, or spring break. We are given 10 days of paid holidays that are split up between these weeks of work. So for Christmas, we're paid 5 days. Thanksgiving, 2 days. Spring break, 2 days. I might have figured that wrong. I'm not a math teacher. It would be extremely helpful if we were given the choice to have our pay divided between 12 months instead of just 10 months. Then it might not be so hard, just a suggestion. Again, please consider not decreasing a workday from child nutrition, as again, this will not decrease the general fund deficit. Thank you.
Next up, discussing 5H is Mr. Scott Willis.
Well, good afternoon. I want to talk to you guys about your timing. This is a discussion that should have happened last December and January. I have till the 27th to decide to move on, to keep my contract or not. If I wanted my salary to go down every year, I would have stayed with Northeast. It's not a joke. My salary went down 3 years in a row. They were hiring people from outside the district that made more money than I did that had the same number of years of service as I did. If that's the route that you guys want to go, I'm not going to work here either. I thought I'd found a great place. Your plan worked. Teachers that came over here with me are some of the best teachers I've ever seen. Look at the numbers that Veterans Memorial is putting out for you guys. Cutting these days is not the way to go. When I offered or brought to the attention of this board about cutting our contracts from 187 days to 179, that was not to say that we were going to shorten it by, or take the appropriate amount of money off from that. It was still the same amount of money. Because let's not forget something in the end. State requires us to have children in the building 75,600 minutes in high school. I have children in the building at VMHS for 83,000 minutes. That is 3 weeks extra already that we work beyond what we should. That's 3 weeks extra. Plus another 7 days, using the same math, that you could be reducing our contracts by. We already work well above and beyond. That doesn't include, I worked way over 200 days at Veterans last year. I work an 8th period 4 days a week, taking care of my students. But if you want to ruin morale, go ahead and take a day from where the rubber meets the road. Do it at the last minute. Because remember, contracts don't protect me. Those contracts protect you. I have no rights in the contract. Only wrongs, things that I can do wrong. I can lose my license for a year, all kinds of things. But there's nothing in there that says you can't change my hours, change my salary, change anything. There's nothing in there. I have to work whatever a principal says, oh, you're working. There's no protection in that. We trust you. Don't ruin morale. Don't run people off. Just holding this over our heads. I'm trying to work for my high five. This does not help. So that's all I have to say, and I made it in the 3 minutes. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Willis. And closing us out on agenda item 5H will be Ms. Brady.
Greetings, JISD stakeholders. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm here as someone who deeply believes in the power of public education, and more importantly, in the people who make it happen, teachers. But before I address, last board meeting was unbelievable. Y'all got me out here fighting for my life, it seems like. School closures to now salary cuts. I'm not even sure what TIA expectations are at this point. Jesus, please take the wheel. Although new to the district, but not education, I too am choosing the district and live very far. I went to teach and learn at the good schools to bring back to our schools. I hope as a district we can come together and be a team and truly understand we are all for and under JISD. The war demise is happening on education, and we have to be united to last. Bordering districts are getting larger. I ultimately pray we can be the best district in Texas, but you, the board, have to be the leaders, most knowledgeable and in the forefront for all stakeholders. Shout out to Wagner Brand, cheerleaders, and the leaders who came over for a pep rally, and some of the board members who came to visit us. I'm going to skip a little forward. I know that these are hard times. We're facing a staggering $46 million deficit, and I respect that tough decisions must be made. But I urge you, please do not make us teachers the first place we cut. Teachers are not the problem. We are the backbone of the district. Every dollar you take from our pockets doesn't just hurt us, it hurts every child we teach. Cutting teacher pay sends a devastating message that the people you trust to shape the minds and hearts of our children are expendable, that these tireless hours, our emotional labor, our creativity, and our deep commitment are somehow negotiable when the budget gets tight. There are other options. Districts across Texas and the nation have cut costs without cutting teacher salaries. To address our shortfall, skip a little forward, sorry, we need to reduce central office expenditures reflected in our audit. We should consider streamlining administrative roles and departments to lower overhead costs. For instance, Houston ISD achieved a substantial savings by cutting 340 central office positions and reducing contracted services by at least $21 million. Can we come together like other districts to bulk supply purchase, to reduce costs, to merge tech departments and HR departments? skip a little further, I do challenge the board to bring in grants, at least $15,000 to $25,000, and pledge for continuous advocacy for increased state funding. Instead of having graduation at the Coliseum and New Creation by saving $80,000, can we have it at the respective high schools, allowing the pit masters to cook and fundraisers where families can stay and eat, and on the field, and each graduation, funds can go to the high schools as well as a kickback to the district. As well as the Jeff Grant, what other partnerships? Have we partnered with Toyota, Napa, Dale for rack space, as well as the university systems to help our high schools transitioning out? Can we comprise a list of teacher vendors to possibly come cut grass and hold football camps and things like that, where teachers are benefiting and the district is benefiting? As well as the adopted kickbacks, are we maximizing our ESSER funds and the kickbacks coming from new curriculums? How can we attract and keep great educators if we keep treating their compensation as disposable? How can we ask them to give 110% every day when they're being asked to do more with less year after year? No raises, and we're barely surviving out here. Yet you can expect us to
Brady,
perform
I
like
would
we are
wait for you to
Beyonce,
take a
Barack
breath,
Obama, or
but
Olivia Pope.
I am pretty sure you could go on
Yes,
forever.
thank you,
which I
appreciate
love.
it.
Send us an email.
Yes,
Send us
ma'am,
an
I
email,
got you.
please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brady. Okay, that will conclude public comment. So now we are going to go on to the superintendent. We're going to rearrange, and we're going to move 4 up first, and we're going to do the consent agenda, because then the presentation on 3 goes with 5.
Correct.
Right? Okay. So we're going to move to the consent agenda for A through D. Do I have items that board members would like to pull from consent? I hear Laura breathing. Okay, I have 4C being pulled by Ms. Stanford. Any other board members have one they would like to pull? No, not right. Okay, and then I am going to pull item B. Okay, that leaves us with 4A and 4D. Can I get a motion on the consent agenda?
I move that we approve items 4A and 4C, 4A and 4D on our consent agenda.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Canoyer and a second by Ms. Stanford for items 4A and D on consent, and we will proceed to vote.
Is it combined? I'm sorry, is it combined?
Correct, on the consent agenda,
What if I have a vote, a different one?
on A or D?
Yes.
Okay, then we should have pulled it. Okay, that's all right, this is the first
Sorry.
one where we're pulling stuff, so, yes, Russ, if you could reset us. Is the board okay if we reset, or do you need a motion to change the motion? Is everybody okay? Okay, just making sure, because we can motion to amend if we need to, but, all right, so let's go back. Ms. Lee, which one did you want to pull?
Oh, like to pull out of the.
Which one did you want to talk about and not just vote on?
Oh, D.
For D, okay. Okay. Ms. Canoyer, would you mind?
So we
making-
had a motion and a second, and so something has to be done with that
Okay,
motion.
that's what I said. All right.
So the motion, I move that we withdraw that motion.
Okay,
I need a
second.
second and a vote to withdraw.
I second, and we're going to proceed to vote to withdraw the motion to do A and D. Everybody track what we're voting on? And then we're going to do a new motion. All right, so if we can vote on that one. We're motioning to change so that you can pull that agenda item.
Sorry, getting rid of the motion on it. Vote yes if you want to get rid of that motion. and not
Oh, I didn't, hold on.
you, Leslie.
It's for you.
I'm so sorry.
Okay. Motion passes 7-0 to withdraw that motion. All right. Could I get a new motion, Ms. Canoyer?
I move that we approve item 4A, the final payment, and accept the work of the district MVP mechanical, electrical, and plumbing package in bond 2017.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Canoyer, a second by Ms. Stanford on agenda item 4A, and we will to that part. Okay, we are now voting on 4A and just 4A. Okay, motion passes 7-0. Hold on. Okay, then we'll move on to agenda item 4B. Consider to take action for the cost of turnkey delivery and assembly and placement of all classroom furniture for Judson Middle School, third floor area. I pulled that one, so I guess I'll start. My concern, Dr. Fields, on that one is looking at the enrollment projections for Judson Middle School. It looks like we will have equal or less students there next year after JSTEM leaves. So if we already have enough furniture there for over 800 students, is there a need to replace the furniture for the 450 JSTEM if they are no longer there?
Yes, ma'am, I'll speak first. I think the original expectation was that we are moving, through a moving company, all of the furniture from the third floor for JSTEM over to Kitty Hawk, which then would leave a void of furniture at Judson Middle on the third floor. Our goal was not to bring all of the old furniture back from Kitty Hawk. We are going to try and bring as much of the furniture that may be usable, which has been at Kitty Hawk for years, but we wanted the ability to move forward to purchase furniture for the third floor if necessary. To your point, with the number of students that are there, when we give the use of a campus, we don't limit to what areas that they can use it. We say that Judson Middle is Judson Middle. We don't say that you can go everywhere but the top floor. So we usually try and give campuses the ability to move students where they need to on the campus. Would you have anything to add, Mr. Brooks?
The only thing I would add to that, Dr. Fields, is that we would also want to caution the perception of inequity within the campus. If we are moving furniture from the third floor to Kitty Hawk, then replacing furniture with what could be perceived as hand-me-down furniture, then we wanted to make sure that if we're going to replace furniture, it would be replaced with new furniture so that people wouldn't feel that they're being treated or looked at as second class. So that was our reasoning for, and we have money in the bond to, make sure that we have, the furniture that's needed. And so, again, that was one of the reasons as well.
Okay, yeah, just that school holds 1,700 students. So if there's only going to be 700 students there, I don't feel the need to have enough desks and chairs for 1,700 students if there's only going to be 700. And I try to be stingy on the bond money because that's $100 and some thousand that could go toward replacing the next chiller that goes down or emergency roof. There's lots of things we can use that bond money for, and putting furniture for students that don't need it, there already is going to be more than enough furniture there on that campus for all 703 students that are projected to be there that year. So adding 400 more desks and chairs just doesn't seem responsible for me. So I know I'm going to be a no on this one. Any other discussion? Oh, wait, hold on. Is first Laura? Okay, all right. Sorry, I had my microphone off. Ms. Stanford.
Okay. So how much furniture are we talking? How much furniture? How many pieces? For how many students are we talking?
I don't have the exact number. We're talking the third floor of Judson Middle School, which is approximately, I don't know, anywhere from 10 to 15 classrooms. And so we're putting furniture, desks and whatnot in those classrooms, but I don't have an exact number. I don't know if Mr. Morta or Ruben are here if they have those numbers, but we don't have the exact numbers.
Well,
I think it's in the packet. Do you have your packet? Like it says 416 chairs.
I think she was asking, though, how many students, and to Mr.
Oh, I thought she
Brooks's
was
point,
asking how much
he's
they're
saying that we don't typically supply equipment in classroom based on a certain number of students. We just make sure that all of the classrooms are available for use. And that's what we were trying to do on the third floor.
Is it possible we're putting more furniture in there than we need?
No, We're
No.
vacating the third floor. We're taking all of the equipment that was purchased
Right.
for Jayston and moving it over to Kitty Hawk, to the 1,000 building. So Jaystem can continue to use the new furniture that was purchased for the third floor along with them over at Kitty Hawk, leaving a void of furniture at Judson Middle. So then we were going to try and use whatever we could from the furniture that's left in the 1,000 building from Kitty Hawk, but some of that furniture may or may not make its way over because it's been there for years. So we have the ability through bond funds to replace the furniture that then will be vacant on the third floor. And we don't want to leave the rooms vacant, void of the ability to be used at Judson Middle. We wanted all of the rooms to have the capacity to be used if that's the will of the administration, the teachers, the students, and the employees over at Judson Middle.
Would it make any sense to not move furniture, but put new furniture at Kitty Hawk and leave the furniture at Judson?
We thought about that in the beginning, but the request of Jaystem was to take the furniture that they've accumulated since they've been at Judson Middle with them over to Kitty Hawk because they felt like it was specific for their learning purposes with Jaystem.
I mean, do you agree? Because we're incurring the cost of a moving service plus new furniture.
Correct. And definitely, there's a different level, there's a different type of furniture that's on the third floor of Judson Middle for Jaystem right now. It's more project learning. It's more community-based. When you go into the classroom, it's not desk with a teacher desk at the front. It's more.
It's specific to JSTEM?
Correct. Project learning together, working in groups, all of that.
Okay, so it has to be done that way, is what you're saying?
For them to be able to continue with the same type of instruction that they have currently, they would need that type of equipment lends itself to that instruction where they're going.
So then, just to Ms. Ryan's point, are we getting more furniture than we need for the students that are going to continue at Judson Middle?
Again, we're going to take whatever we can from Kitty Hawk. I don't want to find ourselves in a situation where what is usable from Kitty Hawk versus what's not, and then them not be able to use to full capacity Judson Middle. And contrary to the statement of you can house 100 or 1,700 students at Judson Middle, we've had this conversation over and over again. You cannot. There is not enough capacity for 1,700. Now, the square footage may show you that based on when it used to be the Gray campus, but I can assure you, you can't put that many students over there right now.
I just want to be sure that if we're taking furniture away, we're only putting back what's needed for the students that are going to be there. That's all. Is that what we're doing?
We feel like what we're putting back is only what's needed to equip the classrooms that will be vacated from the furniture that we're taking.
And that it's needed to be used?
That's needed to be used. We're not going to have furniture we're not going to move furniture to the second floor or to the first floor. We're just trying to replace what's on the third floor.
Ms. Canoyer.
Thank you. Two things. First of all, I taught at Converse, the new Converse, when it opened. And they had all the trashy furniture that came from the old Converse that was 5 million years old. And it was very disheartening to be in a brand-new building with crap furniture, pardon my language. Secondly, I don't think that it's our place on the board to tell the principal which classrooms they can and cannot use. I think that there is probably an opportunity for them to do some small groups, have different facilitators have a classroom as an office. There's a lot of things that can be done to help the students there. What I would suggest is that we give the superintendent the authority to purchase what is needed after they look at what can come over from Kitty Hawk, leaving behind all the stuff that is, our kids deserve the best. So we don't want to move furniture that's rickety and old and defaced. So my suggestion would be that we give you the authority to purchase look at what's coming over and then work to fill in what is needed to complete the third floor.
That's definitely something we could do, and we could limit it to what's needed.
Mrs. Poteet.
Yeah, I just have a question. Is it required by like law, or is there some sort of statute somewhere that states that you have to have all 3 floors open? Or is it just like a preference kind of thing, or you just want to have that available?
I want to have full capacity use of a facility for the students and the teachers and the administration that are there.
Okay, and if we don't furnish the 3rd floor, are we going to be in a shortage of desks for students and teachers?
I can tell you that you would not think so, based on Judson Middle having the 1st and 2nd floor now. But it just concerns me that we feel that it's okay to require all the students to be on the 1st and 2nd floor and leave an entire floor vacated where we could try and put furniture in there for those students.
Is it going to be in use, though?
Dr.
Yes.
Fields, if I may,
Yes,
the 3rd floor contains all the science labs.
thank you.
That's where they have the science classrooms are on the 3rd floor for all grade levels.
Okay, and there's no way we can move the furniture that we have now? Again, obviously, we're all here because of budget, and we don't want to cut teachers' pay, we don't want to cut days, we don't want to do any of that. And what if down the line, we do need to replace another chiller, or we do need to replace something? So is there any way that we can maybe save this $100,000 for something else later?
Again.
That we may need?
Yes, ma'am. I'm not confident that it will be the total of the 100,000. Based on what I'm hearing, we would try and limit it to what we need, but we don't want to have a situation where we haven't furnished the rooms.
Gotcha. And has the JMS administration already gone through the 3rd floor to check and see exactly what they need, if they need, or if things can be moved around?
Well, all of the furniture on the 3rd floor, it's my understanding, is going to be relocated to Kitty Hawk. So what we're looking for is what's currently at Kitty Hawk that can now be moved over to Judson Middle on the 3rd floor, to their point, in the science labs.
Okay.
And science labs are usually furnished different than a regular classroom.
Yeah, of course. And
So if in the 1,000 building, if that's not the science building, there's going to be very little science furniture to be able to bring over to Judson Middle.
So there were no other science labs in JMS? Again, this is just me speaking out of ignorance. I've not been to JMS. I haven't had the opportunity to get there. Y'all have to forgive me. I've only been here for
I defer
3
to
weeks.
the curriculum and instruction department.
All of the science labs are on the 3rd floor for 6th, 7th, and 8th. And they are very different. The labs are different, the way they're set up. They have the access to water, because you're supposed to be doing 50% lab in the science lab. And I know that the campus tried to do it where they had science classes going up only when they had a lab, and we didn't get through all the labs that we need to get through during the school year.
Okay,
And the rest of our schools have the classes in the science lab.
okay. And again, this is just a question out of my
Yes, ma'am.
lack of knowledge here. Is this something that we could get more specific numbers before we vote on this?
Yes,
Okay.
definitely.
Well-
Now, I would tell you that by approving tonight, we would be able to go ahead and move forward once we come to it. Based on the instruction or what I'm hearing tonight, we would only order what's needed to replace. But by approving tonight, you give us the opportunity to go and get that done and have the equipment in the room by the start of school.
Okay, and so if we don't vote on this tonight,
We might
won't
not
have
be
the
able to
equipment.
order, get it in, get it set up, and put in the room in time for the start.
Okay, so just to kind of reiterate, so I understand, there are no science labs in JMS other than 3rd floor. So if we don't, then we won't have science labs at JMS.
Dr. Tompkins, did you hear the question?
Again, reiterate just to make sure that I'm completely understanding that if we do not purchase more furniture for the 3rd floor, we will not have any science labs at JMS. Is that what we're
That
saying?
is correct. All the science teachers will be housed on the 3rd floor.
Okay, that's what I need to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hold on, I'm still confused, because there are 800 students at Judson Middle School. If I exclude JSTEM, there are 800 students at Judson Middle School right now, Judson Middle School proper, not JSTEM. They're all taking science class right now. Though they all have teachers, and they're all learning in a lab. None of their furniture is moving. The JSTEM furniture is moving. The JSTEM biology lab and science lab is moving. If I'm Mrs. Smith teaching 7th grade science at Judson Middle School, my stuff isn't going anywhere.
If I may, the teachers in 6th and 7th grade and 8th grade at Judson Middle that were science teachers had 2 classrooms. They had a classroom on the 1st and 2nd floor, and they had a science lab that they had to go to on the 3rd floor. It did not work out to have science some days on the 1st and 2nd floor and then just go up to the science lab on the day that you were doing the lab, because the way the labs are built in the curriculum, they need to be within the flow of and the scope of the curriculum. And so they changed it where they had to be housed on the 3rd floor. All the science labs on the campus are on the 3rd floor.
And JSTEM is taking everything, even stuff that isn't theirs? I'm saying, I don't think the entire 3rd floor is moving. JSTEM is moving. Their furniture. Nobody's moving any JMS, those 800 students. Every chair they sit in today, every desk they're in, every piece of science equipment, none of that is moving to Kitty Hawk. That stuff will all remain there.
Right, it's not my understanding that we're moving the science furniture from the 3rd floor. If anything that was JSTEM related is going to
Okay, because
Kitty
that
Hawk.
was kind of my argument. There are 800 kids learning at JMS this year. So if I'm Mr. Ray and I'm a 7th grade English teacher and I want to move to the 2nd floor, well, I already have a classroom with desks and chairs. So if I want to go from the 1st floor to 2nd floor, then Mr. Ray's chairs and desks just move upstairs. He's just moving classrooms. If I'm a science teacher, all these teachers already have classrooms and are going to be doing the exact same thing next year. We already have more than enough furniture after the move. I would say don't take anything from Kitty Hawk because we don't need it. We're going to have 100 less students.
I don't think that's true, what
So
you
there are
just
kids
said.
with no desks at JMS this year.
If we're taking the furniture
what I
for
don't
JSTEM program,
Yes.
and we're going to continue to use the 3rd floor for whatever that principal decides to use the 3rd floor for, we're going to need furniture on the 3rd floor. We're going to need additional furniture on the 3rd
Okay,
floor.
but the kids who go to the 3rd floor are coming from somewhere on the 1st and the 2nd floor. What is happening with those chairs and desks?
Allow me, if we could, board, we can pull this item, I can bring it back next week. I would tell you this. It's my understanding that the science labs are on the 3rd floor that have JSTEM furniture in them. Now, what happens is the science teachers at Judson Middle have been forced to teach science not in a science lab, but in a regular classroom, and only be allowed to use the science labs when they have to go up to the science labs. So they would take that furniture with them to Kitty Hawk. Allow me to look into it, but when I come back, if they need that furniture on the 3rd floor, I'm going to ask for it, and it won't be about, we can just shut off that floor. They're gonna have to go up, and they're gonna have science furniture in those labs. So allow us to look into it.
Yeah, I think that'd be great. If there's any shared furniture.
I prefer you not. I don't
Yes, sir.
want to micromanage you to death and come back. This is seriously a management function. The questions I appreciate from Ms. Ryan, but I'm going to wait until it's my time to speak.
Yes,
Do I have
sir.
the floor yet, Ms. Ryan?
Correct. You pushed it after I started speaking, so it looks like you're up next.
So this is my deal. I'm not going to go to my Copperfield families, my Miramar families, my Converse and families and say, you guys are going to get secondhand desk and material. We have bond funds to acquire this, so this isn't even coming out of local budget. These are bond dollars from 2016 at that we have to provide new equipment for our students at Judson Middle School. I want the entire building utilized, and so that means the 3rd floor for whatever is needed. This is sort of frustrating that we're nitpicking on if kids should have new furniture in their classroom. Give them their furniture, give them their desk, and that's basically what it is. If you go back, and it delays everything, and I prefer that we move forward on something that is necessary. By the way, I did ask for a very thorough needs assessment. Ms. Poteet brought up the idea of finding areas that we need chillers for. That needs assessments that we're getting this month should be able to tell us what the time frame is for when a chiller will start to depreciate to a point that we need a new one. So we should be able to plan on that so that we can forecast, and God willing, maybe in a year, we can go for an infrastructure bond that we can then address all of those needs. But for right now, I know all you're asking for, Dr. Fields, is that we put new desks in the third floor. And we still have to have some very serious conversations next year about reusage. Let's just put the desk in there and then figure out what we'll do with it going forward. But I do not want you to withdraw this motion. I prefer the board have an up and down vote.
Understood.
And we just move forward and whatever the vote is.
Yes, sir.
Okay, seeing no other buttons, I'm the one who pulled this, so I personally do not have a motion to make because I would like to see just a list of simply the shared things that JSTEM is taking over. So I do not have a motion on that. Is there any other motion from the floor?
I move that we authorize the superintendent to evaluate the furniture coming from Kitty Hawk Middle School and purchase furniture to supplement.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Canoyer and a second by Ms. Stanford. Any discussion of that? Seeing none, we will proceed to vote. Hold on, give me a second. Nope, I just have to keep going. Oh, yeah, sorry. Okay. Okay, motion passes
Thank you.
5-2.
Thank you.
Hold on, I'm pushing buttons. Okay, next one is 5C, and that was.
4C.
I'm sorry, 4C, and that was pulled by Ms. Stanford. Go ahead.
Two questions on this. Is this planning to be for just this next school year or an ongoing thing with the change? This change is going to allow, if I understand it correctly, the district the ability to remove a day from teachers' pay.
Yes,
Correct?
ma'am. I will say this. Last night, there was new legislature that was signed. And based on what you heard from Ms. McKinney and several others, the qualification that was signed in that legislature was that the promotion has to be 5,000 more, depending on the length of time in education. It has to be that much more over what they made last year. So you can't deduct a day, to their point, you can't deduct a day and then give that raise. So we would ask that we pull it, because that just happened last night, we can't do that. Now, not pull, I apologize. We would ask that we would pull the recommendation for the 1 day. We don't want to move forward with that. Now, what we could do is we could say everybody but teachers, but we would ask that we pull it. We don't like the idea of decreasing salaries either. But for this, we would like for the board to go ahead and approve based on in the future, if something came up, even it's just the deduction of a day and not the pay, then that would allow us to do that. So the district site-based that also, and I need you to talk us through this, that also serves as a DOI committee, has made this recommendation. We would ask that we not move forward with the 1-day pay based on the new legislation that happened, but we would still want this approved as we move forward, so we don't have to come back and do this again.
In light of the legislation that just passed last night, we're not interested in reducing pay. However, we could still reduce the day. And I'm going to give you an example. We did it last year, October 11th. That is a day in which teachers didn't work. It ended up being less than 187 days. In order to do that, we brought a resolution. This would give us the flexibility to continue to do that, should we need to, for any
Without
other
having to,
reason,
right.
without actually reducing the pay. So I think what Dr. Fields tried to say earlier is, in terms of the cost reduction, when we get to that portion of the presentation, we're not going to present that as an admin recommendation anymore. But as far as adding this into the District of Innovation plan, and that plan is effective for 5 years. That plan started in 2023, so it's effective for 5 years. Anytime you add an amendment, it would still go through 2028.
And then my second question would be, if we've gotten feedback from teachers on how they feel about this. So do we know?
Go ahead. It was a district site-based it. We solicited. That had teachers on it. But again, we're not talking about the reduction of a day in pay anymore.
Right.
We're saying that, let's say we come to the day before Christmas break, and we want to give that to the teachers and everybody else as a day off. Now we don't have to do a resolution because we're not usurping the 187-day because we already have that in the DOI. Everyone will still get paid, but then we can just give the day off without having to do the resolution.
You feel teachers are in favor?
To get a day off when.
And still get paid?
Are you, is that
And still
okay?
get paid?
I'm thinking so, yes, ma'am.
No, they hate it.
I'm sure the teachers would be okay
All
if they
right,
got the
Ms.
day off and
Stanford,
didn't have to
anything else
come.
before I move on to the next speaker? Okay, Mr. Macias, you are next up.
Yes, I always appreciate more calculation or recalibrating, Dr. Fields.
Yes, sir.
In terms of looking at what's happening out there in Austin and how it impacts our employees. I will say what I've mentioned before publicly is that we did fight very hard to make sure that Judson ISD was a competitive place in compensation. I am in no mood to reduce that by reducing days. Now, there may be a day that we may have no choice, but right now I still feel like we have a choice. I would like to remain competitive because as one of our speakers mentioned earlier about employees coming here. I've had teachers tell me they would have left for other districts, but our compensation is pretty strong. So we fought long and hard to get here. I'd like to maintain that so that we are keeping experienced personnel from custodial staff to bus drivers to teachers to administrators. The goal is to maintain that level of experience in our district. So I would be very reluctant to see us decrease, but again, we also need the information, and our employees need the information on how they will be impacted with the new legislation and what that looks like.
I just want to clarify, Mr. Macias, when we say decrease, we're just saying the ability to not have to work the 187 days. We would still compensate the same amount of pay, but this allows us to go to 186 days without having to bring a resolution.
I appreciate that. And I would also argue then, since we are taking a look at that you look at additional days. I mean, only because we're talking about the morale of the district. If it is, you guys know how many minutes we need to have. And we need to know that obviously there is that point where there's optimal performance. And so if we have many more minutes than we need, then can we reduce it to really support the morale of our district? And we've done things like that where we've allowed employees to leave early right before
This is exactly what we're talking about.
and
You're absolutely correct.
so maximizing that opportunity for our employees, and I want to make sure I capture all employees, because teachers are working hard, but so are other employees. If we have that opportunity to do that, Dr. Fields, come back with a recommendation that I think could work. You got that?
Yes, sir.
All right.
And to your point, how many flex days do we have for next year, Dr. Tonkin?
I see a bunch
Two.
of fours.
Two?
We
Two
have
flex days?
flex days, yes, but teacher
Okay.
work days.
We have teacher work days and flex days where the students are not even in attendance, so it wouldn't affect the minutes.
Mrs. Potteet?
Just to kind of go back to what Ms. Stanford was asking, how long will this last? Is this permanent? Is this change going to be permanent, or is it just a school year? Maybe I missed it.
DOI decisions usually last for 5 years.
For 5 years.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
2 years down the line, if you decide that you do want to cut days, we wouldn't have to come back and revisit
Again,
this?
we're going to always have to come back if we're talking about cutting salaries. That's
Yeah.
not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is oftentimes in education, and the current board knows, the people who have been here a while, is that in front of the Christmas break, I can't tell you how many emails and texts I get from people saying, can we get out of here? Can we get out of here?
Yeah.
And oftentimes you want to say yes, but when we don't have this to say that we can cut it, it's almost like gifting of public funds. But when we have it in our DOI that we don't have to maintain that 187 days, I could talk to the board could say, hey, you know what? The students aren't here today. Tomorrow's the day before Christmas break. hey, Fields, let them know they don't have to come in. We can send out a text message that says, hey, you guys are off for the day. We don't have to do a resolution because we've already done the DOI agreement. But we would never, we can't, with a DOI agreement, then say, we're going to cut a day of pay. But you can't even decrease the 187 days unless you have the DOI agreement. That's why I'm asking for this as we go forward, but we're not going to be asking for a cut in pay.
Okay, and again, this is just for my,
Yes, ma'am.
why was that put in place then?
Why
What
was
was,
what put
what
in
was
place?
initially this particular rule put in place for? Was it supposed to act as like a hurdle?
The DOI?
Yes,
I
this
can-
particular rule that you're trying to exclude
District
JSC
of
from now.
Innovation came about, and correct me if I'm wrong, Cabinet, if you guys, but basically back in, I believe it was 2015, 16, or no, it was even before that. It was 2016? So the state came back and said, hey, there are some rules that public ISDs are subject to that charter programs aren't. In a way to equal the playing field, we're going to allow you to apply for a District of Innovation where you can now go outside of some of those rules that apply just to ISDs, but not to charters. One being certified teachers only in classrooms. You can do a District of Innovation exemption and then not have to do that. Another one that we've done is the start of school. It used to be that you couldn't start school until the third week in August. But if you have the DOI, now you can start a couple of weeks earlier, where now you can finish before the middle of June when kids are like, we should have been
They're done.
gone 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I think what I was saying is specifically this what was the TEC 21.401 supposed to protect? Because obviously these rules are put in place to protect something. So what was
I think it's
it meant
that
to protect?
There are teacher contract rules set by the state of Texas, and there is a
Yeah.
number of things in there, and one of those is contract days. Who am I looking at, Nicole? You're right, that is just one of the many protections offered to public school teachers is your contracts must include, and there's a list of things that have to be in there. And having 187 happens to be one of the things required in public ISD contracts.
Yeah, and my concern is if we're removing this safeguard, it was put there for a reason. It was put there to protect teacher pay. Why would we remove that safeguard? I know it's nice to get that extra day off. Can that be arranged like at a case-by-case basis? Or I honestly
It
don't
can,
know.
but I'm saying using the DOI is not jeopardizing that protection. This allows us to give the day without resolution. We would never recommend, first of all, we rarely want to recommend taking a day of pay from anyone. But if anything like that were to come up in the future, we're going to bring it to the board. It's not something that we can do in a vacuum.
Oh, I understand that you can give a free day off with
Yes,
this, but it also just makes it that a little bit easier. It's one less hurdle to jump through to cut teachers' days.
But
Do you
I
understand?
think they want that, because they
So-
still get paid.
For this particular instance, but what
for
if
every
3 years from
instance,
now?
we would never,
They'd have to rechange.
right, we'd have to
Well,
come
we
back
would
to the
have to.
board.
Right now, this is a safeguard. This is one of two steps that we have to get through to cut their days. And what we're saying is that now there's only going to be one step, one vote between them getting their days cut. That's what we're saying. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's always the way it is, but go ahead.
Well,
Ms.
this would be
Dr.
two separate votes because we have to vote yes on this, and then we would have had to go and vote yes on H, which would have cut your day. So that's two votes right there. There's two opportunities for me to step up and say, no, you're not cutting teacher pay. If I get rid of this, this is now only one opportunity for me to say, no, you're not cutting teachers' days. That's my concern. And I know that you would still have to bring it to the board, but you're going from two safeguards for the teachers. And I know you guys want that free paid day off. I get it. I would too. But I don't know if I would want it at the cost of having that additional safeguard on my days.
Again, the
That's just-
safeguard is that we're always going to come before the board and allow people to come in and speak before anything like that would happen. But I know Dr. Gosh has been waiting patiently.
Yeah.
She would like-
Well, I just want to say that I have been through this process, and in another district where I was over the DOI plan. And yes, contracts are designed to have 187-day protection. But I can say that one of the reasons that districts have used this in the past, one of the reasons we used it is when you have a situation where you are not able to give teachers an increase in pay, one way to do that is to change the number of days that they have to be on contract without reducing their pay. It's kind of a benefit to say, hey, you know, we know we're going to pay you for your 187 days, but you're not going to have to be here all those days. We did it for up to 3 days. We could remove up to 3 days. Because you also have to consider that in any school year calendar, the number of days that people are on staff can change. And based on where weekends fall and all of that, the number of days that you have to be here to meet your 75/6 may also change. So some years we gave 185 days for teachers. Some years it was 184 days, some days it was 187. So it varied. But it was seen as a benefit and, rather than a harm, because as Dr. Fields mentioned, it's a budgetary decision to remove pay. The DOI plan in and of itself does not allow anyone to remove pay. It is simply a way to make sure that you have the flexibility as a district to give an added benefit to your teachers so that they might not have to be there every single day.
Okay, were you done? I saw Ms. Lee had the button. Okay. Ms. Lee, I see you are up next.
It's just that I put some notes in here, and this is just my take. I just put here that, why are we even considering a pay cut for teachers? And we'll never vote for anyone's pay cut, that this should be the very last thing in mind, just like school closures, and I put it here. And as I was hearing a lot of for the public comment, trust is the one that I keep hearing. And as I visited some schools, and not only for within my area, but other ones, and it's more than a handful, I can say, that teachers don't want to have a cut for this one.
I can tell you administrators don't either, but go ahead.
Yes, I know,
ma'am.
but it's the thing that it's a trust issue, Dr. Fields, that if we are going to allow to proceed this one, then later on, they're really just scared that it might be a different, way for this. So.
I can tell you it's not our recommendation now. We're pulling it because based on that rule, I'm not confident that we even have the ability to do that. So I'm asking that we not consider that.
Okay, so my question is, why is it here?
Why is what here?
Why is it on the agenda? If
Because
the
what
board
we're asking for is the ability to reduce the days, not reduce the pay. Reduce the days.
Well,
We still pay them the same.
yes, the thing is, teachers are already saying that they're even working, more than 187 days. They are willing to work and of course get paid with, if they have that choice, but because of their love and commitment with the kids, they're even over, those contract days working. So to my point, I'm trying to my point is, it's just that, how it says here that you guys ask and seek advice from a committee or something, but that's the thing. Is it just growth and planning that not really across all district-wide, all the schools, and, talk to teachers and everything, that they're okay with this?
Are they okay with having their days reduced and still get paid? Yes, I'm pretty confident that they are.
But I think that's not the message you guys are giving, because their understanding is different. When I'm hearing them.
What we're asking for tonight is different from what was posted, Ms. Lee. What we're asking for tonight is that we be able to move forward and decrease the days through this District of Innovation without having to do a resolution, and then still pay teachers the same. What was posted before last night was that we were going to ask for a reduction of pay for everyone across the district in an effort to reduce costs. That's not what we're doing now. And I would say this, and I'm not trying to get on a soapbox. There's very few people in this room who work for the district who just work 40-hour work weeks. Everybody works more than 40 hours a week, whether you work in technology or administration, and I can assure you, the principals are working a truckload more than, 40 hours a week. So I get it, and it's not something, trust me, as a superintendent, I do not want to go back to I had a conversation with people, I'm not looking forward to recommending this. This isn't something that I wanted to do. And I'm feeling, to be quite honest with you, a lot better now that we don't have to recommend it. So I'm saying, yes, please, take it off. We don't want to do it.
Okay.
Put myself in line or I'm never going to get that. Okay, and we'll come back around if you have some follow-up, Ms. Lee, if you need. So I'll let Ms. Canoyer, you're next.
So I was on the Site-Based Decision Committee before I ran for office at the time when we were developing and approving the initial District of Innovation plan. And that was very new at that time. It was an opportunity to give some flexibility to the district. At that time, what we were looking for was flexibility in our start and end days to fit our needs, so that we didn't have to have people come back super early or super late, so that we could do that. So the site-based committee that does this, there's also a District of Innovation committee that modifies anything else, but it has to come through the site-based committee. And I want to convey who's on that committee. There are community members, there are business members, there are parents, and there are elected members to the
Correct.
site-based committee from campuses.
Yes, ma'am.
So there are administrators and teachers and paraprofessionals as well. So it does cover a wide range of people who want to serve on that committee.
Yes, ma'am.
What this particular thing does not give the superintendent the authority to reduce pay for teachers.
Yes, ma'am.
What this does is gives him the ability to reduce the contract days, but not the pay.
Correct.
So what he's talking about with this is the opportunity to give that day, let's say it's December 19th, let's put that up as an example, that's a flex day, and he could just say, you don't have to work that day. But that doesn't mean that we're cutting pay.
Correct.
So that would always have to come to the board, because that's something that is compensation plan material that we must approve. So there is no harm in approving this.
I wrote down a couple of comments. First, in regards to DSBC, again, I know who's on that committee, and the issue was, it was held at noon on a workday, and less than, probably about a third of the DSBC was able even to come. I think it was like 12 people out of, there's like 30 people on the, there was 12 according to the votes that the
There's
superintendent told us.
13, I have it documented, and there's
Okay.
19 people on the committee.
Okay, so it was during due day, so most teachers were still teaching. So just so everybody knows how that DSBC recommendation came about. But the issue is, again, if there is, I'm not a huge DOI fan at all, right? Like, we have laws and rules in the state for a reason. I understand we have a few exemptions, but they're very deliberate. Like, we only have like 3 or 4 things that we DOI, and they are directly tied to something, and we make a very conscious decision. So if this was tied to something, we needed to reduce days, and there was another agenda item to do something, then I would consider it. But anything else we would do with this would need to be an agenda item also. So I don't feel any need to have this ability to do it at this time. And it really doesn't help in terms of giving an extra day off, because the conversations we get stuck having on Friday afternoons and stuff like that is, it's all of our other people who aren't teachers. And because at 8:01 a.m., he can just let everybody go. They're salaried employees. He can just let every teacher go at noon on that Friday or whatever, because they're salaried. And the reason we don't do that is because our PM's clerk and our secretary and our paras, none of those people can be let go because they're not salary unless we do a resolution and gift of public funds. So we get into that kind of catch-22. So if this is something we want to plan to have a day off, no matter what, we're going to have to do a gift of public funds or leave all the non-teachers on campus, I guess. So if we're going to do a resolution of gift of public funds, do it for everybody. Or if we're going to do this in conjunction with a very deliberate day off, then, which affects adjusting our calendars and our work schedules, and that has to be voted on by the board also, then if this wants to be brought back in conjunction with a specific item, and I can see a benefit to our teachers from it, but I don't feel like I need one less step down the road. I'd rather see a two-step process, so I'm not going to be in favor of this one today. Any other discussion or follow-up?
Just a quick question.
Yes.
Dr. Fields, do you want to pull this, or do you feel that this is an advantage to our teachers?
I think it'd be an advantage to the teachers.
Apparently, okay.
Ms. Stanford, you're the one who pulled it, so do you have a motion? Or, and if not, then we can see if anybody else has a motion.
Yeah, so.
All right, does anybody else, I don't have a motion on it, does anybody else want to make a motion to try and get this passed?
I was under the impression that Dr. Fields was pulling this. Are you pulling this or not?
I think he was pulling the one-day pay
I'm pulling the
reduction.
reduction in pay. I'm sorry, I thought I was clear. What I'm saying is we are no longer asking for teachers or anyone else in the district to receive a reduction in pay. In terms of this DOI amendment, I would ask that we move forward with that.
And again, the idea is that you'll come back to with some additional possible opportunities for us to look at reducing days.
Definitely.
Yeah, and that's something
Well,
that.
and that's what we do every year, but up until now, we've even looked at the academic calendar. And again, I'm looking at the curriculum instruction department and human resources and everyone who has anything to do with the schedule. That we look at that and we look for days to have flex days, to have teacher work days. But now this gives us a whole new world of opportunity when we're not subject to the 187.
And I will tell you why I will support this is because this was designed to compete with charter schools that have a DOI designation, and then God knows what will happen with the vouchers in private schools. We're going to be competing with these forces. Once we've had the conversation about compensation, I don't feel that this is a harmful initiative.
Correct.
This is one that will only benefit our employees. So I'm okay with supporting it. If you need someone to make the motion, I'm happy to make that
Correct,
motion.
this end is not looking like they have a motion, so if you have one.
I do.
Go
And
ahead.
this is letter C, right? I want to make sure I'm reading the right one.
Correct. We are on
Okay.
4C.
Then I move that we approve the amendment to the current Judson ISD District of Innovation Plan, seeking an exemption from TEC 21.401 for minimum service required.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Macias and a second by Ms. Canoyer. Any additional discussion before we proceed to vote? Oh. Did you push some? No, I didn't push something. Mr. Ross, if you can reset. Did you look at it the wrong way? Okay. All right, then, okay, we can proceed to vote. Okay, motion fails 2-5. All right, moving on to agenda item 4D. Ms. Lee, you pulled that one. So you get to discuss it first then. Oh, I'm sorry, my microphone was off. Did you catch that, Russ, or do I need to? Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Lee.
Oh, I don't really need to discuss. I just have a note here that I wanted to be known that, because for my understanding, the 4D is for the Vader, right?
It's the first step in moving towards a Vader, yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because it's just that I can't, I promised my voters, I just put it here, I promised my voters when I block walk that I'm not gonna, be with the tax increase, so I don't want to break that promise. So I will be no on this one. That's why I just wanted to be known and,
Okay.
not vote for yes.
Yep, you are welcome. Any other?
Yeah, we'd like to clarify the statement, but
If I may clarify that.
I know, I did meet you guys and everything and did the breakdown, but still, I wanted to keep my promise with the community when I block walk, so I cannot support the Vader.
That's why I
You can't
just.
support the Vader, or you can't support a tax increase?
Well, either way, so this is, let me try and clarify. Hey, Ms. Lee, look at me. Okay, so what this one is in order to start a process, the operational efficiency audit is the first step, because you can't go for a Vader unless you have one. So I guess one way to look at this is that what I'm hearing is you're not supportive of a Vader, 100%, great. So to expend money on something that you're not going to support in the future, you would prefer not to expend money on the operational efficiency if you're not supportive of the Vader. Did I kind of recap that correctly?
Maybe.
That's what I'm trying to just
No,
kind of articulate where you're going, because we're not voting on the actual Vader tonight.
Because
This would be the first step
Yes, this is
in
just
the
how,
process.
this is just how I feel. It's just that, if I'm gonna be voting for that one, I wanna see, hold on, I put it here. I wanna see like really a reasonable, for a budget cut, for it to pass, so I can, maybe I can support it. But for now, like seeing the numbers and everything going forward with the deficit and, I don't know, I just.
Okay, so do you think if, along that because we've got 90 days until we have to look at the actual Vader. So would maybe having an operational efficiency audit that looks at a bunch of finances of the district, along with anything else we do in the 90 days, would that be an additional piece of helpful information for you to have when that decision does come up? For you to think about. You don't have to say it out loud. So if you think that would be helpful information, you could push yes on this agenda item. And if you don't want to expend that money for something that you don't think you're going to support, then I guess you could push no. I guess did I explain that kind of?
Well, I think
It's a
it's
pretty good
okay, you
summary.
can just, because it's gonna be passed anyway, but I'm still voting no.
No. Okay, no. and
I'm
you're-
sorry, I just want to have that statement out
No,
there.
Ms. Lee, trust me, you're talking to a person who votes no on a lot of things, so you don't have to explain it to me at all.
Because this is my notes right here, like the expenditures. I wanted to identify and cut the waste. I know there's waste, because I've seen like the financial statements, but that's the
So
thing.
where
I
did you
can-
see, no, I apologize.
No, I'm
Okay,
sorry. It's just,
so she's,
no, Dr. Fields,
Well,
hold on, sir. It's just that my husband works, he's a budget officer. And when we talk about millions, if you would really dig into it and look, you would see a waste. And that's the thing that I wanted to maybe see. I know I'm not an expert or anything, but if someone could explain it to me maybe, then yes. And then I just put a note here, if we're passing, a budget for next year and we still have that big deficit, it's just so hard for me to support the Vader for it if we're not gonna, if our expenditures will be the same thing as our expense would be the same thing. So it seems like it's not gonna help. That's my thing. It's just that, if I'm spending a lot and not cutting, my expense, then I don't know if it's still gonna be even out or not. So that's why I cannot support this.
Just, Dr.
That's
Fields, may I
all.
give a point of clarification? Just a statement that was made that the district is going to propose a tax rate increase. Our tax rate is $1.03. Under the Vader, we're still proposing $1.03. So we are not proposing a tax rate increase under the Vader. We are proposing that it stay the same so that we can continue to earn the $12 million that it brings in. Number one. Number two, I'm going to let Larry add to that.
Okay.
The statement of.
briefly, because I got a bunch of board members in line to talk.
Well, we can wait until the board members talk, and then we can clarify. Please write down that. I'm
Okay.
sorry?
Maybe my comment will.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, Do I go to next or do I go to first? Do I go to first?
I'm
Right?
first.
Okay, so
Next,
Ms. Stanford, go ahead.
Okay, so number one, I just want to say for the public, the cost of this is $21,250, just so you know, because I don't think that was posted anywhere. Secondly, whether a board member is for or against the Vader, I don't think is the issue, because what I don't want to do is take away the right of my public constituents to vote on something. So I don't want 7 people to make a vote that precludes the public from voting. So you can be for or against a Vader, you can state you're for or against a Vader, but what I don't think we want to do is take the right to vote on it, for or against it, from the public. So if we vote against this and vote against the Vader, we, as 7 people, are making a decision for the entire district, and we're removing from them the right to cast their own vote for or against.
Understood.
So I don't think we want to do that.
Mr. Macias, you are next.
No, I am. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, he is. Okay.
I'm trying to claim jump here, sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Macias.
Dr. Fields, are we going to be talking about the Vader in more detail later in this agenda? Or is
Yes,
this-
sir.
We are, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so suffice it to say, we're talking about it now. So
Yes, sir.
it's here. And so if we were to not pass this item, would that effectively kill that discussion later?
I would say the first step in getting this done is the efficiency audit. If we say that we're not going to move forward with the efficiency audit, now, Mr. Guerra may disagree, but it's my understanding you don't have to have an efficiency audit for Vader legally, in my research. It's one that people usually do because it sets you up, but I'm not certain that it has to be done.
That microphone's not on, sir.
Yes, sir.
You're correct. In some cases, it's not required. With Judson, it's not required, but we do want to have efficiency audit just to be transparent with the public and the board.
Correct.
And this is the best way to do it.
Well, and so I'm going to talk a little bit more then, just because I respect Ms. Lee's position. She was very transparent with her community at the editorial board, and when she was block walking, that she has some reservations about the Vader. So my concern naturally is that we do not have very many opportunities to raise revenue. I was on this board when our tax rate was $1.46 or 47, and I voted many times to reduce our tax rate. Had we known in hindsight that we would be underfunded by Austin, we would have never reduced it. We would have left it at $1.47. But we knew back then that we had more money than we needed, so we reduced the rate. So now we're in a position to where we're talking about a potential recommendation for $1.03. I may recommend $1.04, but that's, again, here or there. But the bottom line is that without this potential revenue, there will be a cause and effect, and that cause and effect will put us in a position where it will be very dark in Judson. And so I'm trying to avoid that. And Ms. Lee, I've seen you to be a very reasonable person. Your job would be to inform your community why we need this or why we don't, regardless of whatever pledge you made. Because when you were campaigning, you didn't have access to all the information you're getting now. And I'm saying that things change. So as you learn more about what the need is, you have a responsibility to convey that. And I'm not trying to come across lecture. I'm saying with all due respect. I see you as that type of individual to do that. But I've seen it where without passing this Vader, we're going to be in a very, very tough place. And so I would at least want an efficiency study to reaffirm things. So as was stated earlier, it's a transparent process to ensure that we are doing all we can. And by doing so, preparing for that, as Ms. Stanford said, the affirmation from our community in supporting education. It's too critical of an opportunity to pass up. And so I certainly would support us moving forward. for the study part, and then having a greater conversation about what those pennies would look like. Because when we get to it, and we can go all the way to $1.11, and to tell the taxpayer that we were once at 147, 111 is still great, but that would solve our entire deficit, I believe, if we were to go.
It would balance the budget.
Well, it would balance it, which is part of the objective. Now, I'm not recommending $1.11, it's too much of a jump for people, but we need to provide a quality education to our community. We don't have a lot of options. This is one that we have. Thank you.
Ms. Canoyer?
The question I had has been answered, but I will say that I'm going to be voting in favor of this.
If I
think
could
I'm-
just,
Can I do one more thing, and then we'll turn it over, and then we'll have the
yes, ma'am.
I am very leery of a Vader because, if without a Vader of 3.5 cents, Mrs. McKinney's tax rate will be 3.5 cents lower. If we do a Vader, it's going to be 3.5 or 11 or however many cents higher. And what also has me concerned about a Vader is the time and cost, the cost of the district in terms of time and money to do one. Because remember, I was here for Bond 2022, and what I saw was thousands and thousands of man-hours put into getting that passed. And there were cabinet members grilling hot dogs, and the focus of this district strayed slightly from students and academic outcomes, because it had to, right? We needed the bond passed. And so that's why I'm concerned that paying Bear County, paying for all of these things that might not pass, those are things I have to keep in the front of my mind. So spending $21,000 on efficiency audit, I've been weighing that. Now, I've gone and looked at lots of examples of this type of audit, and I think I can put the Vader out of my head, because the data that's contained in a report like this is a lot of things I've been asking about finances. How do we compare to peer districts? How does our salaries compare? So when I look through the examples of ones, I think Vader or no Vader, this is an audit document that if we take action on and use it, can provide a good financial benefit to the district, especially from a strategic level, because there's lots of strategic, big financial stuff at a district and peer district level. I guess that's the reason I'm going to support this, is because I'm in favor of doing an efficiency audit, not necessarily where I'm at with the Vader. I think there's a lot of more information I'm going to need in the next 90 days before I make a final decision on that, especially weighing the taxpayers' right to vote on things versus the cost of time and money to the district to go forward with a heroic effort like that. So I'm going to be a yes on this one only for that reason. Any other board members before I let Dr. Fields wrap up anything he doesn't think we said right, I guess? Sorry, anything else you need to clarify before we go to vote?
I just stand ready for you guys to vote on the efficiency. I will say this. There was a statement made. Sorry, I can't let it go. Sorry, I tried, I did. There was a statement made, if you would just look, you would find the fact. I repeatedly, I said to this board, we're making decisions that are going to increase the deficit. We were told come back with 13, we came with 18. We were told come back with 5, we came with 8. If we would just look, we would find the fact. That's offensive.
Dr. Fields, you're talking to board members, so let's keep it
And
professional.
y'all are talking to
Correct.
us.
Yes, this has been brought up by, Ms. Lee is not the first
You know
one
what? You're absolutely
to say stuff
correct,
like
Ms.
that.
Ryan.
We
Let's
have
go.
been looking for lots of cuts at lots of areas and understand the pressure we are getting from the public, because they're looking for certain things to be on slides and they've yet to be presented. So that is a very difficult position. Many of us board members from one end to the other have been put in. And there is a lot of frustration in where our finances are right now. So
If the board feels comfortable with making allegations and they don't want to push back, I will not push back. We stand ready for you to vote on the efficiency audit.
okay, I will make
No,
the motion.
I have something to say to that. So
Audience, we are trying to record, so we do have to keep it to a low whisper. Thank you.
So I've always asked my superintendent to be genuine and be honest. We work together, so I will always encourage feedback from my superintendent regarding what's happening, and be respectful of his feedback. I do not spend 24 hours a day in this district managing the day-to-day functions. I'm on the board, and it's a privilege to be on this board. But I do not want you to feel like you can't say things, Dr. Fields. I certainly always want you to weigh in, because naturally that helps me in my decision-making on what's happening when we have this two-way conversation. You represent administration and so on. So I know that there's been frustration. I'm frustrated too, but not with administration. I'm frustrated because of the cards that we've been dealt. And that's certainly, again, reflective to us as well. Ms. Ryan was on this board, so was I, so was Ms. Stanford, when we voted for massive pay raises. And those pay raises are part of what we're dealing with now. Austin decided they were going to finally pay teachers too, but we figured that out 4 years ago. But they've never paid us for that. That's why our allotment going up by $55 is not enough to pay for the years in the past where we paid for increases. We expected that allotment. So Dr. Fields, again, I know this is not popular, but again, you did not recommend those major increases. You were very conservative, which is your job. You need to make sure that that happens. So I take some blame as a board member that really advocated to pay our teachers. But I tell you what, I sleep well at night because I will continue to pay our teachers what they're worth. But bottom line is we have this struggle now. So my frustration isn't with you or anyone in administration. It's just, again, the cards that we're dealt and what we have to do to go forward. So again, I would encourage you to be candid and not allow anybody on this board to tell you you can't talk. I want to hear from you.
Understood. We just, as an administration in a district, we feel like moving forward with the efficiency audit would be in the best interest of the district.
Yes, and I agree, because I do like the strategic financial data. We will get out of that, Vader or no Vader. So I'm going to make a motion to approve a resolution to conduct an efficiency audit for the Judson Independent School District.
Second.
Motion by myself, second by Ms. Canoyer. Any discussion before we proceed to vote? Okay, please vote. Okay, motion passes 6-1. Okay, we have some rearranging to do to move the finance people into all of their positions, so we're going to take a quick 5-minute recess. Thank you. At 7:02. It's now 7:10 and what, it is on. Oh, we're at 7:10 and we are back in session. Okay, we're going to go to agenda item 3A, discuss and review updated information on proposed 25-26 fiscal year budget. Please go ahead, Dr. Fields.
Yes, ma'am.
Or whoever's briefing.
This will be an outline of the forecasted and projected budget for next year. In the PowerPoint, what we'll do is go through a lot of the stuff that you're going to see under discussion and consideration of action items. So after they go through the PowerPoint, we should be able to move quickly through. If you have any questions, I'd ask that you ask during the presentation.
Yeah, if you can flag me down, because we won't have the push the button, so if you have a question, just try to get our attention or just break in if you can.
That way, when we get to the discussion action items, we should be able to move through pretty quickly. So at this time, this is about, I believe, number 6 of the board workshops. And the goal is to get the budget approved by the 26th of June. So at this point, I'd open it up to Mr. Guetta, and I'd ask for him to kind of go over some of the things that got signed in last night, some of the 89th legislature changes from last night. So, Mr. Guetta?
Thank you, Dr. Fields, Ms. President and Board. So as you know, last night, the House Bill 2 did get signed. We had some stuff already in place, and we've run some preliminary numbers. Again, this is just estimates on our part after consulting with others that, as you know, TEA will make the final interpretation of the law that just passed that was signed by Governor Abbott. But these are kind of some of the things that we know were going to be in there, and we wanted to share it with the board. So as you know, the basic allotment went up to $55. So again, we just put a rough estimate up there. It's about $1 million more of new money to the district. The homestead exemption did make it to the governor's desk. He hasn't signed it yet, but it's on his desk for approval, which will raise the homestead exemption from $100,000 to $140,000, which would obviously lower the local tax collections for the district by about $12 million, which, as you can see in the third slide, would actually raise what the state's share would be to about $24 million to combat that $12 million loss. They did adjust some of the smaller things, the fractions of the multipliers we get for CTE and early ed and things like that. So you can see we're estimating $200,000 for comp ed and about $100,000 for CTE. Early ed got an adjustment as well that it's favorable for the district for about $390,000. The safety security allotment, you can see it went down $650, but they moved it from one section where it kind of affects our ADA, but they moved it to another one. So you can see they, toward the bottom, you can see they raised it about 1.4 million, but they did reduce the other side by about 650,000, which it was, we're getting, as you can see, a lot more, but we are losing that 650. The major one, as you know, is the teacher retention is a brand new item. So we're estimating based on our staff, it's a 2 to 3 year teacher gets a certain raise, and then 3 to 4 year teacher gets a certain raise, and then 5+ years gets about a $5,000 increase. So we've put those numbers in there along with the support staff, and that comes to about $6.1 million. The early ed allotment is a new allotment that there's a little more new money to the district for about $160,000. The SPED evals is a new thing as well, where they're paying us for each evaluation we do, and we estimate it to be about $950,000 for the district. And the basic cost allotment is one thing we're really happy to get because of, as you know, inflationary costs with insurance and different things that have gone up through the years that we haven't been helped with by the state. They've given us about $2.2 million to help with these basic cost allotment. Are there any questions on the slide? I'll take them.
I'd like for you to clarify. We see, everyone can see this $23 million, almost $24 million estimated amount. I need you to be clear as to if you were to take away the responsibility to spend these things on things specific, how much do you think then would come back where it's not already allocated for?
Yes, sir. With the $55 increase to basic allotment, with $1 million, it's about $4.6 million more. So we figure there's around 5.6, maybe 5.7. That's new dollars to the districts. That's at our discretion to help combat some of the areas that we've struggled in previously.
But the rest of this will be used.
Is absolutely kind of like a pass-through. The state is
Understood.
awarded to teachers, state awarded different departments to help pay with those costs.
So about 5.6, 5.7.
That's correct, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, I had one question, and we won't find out about Homestead until November because that has to go on the ballot after the governor signs it? And is that what we did last time when we went to 100?
It's ready for his signature. He has till June 22nd, I believe, to sign. If he doesn't sign it, then it will go into law. And then, obviously, I believe everybody would vote for it.
It doesn't go on the general ballot in November?
No, it will, like I said.
Oh,
but-
okay, okay.
Yes, it will.
All
But
right,
like I
so we
said,
won't know if that's officially, we can't use that for planning purposes until after that passes on the ballot in November.
correct. As we
Right,
said before,
okay.
we have to budget for what we know is the current law.
Nobody votes against a homestead.
Nobody's going to vote
So I
against
know-
homesteadization, but
Nobody
you never
does
know.
that,
I
so-
agree. I agree.
Okay, but that doesn't go into our final planning things until after November then?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
So we were asked to bring the state mandated allotments. Again, this kind of factors into some of the new money. We were showing that the top section is all local funds. So you can see they give us the money, but they tell us how to spend it as well. And there's thresholds that have to be spent directly on each area. And you can see some are 55%, some are 100%. We will say this slide was done last week, but as you know, with the stuff passing last night and the items making it to the governor's desk for approval, it looks like the state comp ed 55% threshold will go to zero, and that should free up some money for the district to be able to use in different areas. And the bilingual is a smaller amount, but we haven't been allowed in the past to use teacher salaries to reach that 55% threshold, which now will be allowable as well, so that should free up some money for the district as well. And the second section is the federal grants. I know this is a thing that the board doesn't approve, but we brought it to bring to the board to show what kind of money we apply for. We do have to cover these costs with the general fund, and we seek reimbursement when we use these funds, but it is a significant way to add money to the district. So we wanted to bring it for the board so you can see what it looks like.
I think a couple questions I had sent to Dr. Fields, because some of this is obviously way brand new to some of the new board members on 55% requirements. So like, for example, on CTE, if the state's giving us $13 million to spend on our CTE programs, but we're only going to spend $7 million, where does that other $6 million go?
It's factored into the revenue, correct?
Yes, as part of our summary of finance, when we do our revenue estimations, we estimate every dollar we think we're going to get from the state. The 55% has to be spent straight on CTE, but the other 45% is allowable for administrative costs. Like I said, it goes to everything from fuel to paying employees to, different things. That's how the 45% is allowed to be spent.
Okay, so that's up to the board. When the board does the budget and we assign, because all this money's in the general fund, we could reallocate it back over to CTE or spend it somewhere else.
I think they counted towards the revenue when we put forth the forecast.
Correct. The full amount is accounted for in our revenue forecast.
So now what's going to be slightly different is that previously for SCE funds, there was the 55%, but I believe that one of the new mandates is that goes down to zero.
Yes, sir.
So
That's
then
correct.
most of that, and bilingual as well, correct?
No, but
No.
bilingual
It
stays at
stays at
55%, but it's never been allowed to use teacher salaries to reach that 55% threshold. So it's always been a struggle to get to that 55% threshold. And that's why the state allows sometimes a 3-year average to make sure you're hitting that 55%. But with us being allowed to use salaries, we'll hit that 55%
So now
pretty
with the
easily.
80 employees that we have in the district, we'll be able to apply that. But also with SCE, there won't be that 55% requirement, so we'll be able to use that. So that will be factored into the revenue as well?
Correct. And like I said, the state realizes it's hard to reach these 55% thresholds, especially in state comp ed. So we were forced to use it with qualifying purchases. If it didn't qualify, then we couldn't use it against state comp ed's 55%. So the states understood that. So they said, you know what, let's just get rid of that 55% and let you use it where you need to use it. So we'll still obviously use as much as we can toward the toward state comp ed, but there's an allowables that'll help us to use in other areas.
Okay, I think it'll just be helpful for the academic programs committee when they start looking at CT to know how much we're getting from the state, and then, if we're only spending $7 million and there's something that they want to recommend we do to get a more robust CT program, knowing there's another $6 million that exists, it's being spent on something else, those are all choices, that you have to make and balance, we could do this, but then we're going to lose this, but there is other money dedicated to some of these programs. We have chosen not to spend it all specifically in those areas unless we had a 100% spend requirement, and then we did.
Right, and you can see the SPED requirements, 55%, and the requirements they make us have for SPED, whether it's enrollment-wise, teacher ratio to kids, you can see we spend $38 million, and the allotment's $29 million, so we're severely underfunded in SPED. I know that they just finished, so there's some relief in SPED coming as well, but you can see how severely underfunded it is. So with these other thresholds going away, it helps us use money towards that SPED deficit.
Okay. That's all I had on this slide. Thank you.
Okay, on this next slide, we have the current forecast for fiscal year '24-25 and our projected budget for '25-26. Our forecast is at $254.6 million for the revenue, and then our expenses at $278.1 million, and this includes the transfer out of $7.3 million. Leaving us with a projected fund balance of almost $78 million. Our projection for next year, our revenue at the base with current law, with the disaster spending going away, will be $234.1 million in revenue, and our expenditures at $274.9 million, leaving us with the deficit difference of $40.8 million, with our projected fund balance at $37.1 million. We are going to bring some admin recommendations to you. Some of those recommendations have changed just right now this evening. So with our projections here, if they're approved, that would bring our deficit to 36.8 instead of the 40.8. And then with the new law coming in, where Mr. Guerra said there was about $5.7 million that we can use freely, that would bring us to a $31.1 million deficit. And then you could see our new projected fund balance. Without the new law at 41.2, our fund balance will remain. And then with the new law, 46.9 remaining, which is a little bit over that 2 months of operating of 45.8. And then with the Vader, our projection, that's to just keep our tax rate the same. That would increase our revenue to $247.1 million, which is like $13 million in our revenue. Our expenditures staying the same at $274.9, bringing our deficit to $27.7, and then you can see the projection at $50.1 million for the fund balance. And then that increases with the new law at 59.9, also including the admin recommendations. Do we have any questions? Yes, ma'am.
I noted a couple different areas, 13, 21, 36, and 53, that had a rather significant increase. 13 had about $550,000 increase. 21, which is instructional leadership, was up about $1 million. 36 is extracurricular activities is up about $1 million. And 53, am I reading that wrong?
No, you're right.
53, data processing is up 1.68 million. And then 41, there is a decrease, general administration. There's a decrease, so I was curious what that was accounting for.
I could go over some of these.
The big increases.
Yes, ma'am. Just to keep in mind, just remember, especially for the new board members, that the budget is separate from what we're actually spending last year. We always want to budget appropriately, and then right now, there's certain vacants in there that we haven't removed that might be on, that's something that y'all can recommend, so these numbers can drop. Really quick, going to function 53, which is data processing technology. That increase was part of the department budgets that you had seen in April, where it showed that an increase was needed for replacing Chromebooks and laptops and things like that. So that was one big increase. The decrease in 41, general administration, if you recall the tax property surveys, we had to increase the revenue in order to pay Purdue Brandon, our consultant, for that. The other ones, I can look into them. A lot of them might be certain things that we need. Maybe prices went up, some salaries, like I said, going back to vacants. But if you want an exact item, I would have to go back and look at those.
Yeah, $1 million is noteworthy.
Yes, ma'am, and keep in mind, you're looking at forecasted based off actuals. So the actuals are not the same as the budget. When we're doing our budgeting, we don't have the luxury of being as aggressive as we think we're gonna end up with the actuals. Like I said, there's a lot of factors, from vacancies, from people coming in and out, different things starting, ways we're trying to save costs in the end. Like I said, when we build the budget, if we give a campus a budget, we assume that campus needs that budget to operate for the year. If they come in under, then that's obviously the goal. So again, we're watching costs during the year, but when we build a budget, it's based on what we think each department and campus needs. Obviously, we want to come in under that, but we can't be the aggressive to take those kind of approaches. So you're looking at actuals against a budget. So there's two different ideas that you're looking at there.
Yeah. Ms. Stanford, on function 13, you had said it was, I'm sorry, function 21, you had said it was $1 million difference?
Looks like it.
Oh, okay. Yes, once again, you're looking at the forecast versus the budget, but if you were to look at the original budget when we adopted it at 4 million even. We're just saying at the very end, we're not gonna spend all the 4 million, we're forecasting that it's gonna be less.
Does that make sense, Ms. Stanford?
Right, there is some confusion in what a forecast is versus a budget base.
Well, I think what she's trying to communicate is, if you look at 24, 25, we're in June, and this ends at the end of June. So basically, this is where we're going to end at the end of the year. What she's saying is that when we started off the year, such as we're getting ready to start off in July, the budget was 4 million. We were able to cut that throughout the course of the year with administration. Now it's down to 3.6 million. But if it were to go to 4.2 next year, that's truly only an increase of 200,000.
And I think my question was similar to Ms. Stanford's too, which is, if extracurriculars was getting it done for $5.8 million this year, because I thought actually in program review, we saw a bunch of cuts to that area, or efficiencies found in that area for next year. So if we got it done in 5.8 million this year, what are we getting for 6.977 next year?
Yeah.
Like, are we adding programs? Are we doing more stuff? Why do you need another $1 million budgeted if you got it done for 5.8?
Yeah.
So I think maybe a follow-up email with some of those, maybe explanations from the department.
We can show you what the actual budget was for each. Like I said, these are forecasts, what we think we're going to finish with.
I'm just saying, if I got it done for $5.8 million and had an awesome program this year, then why do I need 6.9 in my budget
The
next year?
6.9 was similar to what was budgeted this year. Obviously, the goal is to come in at 5.8 again. If we can, then, hey, we've saved $1.2 million.
But we don't want to hold them to that. Basically, what we're saying is that
We have a new
started off the
campus as
year
well.
at 6.9. And then throughout the year, we've paid, we're in a deficit budget. We've asked everybody to make sure that we don't have any. We want to make sure that we're taking all the cuts that we possibly can. And then what we've done is we've able to scale this down. But now to come back to them and say, we were able to do it this year, they may have foregone buying uniforms this year, but they may have to next year.
No, and that's a great explanation. That's why we're just kind of looking for an explanation of, these were one, like we did it with band uniforms a couple of years ago, right? It was like band uniform replacement year. And you guys clearly articulated, hey, we're going up $400,000 next year in extracurriculars because this is our band replacement uniform year cycle. And that's completely understandable by the board. So it's kind of a big jump in a couple of these categories. So kind of understanding the reasons for that jump and what we're kind of getting out of it, I think would be really helpful, especially because $1 million on only a $6 million budget is kind of a big jump. And I just program review, I remember seeing efficiencies, so it felt like that was going down for next year. So if it's not going down,
Again, you're looking
I
at
misunderstood.
actuals compared to budget. So we can show you budget to budget, and there's a jump, then we can say, okay, the reason this budget went to this budget is for this reason, for
and I don't
uniforms, for
want
whatever it
budget to
might be.
budget. I lived this month on my $4,000 paycheck. I somehow did it, got it done, and I ate. That doesn't mean I should budget $5,000 for next month. If I somehow got it done in $4,000 and paid all my bills, why do I need to budget $5,000 next month?
But you
Well,
have
maybe
to,
I have an extra
you have to
payment.
remember that 85% is payroll. That includes stipend, everything. So there's a position not filled or a stipend not used this year. That is why the expense will be lower, the forecast will be lower, but we still have to budget for it. So the budget's going to always look higher than the actual expense. That's what we hope. So that means we're, and we'll try our best to keep that under, a
And that's
lower
fine.
expense.
And I'm fine talking to you guys offline too and
I-
working out those kind of details.
I'd also ask that the board remember, we've got Selma and Cibolo that we're bringing on as well, so.
Okay.
I had a question.
Yes, Mr. Steers, go ahead.
The transfer out, the 7.3, just for our understanding, what does that reflect?
The
The self-funded costs that were upside down.
Which I don't expect that we'll see that.
Correct.
That expenditure next year. So I understand what you're doing in terms of forecasting, budgeting. It gives me some optimism that we are below budget in a lot of these things, so we should realize some return. So in terms of the transfer out, unfortunately, the cost is going to go towards our employees, right? That they're going to be receiving a higher insurance, I suspect?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, it's unavoidable. I mean, everywhere, it's happening everywhere.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Anything else?
Okay, so this is just kind of the Vader timeline that we have for the board. With the approval tonight, we'll get Mo KC, which is a consulting firm we use a lot and we trust. They'll start their identifying peer districts, and we'll start the process of collaborating with them to give all the information they request from us. The rest they'll get straight from TEA, and they'll start building their efficiency audit. And by September, they should have somewhere near the final report, then they'll bring it to the board to present in a public meeting.
One concern with those dates, because we had talked about this, the resolution we passed on the efficiency audit gives them only 90 days, because my concern is we have to have that efficiency audit before we vote on a Vader.
That is correct.
I'm sorry, we don't have to, not by law we don't, but that's the data that, it goes to the public, but it's also the data the board wants to use to decide
Absolutely.
whether or not to vote on a Vader. So are we gonna be able to get Mo Casey to get us that before
Yes,
our September meeting?
we'll schedule Mo Casey to come in person to present to you, and they'll answer any questions you have, and they'll, like I said, you've seen what the data looks like.
Yeah.
They'll have the exact same data for us that night. After that, the board's job is to adopt a tax rate and call for an election, so that will be the last step of the process.
Okay, so that's at no later than October 31st, but I just want to make sure that's no
Correct.
later than 90 days
No,
from
no,
when you sign a contract.
they'll come and present the Vader before we adopt the tax rate, obviously.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, just historically, like I said, we've been at $1.03 for the last 2 years, and should we do a Vader, one of the scenarios was $1.03 as well. And like Mr. Macia said, back in 16, 17, we were as high as $1.47. And through the board reducing the rate and compression by the state, it's gone down every year. We're allowed to ask for, we have 4 now. We're to ask for 12 more cents, which is 8.5 cents more than we are currently, which would put us at $1.11. And you can still see it's lower than it's been for the last 10 or 15 years. So the rate was still low, even if we asked for every penny we're allowed to by law to help with the deficit budget debater. And you can see here where we stand currently with our tax rate. We're $1.03. We're toward the bottom for a lot of districts in our area. And again, just for scenario-wise, if we asked for every penny allowed to by law, we'd be at $1.11. So we'd still be kind of in the middle of the pack with everybody. So if you have any questions on the rate or the history of it, don't take them.
Have you calculated what $1.11 would due to the deficit, what it would bring in?
Yes, I have, actually.
It's all it calculates. It does
So,
what it is.
yes, it's, as you know, it's complex and the yield's frozen out, but we get 8 pennies of golden pennies, as they call them, which we're guaranteed the full yield on those pennies. After that, they turn to copper pennies. So we're allowed to ask for 9 copper pennies, which are weighted. So with all the 8 pennies, as we talked about earlier, when we asked for the 3 more, that generates about $12 million more dollars. The copper pennies will generate about 12 or 13 more $1 million. So it'll generate almost $26 million for the district total, if we go to $1.11.
And then that coupled with the 5.7.
Correct, and with the efficiencies, with them moving the comp ed money to zero, that frees up a lot of dollars. We can help with that deficit, so
We would be almost at.
we could be almost at a balanced budget in 1 year.
Next. Oh, can we explain this?
Okay, so just real quick, currently, I just took an average value of $250,000 for a home in Judson, and you can see the current tax rate at 103.46. You averaged about $1,551 for the year as your tax rate in Judson. So the state, with compression, they allow a 10% cap, which means the most your home can go up in 1 year is 10%. So what I did was say next year you have your $250,000 home and it won't go up 10%, but that's the max it can go up. If it goes up to max, your house goes up to $275,000. And with the homestead moving to $100,000 with that 103.46 tax rate, you can see your taxes will actually go down $155 a year.
That's assuming the 140 homestead exemption?
That's assuming the 140 that's at the governor's desk right now, yes. So just, as I said, we're allowed to ask for 8.5 cents above our current rate, so I put that 8.5 cents, and you can see it's about $100 more a year, which is about $9.50 more on your taxes a year. And you can see if we ask for the full $1.11 with the 140 tax rate, assuming still that we have a 10% cap on your house for next year, you can see you'd pay $1,511, which is actually $40 less than you would pay currently this year on your house. So if you have any questions on how some of this works, I'll take them at this point.
Sorry. I want to be clear. So you're saying with the 140 homestead exemption, same value for the home in the cap, and going up to $1.11, the yearly difference would still be less than what they're currently paying?
Yes, the first slide is, it was $1,551. It goes down to $1,511 for the year, which is, like I said, $40 less than they were paying this year.
Because of the 140?
Because of the $140,000 tax exemption.
Understood. Now, that truly would be an increase in the tax, though. That would be an increase.
Yeah, it would go up 8.5 cents from the current rate.
Got it.
Yes, sir.
Next.
Oh, just real quick for the board members, because we're going to be coming up on actual budget soon. So we'll get some more documents from them, but when we go into actual budget approval, nothing about the Vader will be on there because that can't be considered in the budget that we passed. Nothing about 140,000 will be on there because that won't have been passed by the voters yet. And there probably won't be any House Bill 2 stuff on there yet, right, Mr. Guerra? Because, and we'll talk about this later on, which
You're right,
is
you're right.
they pass a bill, but then somebody has to translate that bill into actual instructions for school districts. And so it will take TEA some time to figure out what this bill means and for us to be able to calculate all of those dollar amounts that you talked about at the beginning and get a new summary of finance. And so we'll have to amend our budget
And
once.
comp plan.
Yeah, probably after we pass it.
Correct.
Right.
And once we get all those instructions.
Yes.
So we're going to pass a budget without any of that stuff
And
in
the
it,
comp plan.
unfortunately. And the comp,
Yes,
correct.
That's correct. Yes, and as you know, TEAs, they're already working hard to interpret the laws. They see it. Like I said, we interpret a certain way. We get advice as well, but when TEA interprets it, that's the way it is. So They have hundreds of people there that have been working on this already, so they'll start releasing stuff in a few days. But as you know, there's settle up, we end in June, but it'll be all the way through November when they're still interpreting some of these laws. But yes, we actually can, and as you know, we have to pass the tax rate. So if we pass the tax rate with the Vader, that'll be in September. Obviously, the election's in November, and tax collections for the new rate would start in October. So that for a month and a few days, they will collect at that, whatever tax rate we tell the Vader candidate to collect at. And if it passes, then it stays at that rate. If the Vader doesn't pass, then it reverts to the old rate.
Yeah. So, and like he was saying, we're about to move into compensation plan and stipends and that part of it too, which is,
Yes, ma'am.
don't get all excited because you saw on Facebook that the governor passed the bill and think you're going to be handed your new salary. That's not going to happen because there is too much interpretation and calculations to be done at people well above our levels because y'all have seen enough of the traffic. They're like, oh, teachers. Well, somebody's got to go define what a teacher is, right? Like, there's a lot of back and forth on some of the definitions in this bill. So just wanted to make sure the public and the staff were not looking for immediate numbers and immediately newly published compensation plan with everybody's raises on, that's going to take us a little bit of time.
To your point, but when it does come in, we go back to the first of, or whenever the teacher, and basically, the teachers don't start, they're new.
Right, they'll be defined by then. The teacher's
By
new pay would start
September.
September 1st
Right.
anyway, so there's time for them to get their salaries corrected.
Correct.
The July one starts, obviously, we'll have to hold if we don't have any clarification from TEA yet, and then we would retro pay.
Correct.
The July one starts, whatever their new
Yeah,
salary
so
might
Dr.
be.
Fields and I talked about, we're probably going to need another workshop for the board in July sometime, once you have all of that information, and then going through line by line on the compensation plan, line by line on the stipend study, line by line on the incentives, through all of that is what we're really going to have to do in July once we have all of that information, because there's some money out there that has to be used for raises, and there's certain people it can be used for, so that's going to involve decisions, right? We're going to have to sit down and figure out what are counselors getting, what are librarians getting, what are custodians getting type things, those types of decisions that.
Based on the mandates.
Correct.
Right.
Some things have a lot of different definitions to them. And then for example, if custodians got a 5-cent raise and they were here July 1st, if we don't pass that till the end of July,
Retro.
then that gets retroactive and shouldn't anybody who's on a 1 September pay cycle, will have it done by then so that you'll get all your paychecks.
That's the plan.
That's our plan, assuming TA launches all of their guidance and it's clear as mud.
Right, there's a little more liberty with the 45 bit added to the average ADA that's allowing for these others raises that were not teachers. So that stuff will be clarified a little quicker, I think, because they know how these people get paid July 1st, everybody gets paid in September as teacher-wise, so they'll probably clarify some of those points first to help with
We'll
us.
start working on it.
But, we talked today about how the comp plan's going to get blown up and how we got to restructure a lot of stuff to make sure
Yes.
done, so.
Yeah, so please be patient.
We'll start working on that,
with
yes.
us. It's on the board's radar that's a priority. It's on the entire staff's radar that's a priority, and we will get it done as quickly as we can.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a comment.
Yes, sir.
So it was stated for the community that we wouldn't have passed a Vader, so we wouldn't need the information to pass our budget, which makes complete sense. But I'm hopeful in our continual conversation with the community that you still provide that data of what if, because we need to be really clear about what if the Vader were to pass and what that would look like for sustainability. And we're talking sustainability here for our district, so we're not having to diminish resources for our students and for our teachers. So I would like to still see information about what those projections look like, separate from what we pass as a budget.
Yes, sir, and that's kind of what we showed you in that projection and forecast for next year with Vader, without Vader, how it would look. We're allowed to adopt a budget assuming we get the Vaders, or assuming we don't have the Vader, we would have both scenarios 100% for the board. We'll get guidance from administration, from the board, on how you want us to set the budget, either with Vader or without Vader, then we'll have both scenarios of where if it passes, this is what it'll be. If it doesn't pass, this is what it'll be.
And that is factual information that we can convey. It's not pro or con Vader. It's just, this is the truth. And this is what would happen if it passed or didn't pass, because I'm going to be relying on my community to support education. That's really what it's going to come down to. And then I guess the other point is Ms. Ryan, I respect the idea that we need to look at positions based on what the legislature has done and all of those formulas, but I would also caution that we don't get stuck in the weeds on that. We allow administration to do that analysis and then come back to us, and then we'll look at the strategic aspect of where and what we might need to do. Because my goal, and I'm sure all of our goals, is to retain talent. And so we want to make sure that we're competitive. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, no, definitely. We have, how we apply money, because the only resource we kind of have as a board is prioritizing our money to wherever our strategic priorities are and allocating that. So, and that'll be part of our performance management we go through with Dr. Gibson also, is how we align all of those priorities.
I do want to clarify something Larry just said, though. I don't know if you guys caught it. When we do the tax rate, what will happen if we're moving forward towards the Vader is we're going to pass or project a tax rate with the Vader. If the Vader then becomes unsuccessful, then they will go back to the community members, the constituents, and then reimburse them. But you don't go in saying, no, we're not going to move the tax rate to that level. You would say that we are. And that means it would stay the same way that it is now at 103. If the Vader becomes unsuccessful, then it would drop then from 103 to 99. You guys correct me if I'm wrong. I'm seeing y'all shake your heads. And then it would adjust from 103 to 99.
That's correct.
And then they would go back and compensate them or give them
Yes,
refunds.
they would issue
in there.
refunds for everybody who's paid their tax
Right.
in October for the year.
Got it.
They would get reimbursed.
Wouldn't it drop to 1.046? Why would it go to 99?
We don't have clarification yet.
Oh.
The state still compresses the rate, so we don't know what the actual compression will be. But we're pretty much at the bottom compressed-wise, so it'll be somewhere in the 99-cent range.
Well, it was 103.46, and we said it was 3.5, so that's like 99.
Right, and there's,
And it may get compressed.
there's obviously two rates. There's the M&O rate and the INS rate. The M&O rate's at 70.19 right now, and that would drop down. The INS rate is at .3327, that will remain. So the INS rate is the M&O rate is what will drop to like 66 cents, somewhere in that range.
Got it. All right, so now we just wanted to briefly do an overview of the requested 13 million cuts and where we were on May 8th going into May 15th, so.
On May 8th, we were asked to bring 13 million in cuts. We brought a total of $18 million in cuts. That day, there was no actual vote taken. It was just a consensus from the board to either continue to consider it and bring it back on May 15th, or to completely remove those recommendations. And so you can see that after that, on May 15th, we brought back the proposals. And on that night, the proposals that were approved were the compensation plan positions that were reduced or attrited for a total of 1.2 million cost savings. The program restructure for GT, AET, and librarians for a cost savings of $750,000. The teacher-student ratio increasing by 2 gave us a $2.6 million in cost savings, as well as a District of Innovation teacher reduction in salary for a total cost savings of $177,000. That night, May 15th, there was a total approved savings of $4.8 million. So then, that night, we were tasked to bring $5 million more for consideration. And so what you have up there is a total of different proposals. The proposals that have an asterisk in the front are those that administration is supporting and recommending.
I'd
Now-
like to correct that, yeah.
Oh, okay, that's what I was about to do.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So, we're not recommending the one day where you see the asterisk for the 226, so that would be about 100,000. We're not recommending the one day for all employees of December 19th, so that'd be 1.1. And then we're not recommending DOI reductions, which would be about 531,000. to the point when we were talking earlier, we're not recommending any reductions in anyone's pay. So that would be a difference of about 1.8, is that 1.8? Quick add up?
Yes.
So we'd subtract that from that 3.9, so now you're down to about 2.1. So now when we do those recalculations, we wouldn't come down another 3.9, but we'd come down 2.1. Did I say that the correct way?
2.6 would be the total admin recommendations. And again, this is in light of the fact that House Bill 2 was passed last night and all of that legislation, which won't allow us to do some of the things that we were proposing. So that's why we see some of the change. But let us double check our numbers again, Dr. Fields.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to start at the top. And first, we have the staffing counselors using the TASB and JISD staffing ratio. Doing that at the secondary level would give us a potential cost savings of $664,000.
Dr. Tagenall, can you go over the staffing ratio
Can
for
we-
counseling?
We have those on there for action. Should we discuss them by agenda item in 5?
I really wanted to go through everything now so we can move through the action. If we
Okay.
talk about everything now, then now
Okay.
we can just move through that. Now, if there's other questions that come up later, I just don't want to rehash what we're going over now again. So, if we don't have to. So, Dr. Tagenall.
Yes, sir, thank you. This year for staffing, we are using TASB recommendations for ratios, but along with that, we are also using some adjusted ratios because the district does have to consider the specific needs for our campuses and for our district. So we've used TASB to kind of guide us, and then we've made some certain adjustments there. When we're talking about counselors and the ratios, for elementary, there's an education code that requires us to have 1 counselor per 500 students. For middle school, the recommendation from TASB is a 1 to 350 students for counselors. So the reduction of counselors is not a recommendation to just reduce counselors. It aligns with those recommendations and guidance from TASB on the model, and then considerations from the district. So you should have in your packet or in board book, the spreadsheet that lists the current number, what the TASB recommendation model is, and then what the district is recommending to staff for counselors, but also admin. Also, the admin ratio is different than the counselor one. It is at 450 to 1 for assistant principals.
Now, as we go forward, you're going to find that the recommendation for administration might be slightly off of the TASB recommendation, but the one for counselors is on. One of the reasons behind that is with state comp ed funds, title funds, you're able to go out and hire counselors with those funds, but you're not allowed to do that for administration. So there's ways to compensate and get assistance in other categorical ways with counselors where you couldn't do that with administration. Did I say that correctly? Okay.
Can I ask?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I know we've talked a lot about, you and I have talked way too much about counselors today. And I get, so essentially, no change at elementary.
Correct.
Because we're just 1 per campus at
Yes,
this
ma'am.
point. But, so, when we're talking counselors at the secondary level, middle school and high school,
Yes, ma'am.
like you and I discussed that we're at-risk counselors are not in that ratio because they have a different caseload
Correct.
based on student need. And then what about the college and career counselors at the high schools that those are also not in those numbers because they have an entire campus caseload and are doing a specific function? Do I have my understanding of that part right, based on what we talked about, or no?
Yes, you're saying,
Okay.
what I'm hearing you say is that the allocated ones are ones that perform the functions of the campus where we could get a title or state comp ed at-risk counselor go in and assist in other capacities. Yes.
Okay, so if I'm let's just take Judson High School. I'll pick on you. I never pick on Judson High School, ever. If I take Judson High School's enrollment for next year, and I take that divided by 350, I should be able to figure out how many counselors they're supposed to have, then plus any at-risk ones that they've been allocated due to at-risk, plus a college counselor. Is that how I get the math of how many counselors total are at Judson High School?
That is how you should be able to calculate what we should allocate for them, yes.
Allocate for them, okay. I just wanted to make sure we were not counting at-risk counselors against those numbers.
So I will
or-
tell you that in your packet, in the haste of creating this document, we did include the college and the at-risk just at the 3 high schools. So it would adjust those numbers if you're looking at that spreadsheet right now.
Oh, do we have the new numbers?
So it's already
Right, what she's saying is.
Okay.
right now, it's currently.
Then on middle schools, we talked about, the problem is our middle schools are gonna be at this weird enrollment number, right? Like, it's not a nice even dozen of 350. At what point does a third counselor at a middle school get triggered? Because we're at 1 at 350, 2 at 700. If a middle school is going to be 800, where does that third counselor come into play?
If you're looking at the thresholds that are defined by TASB, then it would be at 876. You would get a third.
Okay, because we don't, what are we doing with the halves that they recommend?
We're not recommending halves for counselors.
We don't like half administrators and we don't like half counselors because stuff happens.
Correct.
And if it wasn't your half day, then
But then are we rounding up or down?
we round up. If we get to the half part, we say that qualifies you for another one.
Okay, that's where you got me all confused then, like on Metzger, being at 808, that if that's 2.5, what is,
No, are we talking
Metzger
about
gonna get?
counselors or are we talking about?
I'm still in counselors. Oh, yeah, I
Okay,
haven't
gotcha.
gotten to admin yet.
All right.
That's what was confusing
Yeah, because.
on your chart was
It says two.
there are 2, which is lower than, so all, those 2 counselors will have over
We go
400
up.
students.
We go up.
There should be still 3, right?
Well, I'm going to say this. Not unlike in the classroom. If you hit 22 or 23 with a student, we're going to come back and talk to the teacher about that. If you're well above, we're going to say, hey, we need to level out, we need to move some students around, or we got to get another teacher over there, we got to do what we got to do right now. But if it's one student, we don't react the same. So if we're talking about, if we're saying 350, 350, 700, that is 100 more students. If we were to talk to the campus and they said, hey, with our state comp ed funds, we have a at-risk counselor. With our title funds, we have a social worker. They may say, we're okay, because we've got assistance. But if they say, all we have is 2 counselors here, we don't have the state comp ed or the title funds to get any assistance with counseling in any other way, then you're right. We're going to come back and say, you guys need another counselor now. Does that make sense? Did I say that the right way?
Yeah, and I think so. We've talked before about how we have campuses that aren't spending all their state comp ed, we got campuses that aren't spending all their title funds necessarily, and hopefully they're all well-educated on that these are things they can be used for, that counselors and social workers and certain kinds of money can be used for this, so that if we go down to 2 at all the middle
She
schools.
just asked, are the principals aware of what they can spend their state comp ed and categorical funds on?
Yes, sir. Our Federal Programs and Grants Department works with them continuously. They also receive updates on their spending quarterly so that we can ensure that we meet a certain expenditure.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think encouraging them if they're seeing challenges that,
Right.
hey, let's go see if there's this kind of money to get you an at-risk or to get you a social worker. if that's what your campus looks like they need this year.
Yes, ma'am.
Because you're doing it with only 2, so that threshold's going to
Correct.
drop, right? 3 of them are probably surviving okay. You go down to 2,
We need to say,
then
gotta say something.
when I need more help using other kinds of money, then that's okay to come back. I want people to ask for what they need, right? Tell them what you need, and you may not get everything, but people shouldn't ever be afraid to ask for what their kids need on their campuses.
Yes, ma'am.
So the ones that you guys recommending for like these 2 numbers here, like 2 counselors, the social worker and risk counselor are not included in this one?
They should not be, no.
Oh, okay, so
They
these
are
are
not.
just like
That's just the
regular-
allocated ones, yes, ma'am.
But they are included at the high school level.
No, the at-risk counselors are not included in the 350 at the high school level either. All of secondary, all of middle school, and all of high school. So middle school and high school, 1 to 350 is your recommended
That's what we're saying,
ratios,
yes. ma'am.
right?
And
Okay.
just for clarity, when I talked a little bit earlier about adopting or using TASB guidance for our staffing model, we hadn't used that in prior years. And so we had staffing models where it just basically said, you've got this many kids, you've got this many counselors, there were no thresholds or anything like that. When we looked at having something a little bit more stable and something that we can go on, it gave us those, and so I think Dr. Gosh is
Yeah.
probably coming up here to say that, or to affirm that the Guidance and Counseling Department also agrees to have moved the middle school ratios to be similar to the high school ones because we hadn't before. We had just automatically given them a counselor per grade level. And that's how the staffing model typically worked. And so the change in being able to recommend a reduction based on the ratio is to align it with what the high school ratio was. Did I
Yes,
get that
ma'am.
all, Dr. Gosh?
That was it. Is there a way to turn their mic on or keep that on? Thank you.
Oh, there it is.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I was just coming up to state that it wasn't just an arbitrary, hey, we're going to reduce a counselor. The ratio numbers for middle schools were completely different. And so, for example, Judson Middle School's 800, as Judson Middle School is without JSTEM, is 800, will be 800 next year, but we had more counselors, and the ratios were a lot lower, counselor per student, at the middle schools, and it did not match what our high schools were doing. So that was the recommendation, is to mirror that. So that's how that came about on that. And the counseling department absolutely affirms that this is a change that is not going to affect their
Negatively
ability
affect,
to meet the students' needs at those campuses.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
Yes, I have some reservations, and part of it is you mentioned earlier that the college counselors at the high schools were part of the ratio, that you included them, or you did not include the college counselors?
If you're looking at the particular spreadsheet, they're included in here, yes.
Which, of course, college counselors have a very different task, and when visiting with some of them, they're doing more with the work, CTE type stuff, I believe, as well, but basically just a different role than traditional counselors. So that concerns me a bit, because their jobs are different, for one. And then secondly, we've had a little more challenges with our middle school students. What I'm really excited about is that we have smaller campuses next year. So in middle school, where there is more social emotional need, I'd like to make sure that every student is getting above and beyond that service, because this is our opportunity to make that happen. So that's where I want to make sure that, in our haste to reduce our budget, we're not hurting students. And so that concerns me. So I want to make sure that's on the record.
That was an original concern of ours as well. So we brought in our executive director of counseling, and we brought in Dr. Gosh, and we said, hey, is this doable? When we look at categorical funds, and we look at title and state comp ed, there's ways to get assistance without there being a general allocation in this area for counselors.
And so hearing that, you're going to rely then on state comp ed funds and title funds to close the gap?
If there's a need, yes, sir. Mhm.
And that brings another question. We usually allow campus leaders to identify where they want to apply title money, so we would then basically tell the campus leader, this is what you're going to use it for, based on what they would want to use it for. Would that be a true statement?
Yes, we typically provide campus allocations of title funds and state comp ed funds. And then based on the campus's needs and them writing their campus improvement plan, they have to spend a certain percentage on certain things, and the rest of it, they can spend on purchasing a position, especially when it's title funds. Knowing and understanding that there is new legislation, some of that might change. But as far as how our practice has been, I can tell you that the at-risk counselors and the social workers, they are over and above the $350, and they are being paid out of Title I.
Okay.
Well, and Jody actually sits down with the principal and kind of coaches them and says, hey, I'm seeing this. You might want to consider this. She doesn't leave it for them to come up with it. She kind of lets them know, this is a trend that we're seeing in the district. You might want to purchase this, or you might want to purchase that. We have the funds. Great.
Well,
bless you.
Obviously, I just want to make sure that we're addressing student need on middle school campuses. I mean, we've heard there are more fights. I've never asked for a report, but obviously, we know that there's issues. I think I sent you a video just a few weeks ago where all they were showing fights at Kitty Hawk, which was a concern. So I just feel like we need more resources right now, and I'm willing to allow to see what this year looks like when we're addressing the need on smaller campuses at middle school, at least for this 1 year.
I would tell you, I appreciate that sentiment. When it comes to the administration, you'll find that when those altercations happen on campus, the people who are usually doing most of the legwork are the administrators to get this stuff done. We need them to have ability to speak with counselors, and we have counselors that we can send that way throughout the district. But the people who step in where the rubber meets the road at the point are the administrators.
And when we get to that point, too, I'm
Yes, sir.
not going to be supportive of reducing our APs as well. Again, we're talking about direct impact to students. So I want to minimize any direct impact to students through the support of our APs. And so I do appreciate some of our individuals talking about that today during Citizens to be Heard. So bottom line is, these are the sacrifices I'm willing to continue to support in lieu of reducing budget. But just wanted to respond to that.
And I said one more comment.
Yes, ma'am.
Which is, and it really applies to a lot of these things we do here, which has to do with how hard it is to right-size a district when you're going decreasing, right? It was really easy for us to expand up to 26,000, right? We just start throwing bodies everywhere, right? We start hiring, ESSER money's flowing, right? It was real easy to put 4 or 5 counselors here, 4 or 5 APs here, and there were lots of people all over the place, right? This is now the hard part. This is the really hard part, is the downsizing, because people get used to having a certain amount of people. So as the students went away, you just kind of got used to it a little bit. But what we're doing on counselors, which is what we're going to need to do in a lot of stuff, is you have to go back to the ratios. You got to go back to the student enrollments. And it's not 1 per grade level, 1 per this, 1 per that. It's 350 students need a counselor and need to be supported by that counselor. And that's going to apply to a lot of different things we do. And I know it feels tedious, and I know it feels like we're way down in your business, you know, in a lot of things too. But that's when a district is doing this and contracting, this is the level of precision you need. I think I said something about you can't do heart surgery with a spork, right? You're not, that's not going to give us the product that we want. If we are doing things precisely with rationale, backed up by data, and all those numbers, then we're going to get us to what, a 23,000 or whatever end up students, you know, we're going to get there. But it's going to take this level of detail, whether that's the number of days, number of counselors, number of APs. We got to go find that benchmark, and we will get there. And that is not a reflection on any single person who works at any single job, right? This is unfortunately the business money portion of running a giant organization, which is you only have so much money to do so much stuff. And so if you lose 400 students out of your middle school, if you were at 1,200, now you're at 800, well, you may not get as many counselors, assistant principals, RTI people, whatever that is. And that's not because the people who are in those jobs, those are amazing people, and we will find you a job somewhere, I promise. So I'm very happy that we're going to a ratio-based system on the counselors, and I hope that informs a lot of our future decisions, too.
I like the way that you said that, Ms. Ryan, but I do appreciate you understanding the nuances as well. It's not just a straight 350 to 1, 450 to 1, you know, we also take other things into consideration as well.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, never mind.
Can I maybe just state my concern?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay, I just have a comment for that one because I really wrote it down. Just seeing and witnessing, you know, Metzger and Wagner. So my concern is, because this is what I feel that it's really lacking on the campus, is the connection to the students. So if we're gonna, you know, decrease the counselors and AP, on which they are the ones directly, you know, especially like the problems that the students are having and even like the teachers. So if we're gonna be like cutting that, I just feel like we're cutting a leg on the campus. Because it's just that I know every campus is unique, and I just don't know if we can justify, you know, the lower enrollment versus the counselors that you guys are recommending. Isn't that we would give more time to the students to, like the counselors would be meeting one-to-one student, not only the ones that have problem, but to be able to like, even the ones that doesn't have any problem, but that's just want to meet their counselor. Because right now, even like on high school, if you would ask a student, they haven't met like their counselor, because most of the time they're dealing, you know, with different stuff. So that's just my concern, and that I put it down here, that I just feel like if we're gonna be cutting the counselor and APs, it seems like we're taking off like one leg out of a campus. So I just wanted to put it out there.
I appreciate that. I would tell you that when this came up, we spoke with Ms. Garcia. We spoke with Dr. Gosh. We also called in the middle school principals and sat them down and said, hey, we don't want to put you in a situation where we can't adequately, appropriately, and effectively manage the campus. And everybody collectively came back and said, hey, if we're going to make a change in an area, we would say that you make the change in the area of counselors, not administrators. And then we sat and had a conversation about that. Would you guys agree, principal supervisors?
The conversation that we had with the principals was they were remiss in losing either one of them. But if they had to choose between the two, the versatility of an assistant principal lends itself to a little bit more appropriate nature of the campus, meaning that they can use an assistant principal in various ways. Although an assistant principal is not a counselor, an assistant principal is still trained in de-escalation strategies and the behavioral threat assessment, all of those components, although they were remiss about both.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, no, gotcha.
Just here.
Yes, ma'am, I appreciate you.
Anything else on counselors? Otherwise, we're going to keep on rolling. Go ahead, Ms. Jones.
Sorry. So on the middle school, the 2, that is not the only 2 that they're going to have, because they have the possibility of more based on grants and at-risk, correct?
That's correct. For middle schools, the 2 would be just the general counselor that has the other.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Seeing no other hands, please continue.
Yes, ma'am. So the
Whoever's
next
reading.
one was the reduction of 3 days for 226-day employees, not the 120, 200 pay scale. We're not recommending that, but if you were to reduce 3 days, that would be $293,000. Next is an asterisk, so that was a potential recommendation, but with the change of not wanting to go down, and I made that statement earlier, on anyone's pay, the reduction of 1 day of the 226 employees, not the 100 and 200, would be 97,000, almost 100,000. And we're not recommending that as we move forward. And then the big one was going to be the reduction of 1 day for everyone across the board. We're not recommending that either, and that would have been 1.1. And then the other thing that we had on here for 70,000 was a reduction of 1 day for employees. Mr. Macias stated that, what about the ones from 200 up to 226? And that would have came to about 71,354. So if you were to add the 226 and the 200s, that comes to about 169. We're not recommending that either. And then to the big one, a reduction of 1 assistant principal at each secondary campus. So if you could speak about the allocation for that, Dr. Taganoff.
So the allocation or the TASB recommendation for the ratio for administrators, which would include associate principals, is a 1 to 450. So when you look at the spreadsheet, you can see the current allocations and what we are recommending there. We are not recommending to not have an assistant principal at an elementary school because based on TASB's recommendation, there are a couple that would be at 0. If anything, we would recommend a 0.5 at those lower enrollment campuses, but like Dr. Fields said earlier, it's difficult to split an assistant principal, plus the duties are still the same. When we look at the secondary schools, middle school in particular, you can see our recommendation there in reducing 1 of their current. And then for the high schools, it looks like the recommendation based on this here is reducing 1 as well. I just want to point out that when I say recommendation on the spreadsheet, if you notice up there, that is not an asterisk line item. So we don't necessarily support or are asking to reduce an assistant principal at each of the secondary campuses. We tend to agree with our principals here in saying that there's a lot of work stoppage that could happen. Safety is a concern, as well as all of the different aspects in reducing to maybe 2 assistant principals where there's testing, LPACs, ARDS, and all of those things. We don't have an asterisk there to recommend this.
Oh, I guess I'll jump in and be, oh, no, go ahead. No, please go first on this one.
So this is one that I really struggle with. The assistant principals do too much for us to be, this is not an area that I want to cut. It's not just discipline that they do. I've seen them at work. I've seen them counseling students, the connections that they make with students. Sometimes the AP is the one person on campus. It's that tie that keeps the kid coming to school. The ones I've seen are out there in the hallways. They're working on preventing instances of misconduct from happening. This isn't one that I feel like I can support.
I guess I've heard a lot of talk from people at Citizens to be Heard at all of the meetings, and it really doesn't matter where you work. I'm hearing the same themes across everyone, which is about trying to do things equitably, right? And let's make sure everybody's gonna have to do a little bit more with less and all that kind of stuff. And the fact is, we chose not to close schools this year, and that has a cost to it, right? There are things that are luxuries to have, but they're just not the way school districts are budgeted to have. I'm looking at your slide, and you have recommendations of middle school ratios of 1 to 168, when TASB recommends 1 to 450. right? So that'd be the equivalent of putting 68 kids in Marilyn McKinney's class, right? 3 times the difference, or having classrooms with a third as many kids in it. When we have ratios that are recommended for all school districts, all 1,200 school districts across the state of Texas, when you start to deviate from those and go from 1 to 450 to 1 to 168, that's not financially sustainable for a district at all whatsoever. No matter how, and I have lots of AP friends, so I love you all, please. Right? And so I know what they do, and I hear about what they do, and they are amazing people, but we chose smaller campuses. That was a board decision, that we could have closed middle schools and had larger campuses, and we said smaller campuses are the priority. But then, again, there's a cost to that. So I guess I am not supportive of changing from that TASB recommendation, because this budget item of campus leadership has gone from 11 million to 15 million. And we're back to the same number of students. So it's back to, when you expand, you get used to having a lot of people around, and that's awesome, and it's amazing that we have them. But we don't have that many students anymore. So the number of people to the left and right of us is going to be less people. And other school districts are doing it at 450 students all over the state of Texas, of every possible demographic group and demographic numbers in a school district. They're all making it happen. But financially, if we keep these numbers at 1 to 168 and 1 to 217, then something else is going to have to give. And that, I don't see any other options on the table here to start cutting some expenses other than, this is one of the things. So if we're going to do this with counselors and go to a ratio and enforce the ratio, then why wouldn't we do it with assistant principals and everything else across the road? Because if we're not going to cut anything, then I guess bring the third counselor back. We might as well just
Well,
have a
we
little
talked
bit of
about that
everybody.
earlier, and one of the things that we said to clarify is that you can use title funds and SCE funds to get assistance with counseling needs. You can't do that with an administrator, correct?
Yes, but that's for an at-risk population. Those are used for very specific kids, so. But yes, no, if you have a middle school of 672 kids and you need 4 assistant principals, that is not financially
So is a
sustainable for
social
our
worker for a
district.
specific population?
It is.
Dr. Fields?
They have a
Yes.
caseload.
If I could just add one
Please.
piece of information, there are ways that we support counseling services on the campus outside of just a counselor. We have communities and schools. We also have outside agencies that we partner with that provide counseling services to our students. Unfortunately, there is no such beast for additional support for an assistant principal. We don't have communities and schools for assistant principals. We don't have outside agencies that we partner with to support assistant principals. So although we may not have the counselor on the campuses, there are still services provided to replace the counselor that may not be there.
No, I'm just saying, there will be outrage in our community if we give a middle school twice as many as the ratio says they were supposed to, but we cut their counselors down to ratios. So again, we're either going to do this consistently with some precision across the district in order to right-size, or we're going to have more exceptions to the rule that the rules won't even matter. And that's how we got here in the first place, just lots of people all the time. And these are not decisions I want to have to make. I know the faces behind every single one of these jobs that we talk about. But I also know the faces of the kids that all of a sudden, if other things start to get cut, I don't want to have to look those kids and parents in the face or those other staff members in the face and cut something that is going to impact their academic outcomes and their learning. So I'm not going to support.
I do not disagree with you. I was just trying to point out that there are there's like a safety net when it comes to student needs on the counseling side that we don't necessarily have on the administration side.
Yeah, and we're talking about, so if you're talking about 2, just understand, so TASB is saying 2 assistant principals should be able to handle 900 students. Well, we don't have any middle schools that are going to be 900 next year. We don't. Demographer said we're going to have 4,500 students, which means we're going to be an average of 750 at each of our middle schools, up and down a little bit, right? So we're not even talking about maxing out that ratio. All of our middle schools will have less students than what the TASB ratio says for 2 assistant principals. So I would feel much worse if we were putting them at 900 or 901, right? Maybe, but we're not even doing that. Some of these are going to be at 672. Well, if you can't, 672 students with 2 assistant principals, other districts look at us and they're like, what are you guys doing? And no wonder, you can't afford other things. So that's why the ratio, to me, is important that we start doing things some very standardized way with some nuances, obviously, across the district. So, sorry, I took way more than my 5 minutes. I am done on this.
Yeah, Ms. Ryan, I have a comment.
Yes, Mr. Macias.
So I often hear that there's an expectation that we're going to do better in our campuses. And sometimes we say that here on the board, but how can we expect our campuses to do better if we don't provide the resources for them to do better? And so I will again reiterate the need to support our middle school students. I also would say in high school, we have similar issues. Right now, decreasing APs and reducing counselors would have an adverse effect on students. I remember not too long ago, Ms. Leslie Lee was sitting right there at that Citizens to be Heard in tears because her daughter was not getting support. And there was an outcry. Now, that outcry can only be met when there are administrators who are addressing the situation as well as counselors. This is the time, if you're talking about consistency, Ms. Ryan, this is a consistent strategy to address smaller campuses and to address student need. I hate to say that middle school is where the need is greatest, but I really feel middle school is where the need is greatest. So this strategy for a year should be one that we allow to happen to provide more support for our students. And again, I've stated again, if it comes to supporting students, I'm going to fight to make sure that we offer that support before I cut. And then, of course, I do notice further down the line, there's 25 positions, vacancies that are closed that'll save us $1 million. That's $1 million that I hate that we're not going to fill them, but if it's non-teaching positions, that gives me the clue that it's not directly impacting students like on a campus. We'll get to that item in a little bit. You'll clarify that for me. So we are still seeing net savings. I'm calculating maybe $6 million, $6.2 million, which is still pretty good in my opinion. I want to avoid impacting students. So again, I will not be supporting a decrease in counselors or in APs this cycle.
What ratio is recommended then? TASB has its ratio, so what is the district recommending that differs from TASB's ratio recommendation for, I guess we're at assistant principals?
I can tell you that for assistant principals, we're looking at the principal to lead, and what we have currently is an assistant principal for 6th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade. And that's kind of been the norm as we move through. If we were to go to the 450 to 1, to Ms. Ryan's point, then you'd have 2 assistant principals and you'd probably have to split a grade. When we went back and spoke with the principals, they stated that the extra duties of the buses coming in the morning, checking with the parents in the morning, books, all of the stuff, all of the discipline, campus testing coordinator. What are some of the other administrative responsibilities?
They all instructional support.
Instructional, thank you so much. I'm waiting.
I've been trying to be quiet because I
well,
did
I don't need you to be quiet, I know. I need you to.
But all those responsibilities exist on every other secondary campus in the entire state of Texas, just to be clear, right? Every school greets buses in the morning.
But I want to
Dobie
speak
Middle School.
about what's going on in Judson ISD, because I can't talk about what goes on in every other campus in every other district. In Judson, I have looked at other districts, if you want to, go there. They have changed names. We talked about this, I think, a couple of months ago, that they are no longer, they'll call one person the assistant principal, but then the other one will be an associate principal, and then the other one will be the academic dean. They're all 3 administrators. They just named them different things. I went and looked in Northeast, I looked in Northside and looked at how they were staffing their campuses. I don't know if they're doing that because there's different ways of paying it or whatever like that. I haven't looked that deep into it because my responsibilities in Judson ISD keep me very busy. I will say that as a former high school and middle school principal, there is a lot of work that goes on a campus every single day that goes well beyond just buses, books, and discipline and whatever else. They are also responsible for running all the 504 meetings on a campus. They are also responsible for running all the LPAC meetings. So this is federally mandated work that has to be done on our campuses to service the needs of our schools. They do the paperwork on all of that. Our assistant principals do. With the increase in safety and security, they now have to conduct door checks. They now have to sit in meetings for behavior threat assessments when a student says something that may indicate that they're going to harm themselves or harm others. That paperwork cannot be done by anybody else on the campus but an administrator. You also have all of the arts that has to have an administrator sign off on the paperwork. As a parent of a special ed kid, I sat in every last one of my kids' art, and as an assistant principal, you have to be in that art, or the principal of the campus, you have to be in that art. In addition to that, we don't have separate testing coordinators at our middle school. Our assistant principals at our middle schools and our assistant principals at our elementary campuses are the testing coordinators. That means that every time we have to administer a state test, whether it be STAR, any of the PSATs or anything like that from the state, it has to be an assistant principal that runs that testing to get all the kids in rooms, run all the testing, box it up, to submit whatever they need to submit to the state or to the federal government. And then we get so lucky sometimes that we get invited to participate in tests in addition to the ones that we have to do.
Okay.
The other thing I want to say is that at the end of the day, the principals and their assistant principals are also responsible for evaluating everybody on the campus. So all the T-test evaluations and the coaching that has to go with it occurs because they have to do it. So when we start talking about cutting positions, I tried to be quiet, but I can't. When we start talking about cutting positions, we're talking about adding more to the workload for the people that are going to be there. And so at the end of the day, the last thing I'm going to say, the cherry on the top, is that every event that occurs at a campus has to have an administrator on duty. Every Saturday game, every evening game. If the windows get busted out on your campus, guess who gets the call? The administrators on the campus, even if it's on a Sunday morning. So I'm just saying that I understand that we're in a budget crisis. I really do. I have to live with this every single day, and I've already given my pound of flesh for my department. But at the end of the day, when it comes to safety and what needs to be protected, our greatest resource is our students, and we've got to protect our students at all cost.
Is it possible that TASB's recommendations don't take all that into account? What?
Oh, they're the Texas Association of School Boards, so I'm pretty sure they know what a middle school assistant principal does in the state of Texas.
I would just like to add, though, like to your question, Ms. Stanford, TASB does come up with some recommendations, but we have to consider the needs of our campuses and our district. And we do have a need, especially in middle school, to support discipline and to support behavior. And so while TASB does have a recommendation for ratios and provides that guidance, we absolutely respect that. We pulled it down to build this model for this year, but we can't just look at it as a ratio when there's no other option to support that work. We have to look at the needs, specific needs to Judson ISD campuses and the district. And we've seen that there's a need. We've seen that there's a need to investigate bullying cases. We've seen that there's a need for the testing coordinators, the games, and those sort of things. In addition to that, and then I'll stop, we did do a PIA to ask about assistant principals and administrators at some surrounding districts. And there are middle schools that have 2 academic deans. There are middle schools that have 2 to 4 assistant principals with an academic dean. And so
Did you look at what an academic dean is in NAISD? By the way, they're not administrators. I pulled the certificates of their employees, and none of them have administrator certificates. They are the equivalent of academic trainers to us. So just in case you didn't ask that type of information.
I asked them for
NAISD.
administrators to include academic deans.
Okay. Yeah,
And
I pulled by
so-
name aspects, and they don't have certificates, so they're academic trainers essentially. So I just don't want us to confuse, just because they call it a name similar to us, to confuse them with people with actual administrative certificates on those middle school campuses.
I think that you can make that same argument for when we're talking about Tabor data too. There's different things that they pull in for teachers, like substitutes. There's different roles that they pull in for campus leadership, like an academic trainer, an academic coach that is not necessarily certified. So if we're going to compare surrounding districts, we did do some PIA, we did do some research in looking at what other districts are doing. And so the point of that is just saying that even though there's a recommendation from TASB, just like the audits that we do, just like the salary studies that we do and the stipend studies we do, we still take into consideration what the needs are for our staff and our district as Judson ISD.
I appreciate that. I don't want to belabor it too long. When we get to this, if there's another question that needs to be
Yeah,
asked
we can go
about the
back.
assistant principals, we can go back. The next one was a recommendation of a reduction of the associate principals not being funded by the LASSO grant. If you were go to our middle schools, they've received a grant to provide for an associate principal. We made a decision as a district at the high school to hire associate principals. And what we're recommending now is that then we would not have the associate principals at the high school level. And they would count as one of the assistant principals as we move forward. And that's a recommendation that we're giving for about $353,000. Did you want to finish up, Ms. Davis?
Sure. The rest of the reductions that you see there are based on some of the feedback that we've received from teachers and surveys such as convocation. Questions have come up, how much does that cost? Most of that is through sponsorship. So last year it cost us $7,000, but we wanted to be able to respond to that. One of the recommendations we're bringing forth is we currently have 4 vacant nursing positions. And the recommendation of our department would be to turn those nursing staff to LVNs. They're able to serve in the same capacity and share those same responsibilities that nurses do. That'd be a cost savings of $41,000. Shifting graduation from Freeman to New Creations, from Freeman and New Creation to our stadium would be a cost savings of $80,000. And finally, one of the bigger cost savings for $1,028,000 would be, we've had several vacancies that the software system has carried over for several years, and they've remained vacancies, and so it inflates basically what we have within our payroll since we have not been able to fill those positions. We're recommending closing those non-teaching positions for a total cost of $1 million, and we shared that list with the board as well.
And we checked with all those departments as well.
We also checked with each of the directors in the departments. Some of those positions have been vacant for years, and they just get carried over. Some of them have been, they're still able to meet their responsibilities with what they have.
Yes, ma'am. So at that point, the only thing that I think that we did not cover that we've talked about before, and I guess at this point, we can just go through discussion and consideration, and we'd be ready to. Yes, ma'am.
Let's roll through those. Okay, so 5A, you and I discussed this morning, and 5A and B are kind of tied to each other a little bit too, which is, we don't have our House Bill 2 budget. We don't have compensation and expenses and things related to House Bill 2. So no matter what in July, or whenever it's ready, we're going to have to go through and do a complete compensation workshop, right? So because the 3 new board members were not here when we did the initial stipend look, And there were still some other questions I think we have for TASB, like how do you roll this one into a salary, right? Because then that may affect a change on the compensation plan. I know you and I discussed, we'd rather kind of roll, we thought it would be a good idea to maybe roll that into the July, and when we go do a compensation plan, the new one in July, that stipends, incentives, anything else we choose to do will all be in that one master document. Am I?
You said that perfectly
Okay.
correct. I would tell you that Ms. Stanford brought this up saying, hey, rather than not decrease some, add on to others, why not keep it the way it is now? And as we walk through next year, we can start to make some of these changes, alert people what we're going to do at the end of next year, give them the appropriate notice, and then we can make these decisions.
Yeah, because there were still some of the increases that I was interested in. I mean, there are people that are well below market value, so I think it's worth, with a new group of 7, having that discussion again about, are we willing to do increases? How do we handle potential decreases? How do we roll things into? So I recommend we just deal with all of that in July when we go look at the compensation kind of workshop
Yeah,
that
I
we
would
do.
agree, because that's a
Are
lot
you
to
good
look
with
at.
that?
But what I didn't want to do is put off all the decreases till next year and take on all the increases this year.
Yeah.
That just seemed like not a wise financial move to make, especially in a deficit situation.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if any stipend coverage comes out in the House Bill 2 stuff, if that, because there may be some ways, we don't know yet, on to pay for maybe a few things, possibly not. So I think lack of information. Did anybody feel like we need to take action on that tonight?
No, I
Or
think
do I have
let's
consensus
wait.
that everybody's fine, just kind of pushing the stipends until July workshop?
I would be okay with that, but I do need some clarity, though.
Yes, sir.
When we're talking about looking at this in July, we're not talking about impacting that year at all.
No, I think it
wanna
was
be very
pretty
clear.
well consensus that any changes that were downward or going away was going to be 1 year held harmless.
Yeah, that would, because
But
I
being
don't
able to
want,
identify them so they would know 11
Yeah.
months out, and then, but not necessarily, maybe not, at least looking at, I think the new people need to look at what some of that market data was, and if there's increases that they may want to make this year, at least leave it on the table, and then make sure the decreases are identified, agreed to, and there's an execution date
Both
of
of you are
next year.
correct. All 3 of you are correct.
Right.
Well,
Ms.
and the
Denoyer,
other-
that was your kind of agreement too when we went through it? Okay.
the other part of that, though, is that I still believe we need bilingual incentives as well as special ed incentives. They're not stipends, but incentives for the year while we're evaluating this, because I still feel we need to do something in that area.
I agree. We chatted real briefly with Dr. Taganow this morning about looking at where she is HR-wise and where we are with vacancies and figuring out what's hard to fill, what needs to be incentivized. So stipends, incentives, and compensation all being part of that July budget work or compensation workshop.
For new sign-ons, correct?
Right, so
we did
in
keep the new-
reference to the stipend, everything you said regarding the stipend salary study is correct. In reference to the compensation,
Yep.
it was reposted. Everything stays the same with the exception of the one-time incentive. That would be removed because it was a one-time incentive to the full-time employees not on the teacher, librarian, counselor, and nursing pay scale. And then we do recommend leaving on the sign-on incentive for SPED and bilingual teachers that the board approved December or January, I can't recall, I believe it was December. So that was a $3,000 stipend to anybody that we would sign on this coming school year, and a $2,000 incentive, sorry, not
Yeah.
stipend.
So new to the board book is in agenda item 5B is a compensation plan that looks virtually the same as last year. It's essentially a temporary compensation plan because we just don't have any of the information to be able to do what we're going to do for next year, but payroll department's got to put something in the computer. What, if you didn't see your board book, it's essentially exactly the same. And I think the only incentive, like she said, we talked about this morning was maybe keeping that sign-on bonus on there for now. And then any other incentives we can look at
Would be
in
removed
July
for
then,
now.
depending on how much money we got.
There was one add-on that we did bring, and that add-on is,
That's still.
traditionally with the Transportation Department, we've offered some summer positions, but we found that they weren't in the compensation plan, so we made sure that they were added to
Okay.
the compensation.
Okay.
And I did have a question about that.
I still had I was asking for clarity.
Okay.
And so the thing is,
Yeah.
I will be proposing, when we've passed this budget, an incentive for bilingual and for para special ed. And I'm not going to wait till July for that. I want to make sure that we let our employees know early that we're going to be giving an incentive. This board may not support that, but I want to make sure that's out there and we discuss it. So all this other stuff in July is great, but my impression is that we won't be taking action on anything we're talking about in July, because it'll be for next year, because I asked that initially, right? For the stipends, it's all held harmless till next year, right?
For taking things away from people.
Well, and even adding.
We haven't decided whether or not we would up the soccer coaches.
We-
You're not
I
giving me
thought we were
reason to
gonna-
upping the soccer.
We weren't going to do anything.
Well, we didn't have consensus, and we didn't have this board here, so.
Is that what you understood, Ms. Stanford? Yeah, that's not what we're agreeing to. We do nothing with it. We look at it, we
Okay, yeah,
evaluate
that
it.
wasn't the way I advocated.
Well, see, and that's good that we're clarifying then, because
Yes.
we don't want to add and pick and choose. I think that was the intent Ms. Stanford said. We do nothing with it, and we evaluate it a little more in depth, as you said in the workshop. But I just want to be very clear, I will be making a recommendation for incentives for special ed and bilingual, and not stipends, incentives. And that's something that I'll talk with Ms. Davis and
I
Dr.
was gonna
Fields
say, is
about.
that something you want to do tonight as part of the compensation plan agenda item, or you want that for, I guess, we could bring it back, you could add it to the regular
Whatever
meeting?
is- Yeah, whatever.
As a
yeah.
separate?
Separate.
Yeah, next meeting is fine.
Okay, if you can work with them and then
But-
submit that for the June
But,
meeting.
like I said, I wanted to make sure that that's on record, because I certainly want that passed before the end of the year as an incentive to our professionals. But again, the stipends, going back to that, now that we're clear, I don't want to take any action when we do our workshop in July. I want to wait the whole year before we do something about that.
If we
So-
did take action, it would be a budget amendment at that point, wouldn't it be?
It would be.
So, okay. I did have a question on the holiday and extra duty pay. The bottom part, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, are those all new positions?
Yes, can you hear me? Yes. Sorry, just 1 minute. So.
Yeah, those.
You are correct, Ms. Stanford. Due to some of the work that happens in the transportation department, they're not new positions, if that's
I
what
was
you
about to
said.
say, these are not new
positions. They're new rates that we are proposing to pay for when our transportation department uses, for example, shop helpers, people to wash the buses. Any type of compensation that we would like to pay has to be board approved. And so we are bringing this to you tonight. This is really the only change on the compensation plan. So we would be asking you to approve it to include these rates for the summer work that happens in transportation.
Do we have the total increase that represents?
That would vary because it's based on how many our Director of Transportation would.
I would like to say that we've been fixing bus seats and washing buses for years. We've been paying people this amount of money. It's been part of the budget for years. It's just that we noticed it wasn't in the comp plan. What we're trying to do is be official and put it in the comp.
Oh, we're not changing the amount we're paying, we're just acknowledging that we're paying it.
I think we actually decreased the amount we were paying because we were paying more previously than we are with what's being recommended here.
So then what's the decrease?
So my understanding is, if you take a look at this, for example, you see bus drivers here for $25. It is my understanding that
They were getting their salary.
yes.
They were still doing the same work, but they were getting their bus driver salary. Now we're saying, if you come back and you're washing buses for us or cleaning up the buses during the summer, this is the amount that you'll make. Not bus driver, because you're not driving the bus. Yes, ma'am.
So that's the only change, and if, may I point out one more thing, just because I think it is important to point out, and it alludes to what Mr. Macias was also saying. If you look at the employee one-time incentive, or that should actually say.
That's a typo, right?
Yes, that should say 25, 26 school year, but I just want to make it clear that the one-time incentive that was provided in December, we're not bringing that back. That's why it's called a one-time incentive. But we are proposing leaving the sign-on incentive for SPED and bilingual teachers. This is actually paid out of Title II, and we have the funds within Title II to continue to pay that for anybody new that we would be able to hire as SPED and bilingual teachers and SPED and bilingual paras. So that's it. Now, if you take a quick cursory glance at the stipends, even though we've done our stipend salaries study, at this point in time, we are proposing leaving that as is until we have an opportunity to go back.
Just a point, this might tie into Mr. Macias's point about your desire to have an incentive for bilingual and, because.
Retention.
Yeah, retention. I want to see a retention too, because it's great that we've got this sign-on, but the people that are already here feel like, what's wrong with me? I'm here. So I do want to see us reward the people that have been loyal and are with us now.
So we currently
something.
have I hear what you're saying. We currently have a special education stipend package that you see here on the screen. The retention stipend that we offered, I believe it was in February or January of this year, we were able to do that with some Title II carryover money. We aren't necessarily counting on all of that money. So at this point in time, the finance team didn't feel comfortable enough to say that we have the funds to be able to carry, because that's counting everybody who we currently have on staff. So all of the SPED teachers, all of the SPED paras, as well as bilingual teachers and paras, to give a retention incentive plus the stipend at this point in time.
I want us to be careful, Mr. Macias, that you're absolutely correct. We want to retain quality personnel. If they're here and they're not receiving it, and we don't see a problem with bilingual right now, we still see deficiencies with special ed, but bilingual's not the challenge that it once was. Then I just want us to be cautious of what we put out there, because if we need it, I want to be able to come to you guys and say, this is what we need to be able to recruit. But if we have it, we don't necessarily need to do it. And right now, I guess, Dr. Taganow, I'm asking you, how are we in terms of bilingual versus special ed?
We definitely have more vacancies in special education.
Do we have a lot of vacancies in bilingual?
I would have to get that number, but not as many as we have had in the past.
Got it.
I think Mr. Macias can work with you on an agenda item for June.
Yeah, and I'll tell you that we are losing bilingual teachers to East Central ISD. They're paying more. So when you look at the data, you'll start to see that we're already losing ground in an area that's a critical need for this district. So being able to put that out there now, that we're looking to incentivize, is the retention strategy for why we need to do this. And I would also state that I've been wanting to know what our retention strategies have done at that 3,000 and 2,000 level, if we've recruited enough to close the gap in special ed, because I'm not sure. I haven't asked for
The
data on
special
that.
ed's a difficulty. What we'll do is sit down with you, find out what that agenda item's going to look like, and we'll provide all the information when we bring it back.
I would recommend maybe even half of that, 1,500, and then put the other 1,500 towards retention of current staff
Yes.
as part of the issue. But again, the whole goal is to have a strategic outcome that's beneficial, and I just don't know if we're seeing that, but certainly we can talk about it.
Okay, and then next.
Hold on, we
Oh,
gotta take action on that. Right, you were not talking about compensation, right? Let's take a vote and let's.
You're
Okay.
absolutely right. Not the
All
TASB
right,
stipend.
so we're moving, no, 5B, the compensation plan as a whole.
Did we vote on 5A?
We did not. No. Unless you want to make a motion
We said we
I
weren't
thought
going
we
to
said,
move forward with
yeah,
that.
Dr. Fields is recommending we just move all that stuff to
Right.
July and we'll deal with it.
motion to table it? No.
No, we never have, no. Yeah. Okay, so I'll make the motion on 5B. I move that we approve the 25-26 Judson ISD compensation plan as presented.
Without the stipends, we need to specify.
No, as presented, so everything she just
Second.
rolled through that's in your board book,
Okay.
as
But the
that.
stipends are-
Stipends are not in there.
Okay. The current stipends are.
The current stipends are.
Correct. All the stipends staying exactly the same is what isn't, yeah, no changes to stipends is what's in board book.
Stipends will
Right?
still be provided, just
Correct.
because when
I'm
people
sorry,
hear
no
that.
changes to
Yes, no
stipends
changes.
is what's in the board book.
Yes.
All right, I'm sorry, did I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Suzanne. All right, approving what's in board book for, as presented by Ms. Davis. on
And I made the
compensation plan.
second
Oh,
when you
you
were
did?
talking.
Okay, I didn't even, I heard a lot of people seconding, so, all right, motion by me, second by Mr. Macias. All right, all right, you can vote. Okay, motion passes 7-0. All right, let's keep rolling. There is, to refresh everybody's memory, so last meeting, we had a discussion of a consultant. Mr. Macias made a motion to there was a motion made by Mrs. Potteet. Sorry, we're going to go into Robert's rules a little bit here. Motion made by Mrs. Potteet and seconded. Then motion made by Mr. Macias to table it so that the 3 new board members had a chance to meet with Dr. Fields one-on-one and go over all the financial data. And that's happened, so it was put on the table. So now it has to, it's like being in timeout apparently. So now it has to come off the table. So according to lawyers, I'm going to make a motion to remove agenda item 6B from the May 21st special board meeting from the table. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. And all this does is put the original motion back into play from it. So I have a motion by me, a second by Ms. Potteet. Okay, this is a removal from a table is not a discussable item. I know, I'm getting real smart on Robert's rules now. So we immediately will proceed to a vote on that and the vote is to remove it from the table and allow the board to go back to discussing the motion. Does everybody understand what that means? Any questions on the procedural portions? Okay. All right, you can go ahead and vote. Okay, vote passes 7-0. The original motion is back from the table and back into play. Mrs. Potteet, did you have your original agenda language that you could tell us what the original motion was?
So just verbatim?
Yes.
I move that we delegate to the board president to select and engage with a board financial consultant in consultation with legal counsel.
Okay, that was her original motion that had been seconded by me. So now we can proceed, yeah, hold on, I'm pushing buttons. Okay, now we can proceed to discussion of that. Go ahead, Ms. Kenoy.
I was fast. So again, I'm not in favor of this, especially since we just passed an efficiency audit that I think will come back with a lot of valuable information. So this is not something I'm in favor of at this time.
So, Ms. Stanford.
Yep. So a couple things on this. If we were to do this, I wouldn't want it delegated to the president. I would want the whole board to weigh in and to vote on it. But that aside, I take very seriously our responsibility here on the board, and so any kind of training or guidance that we can take and receive to do our jobs better, because we represent our community, and I'm all for that. I don't think we need to do it with a consultant that costs $175,000. I would recommend that we utilize TASB's resources first and see if we can resolve and get satisfaction from what they offer, because they're a lot cheaper. And I think we would be more fiscally responsible if we used the less expensive resources to educate ourselves with, instead of enriching ourselves with the most expensive. So I would recommend that we utilize TASB resources to educate ourselves on financial issues.
Mr. Macias.
Yeah, I'd like to ask my colleagues. I had requested that we table this because I wanted you to meet with Dr. Fields. I had some concerns as well, and I'm glad to see that you all met with him. So obviously, we'll vote in a little bit if you want to proceed with a consultant or not, but were those meetings productive for you guys? Yeah, for.
Oh, yeah, it did help understand.
You might.
Oh, sorry. Yes, it did help and learn more a lot, with, in regards with school finance. But the thing is, it's just that the admin says not all they're recommending all of this here on the slides, but it seems like it is something that it's so hard for me to decide between yes or no. But if someone could, enlighten me and learn more about whatever necessary to cut, then I'm willing to, learn more about it.
Just in reference to Mr. Macias's point, it was helpful, and I guess I'm just going to roll this into what I was about to say anyway. If this was a budget where we were just voting on a balanced budget and everything is good, everything's happy, we don't have to look at making these extreme cuts, we don't have to look at making these super hard decisions, then absolutely I wouldn't be voting to have somebody come in and ask. But, and I also don't necessarily think it's fair that we have 3 board members right now who have been here, or I'm sorry, 4, I was discounting Ms. Ryan, my fault. Because we all know that this is what she's also pushing for as well. We have 3 board members who are not in agreement with this, but this is really an effort to get us up to speed quicker and as efficiently as possible. We already know that our administration is working full-time, super hard to get all of this information to us, and I think it would benefit specifically the new board members to have an outside person come in and analyze and essentially explain all of this incredibly intricate and detailed data that none of us, we're not financial advisors. I don't have my degree in finance. I have it in English literature. That's not really going to help me when I'm looking at 1,800 different spreadsheets and different numbers. Ms. Knoyer, last board meeting, even stated that the community doesn't have a good idea of school finance. This is why she was against having a financial committee. The 3 of us are committee members. We're not committee members, I'm sorry. We are community members. We don't have 2 years under our belt like Ms. Stanford or Ms. Ryan. We don't have 15 years under our belt like Mr. Macias. We don't have the 8, plus the additional, I'm sorry, I don't know how long you've been in school education and everything.
Over 30.
Over 30 years. We don't have these backgrounds. And to Ms. Stanford's point as well, she's recommending TASB, which is great, but what we need is quick and efficient. We need somebody who's experienced in getting these boards up to speed as quickly as possible, because we are running out of time here. We have to be voting on budgets. We have to be making these hard decisions, and I want to have my best foot forward when I start making these decisions, when I start talking about these things. I want to be informed, and I don't think it's fair to ask the administration to hold our hands and essentially spoon-feed us this information when we can go and get a financial consultant to come in and explain it to us. And I don't think it's fair that we have experienced board members telling us, you don't need this, even though we are in an unprecedented time frame right now, because this is just how we live our lives now. Everything is unprecedented. So any help I can get, any lifeline I can get, I'm going to be reaching for it with both hands. So yes, while it was helpful to speak to the administration, do I want to take 8 hours from Ceci Davis to have her sit down and explain to me line by line what exactly is happening? No, I don't want to do that. That's not a proper usage of her time. So, yeah, absolutely. I want somebody to come in who is dedicated to the board to help us get up to speed. And that's what I have to say about that.
Ms. Jones? You don't have to comment if you don't have anything to say.
Okay. I didn't press discussion, sorry.
So-
I did speak with them.
And I appreciate that. That's all I'd asked for in regards to the table. I would say that all new members, including myself, I was a new board member once upon a time. The way our elections are positioned, we jump into a budget where we're already way behind. The conversations start. It's just how the process is made. We could have moved to a November election, I suspect, but that got real partisan real quick, Republican, Democrat, and this is a nonpartisan seat. So May is the best time. The only thing is you obviously have the disadvantage of your learning. You haven't even gone to summer leadership yet. You've not had your new board orientation yet. And I can understand your frustration. We're going through the process, I think, fairly and strategically. Even if you were to have a consultant, there's nothing left to cut. I mean, so you're going to end up trying to figure what to do before our board meeting in June to cut. You're not going to meet with a consultant before then, and all of a sudden, you know what to cut. Because again, it's very difficult decisions that we have to make. So it's a fallacy if you think that this training all of a sudden is going to enlighten you to a degree that you're a pretty smart lady. So the thing is, I would suggest you go through the training that TASB will be providing. If you want more training now, I think Ms. Stanford's idea of having TASB come to us to provide more in-depth discussion is great. You might also be pointing out the fact that we do not have a strong onboarding process. Although by law, Dr. Field has already met with all the new board members with the time that is allocated. So it's like, I think he's probably even met more with you guys than what is needed. So my concern goes back to my fear of micromanagement. And so a consultant that is working directly with our board president will get to a point where there is a conflict of an analysis that is not educating you, it's analyzing and trying to potentially attack our administration. That's what I see happening. And so that's why I have concerns, because the three of you don't understand yet the depth of micromanagement and what your role is as a board member versus what administration is responsible for. So because of that, I would caution that bringing in someone and then delegating Ms. Ryan to be the only, it should be a board decision, not a board president decision. And so my compromise is I could support this if TASB was the vendor that we use to provide this service.
Even if it's also being approved by our attorneys, our lawyers, the people that we pay to.
Absolutely. TASB is a more neutral source and the appropriate one for us to bring in to give us guidance, because TASB also understands the rule of board and administration. And so I would trust that they would be able to also train the three of you to give you that better insight, because we don't need to get into the weeds. That's not what we're here to measure how tall a toilet is. That's not our job. So bottom line is our job is much broader in strategy and policy and budget. And so, again, you're learning, I get that. But we already have a path. So the urgency that you talk about, we need to do something now, we are doing something. But we will also continue to do something going into next year as you get more knowledge about what we're trying to do. And so that's why I differ and disagree with. If the amendment to this, if there's an amendment to the motion to pick TASB, you have my full support. But if it's not, I can't support this.
No, you already spoke. Oh.
I already spoke.
Oh, Laura already spoke too.
I think she put her.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't speak yet. Can I speak?
You haven't asked.
Oh, I haven't asked to speak.
Yeah. And did you ask to speak again? I did.
Again? Oh, okay. All right. No, that's fine. I'll wait.
So I just wanted to express commiseration with Ms. Potteet's, what you shared, because I came in the same way you did, in the middle of a budget, and totally at a loss, because it was in the middle, and a lot of things had happened already. And so I understand the feeling that you're having. And so, as I said,
Just
I'm-
really quick, my question to that is, were you in this same kind of budget deficit when you came in 2 years ago?
I think it's different every time.
Well, that's what makes this.
So no, it's not, it wasn't the same. I don't know if it's ever the same, but it's still important.
It's absolutely important.
So it's still important,
But we're
and I
looking at-
still respect your need for information and guidance. And I still want it. So I agree with that. I still want it too. So I just wanted to clarify, I'm not diminishing what you guys want and need. I'm saying, let's do it this way. Because I feel that's a compromise cost-wise. I don't think we need to spend $175,000 on a specialized consultant at this point. That,
Just wondering what their number comes from.
I saw that somewhere,
That number has never been mentioned anywhere.
but
Yeah.
I saw that somewhere, but anyway, TASB is cheaper than whatever. So I would suggest that we use the TASB resource first, but I still want a resource. I still agree with the guidance.
Ms. Kenora, I think you pushed the button next. I haven't spoken at all, but.
No,
do you
I just want
Go
to
ahead if
say
you'd like.
that what Ms. Potteet just expressed about her need for guidance is not at all how this item was addressed at the meeting. The item that you talked about at the meeting was to come in and give guidance on where we should be looking to cut, not how to understand finance. And so I'm completely discombobulated here by what I'm hearing today.
Okay, so now we can come back to me. Who was the original person who brought it up? So let's go back and review, because we've had a lot of meetings since we even did this the first time. So I have been here 2 years. I do have a background in finance. And I'm still strategic budgeting in financial oversight and monitoring of the financial systems of a district, which is exactly what the Texas Education Code says is the responsibility of a school board. Not just oversight, we are supposed to monitor the procedures, right? Like, there's some really good verbs in there. That is challenging, even for people with a finance background. And after 2 years, I am still struggling to get it all, and the number of hours that I spend too. So, and it's even more challenging right now in education with way everybody's budgets and stuff are. So we, 18 months ago, under Mr. Macias as board president, personally selected with no board approval, by the way, Dr. Gibson, Greg Gibson, wonderful human being, to come in and be our board consultant and then work with district to develop the board's strategic scorecard for how we were going to address academic outcomes and do all of that. And that was 100% coordinated by the board president, Mr. Macias. The board had no choice in selecting that. And what Dr. Gibson did was help us think strategically and understand how to ask strategic questions, how to set strategic goals, and do all of those things as a board. And then worked with Dr. Fields on his tactical portion and how he feeds the board what he needs. And so this is essentially the same thing, because Dr. Gibson is a finance, expert, which is we are facing some huge decisions in the next year, right? We're going to have to readdress closing schools. We're going to have to address positions. We're going to have to look at pay. There are so many decisions that the 7 of us are going to have to push buttons on. And they're going to be hard decisions because it's going to involve a room full of people with signs and T-shirts. And decisions are still going to have to be made. But it's a lot easier to make those decisions when someone is guiding you as a board through that process and helping advise you on how other school boards have addressed this within their community. That's completely different than Dr. Fields' tactical finance mission, right? There is a whole board, community, strategic thing. So again, and when talking to multiple, school board presidents and members from across the state, that this was the recommendation that came from them. And because we have seen it work well with Dr. Gibson, that is what this is. And there was never any $175,000, no costs at all have been discussed at all. Similar, no costs were discussed about Dr. Gibson either. So I'm not sure. And TASB does a lot of general things. They don't have specific financial consultants that come and work specifically in your, help you, guide you through those types of things. They do surveys and all sorts of things, which are useful in their own right. So that is what I think, even after 2 years, it's not just the new people who, are uncomfortable with this. I am 2 years in and have been up to my neck in finances the whole 2 years, and I still don't know how to move forward in this next year and right-size this district financially as a board member of what we need to do in our community. And at some point after 2 years, I'm ready to call for a lifeline and say, I need help. I need help to help me think strategically, financially. Maybe I'm asking too many questions. Maybe I'm asking too much detailed stuff. So I would like some assistance with that. So, hold on, let me try and go clear some and figure out who even, I was next and then first. Okay, Ms. Lee, I think you're the only one who had, yeah.
No, because I was just writing earlier, I really didn't mean like an insult earlier, Dr.
We're good.
Dr. Fields. No, this is my take when I actually talked to you guys. I did learn a lot. But one thing that's I'm not seeing or missing, it's just, I know it's a lot, like the breakdown. But here's my take though. As a full-time mom, only one income coming in, it's a tight budget. I'm telling you, it's a tight budget with 3 kids. But sometimes, I go over budget. And then if I look on my bank statements, there's just, things that, it's supposed to be just like once every, like every other week we go eat fast food. But then, something happened. It's
You
just
gotta
that.
slow down.
Yeah. So sometimes if we look down on our bank statements and like detailed, you would really see there is, I call it waste, but sometimes it's just go over budget, that it just happens, right?
I understand exactly what you're
Within the 2 years that you're here, I do respect that, but I want to know, like, is it each department that you guys like really see? Like, because sometimes it's just, it's like 2 years, we always have to pay like this bill, this bill, this bill. But did you guys really like analyze, why are we, just for an example, like one chiller, there's like 200 work orders. It's like, okay, why is that? Like, that's a big question mark. That's a waste already, isn't it? Because why are we having like 200 work orders on a new chiller? So that's the thing that I'm actually wanted to like explain. That's the waste that I'm talking. It's not like I'm putting you guys, all the cabinets, like an insult that you guys are not doing your job. It's just that me, like personally, I think that if we go deeper enough and detailed, like if you like see the waste, then if this consultant would help me see that and me to learn about it, then I'm okay with it. Because that's the only thing that, because I don't want to go next year, and these are like the outrage from teachers, like every year they have to like, we got to cut teachers' pay. And now it's like cut AP or cut counselor. I don't want to see that anymore next year. So that's why I'm open to learn that hopefully we don't get to have like this recommendation that affects directly the kids. If the consultant will see something that, okay, here is the waste or this is where we're going to be cutting, I think, I can like justify my vote because somehow someone, like teach me or I learned something that I'm not going to be seeing this anymore. So that's
Well-
just only my take for this agenda.
So my response to that would be, I wish you would have vocalized some of this when we had our meeting, because I would have literally had Mr. Guerra sit with you for more hours and say, hey, this is how it goes. When you're talking about salaries, and you can ask Mr. Guerra, he's the CFO for Judson Independent School District. He is the chief financial officer and a skilled individual as well. So he has the answers that you're looking for. But I would ask him to clarify, yes or no. The majority of our budget has to do with salary. So if we're going to see the Herculean cuts that we need, it's not going to be in programs or chillers. It's going to be in salary because that's where the money is. And I don't want to get into the background. I don't want to get into the history. I don't want to get into what I said versus what was done. I do want to say, though, that we knew we would find ourselves in this situation. I would have hoped that once we got here, we would have been able to communicate a little bit better. But this should not be a shock to anybody who's been here for the last 2 years. We said we were going to be here. And now we're having to make the hard decisions, and it has to be around salaries and personnel because that's 80, almost 90%.
85% of the budget. Yes.
85% of the budget. 85% of the budget. So, like I said before,
I'm looking at 4.5 hours and trying to move it.
I get it, but I mean, we went through it. I just want to say my little piece.
I know.
So, yes,
What I
sir.
said before, we stand ready to work with anyone whom the board feels like we need to work with. If you ask me, do we need it? I'd say no. You guys need to talk to our subject matter expert. We have an individual who does this for a living, but we can bring somebody in and have them look over it as well. I would agree with Mr. Macias and Ms. Stanford that if you're going to bring someone in who works with this on a continuous basis, and that's TASB. They'll let us know. They'll let us know. If there's something more that we need to be doing, if there's something that we're not doing, they will let us know. But I wouldn't just find, we've had our experience with audit firms in the past who have come in that weren't from TASB or someone who has the subject matter expertise. We've paid a lot of money, and we were even unable to use their recommendations because they just didn't understand the process. So that's the only input I have, but to your point, Ms. Ryan, I am ready for you guys to vote, and we stand ready to work with whomever you guys.
I think I got Mr. Macias for his second time around. Quick rebuttal, sir.
Yeah, just what you're asking for, Ms. Lee, and I heard you, it's not really a how-to in financing. It's really an analysis, and that's honestly something that an internal audit function can do and should do. The board would then direct an internal auditor to do an analysis on procurement, or on maintenance, or on tickets, whatever that would be, and then we would get that information and they would break it down. So I do see a distinct difference between this being sold as a consultant in financing to train you versus analysis of certain areas. And we did pass a risk assessment in April that I'm going to be
No, I just
bringing
have a piece of
forward
quick
so that
information.
we can, hold on, guys, you guys talking over there?
I am sorry. I was trying to hold everybody to two, so I am sorry, Mr. Macias.
So bottom line, the risk assessment is something that we can actually employ, but we can also augment and to add more to this board. And I would suggest even after today, when we vote, that we can still add the internal audit function. Because if you really want an analysis, that's going to be the mechanism in which we would do that. And then, of course, I'd like to amend the motion to use TASB as our financial trainer.
Okay, so Mr. Macias, if I'm understanding, you are making a motion to amend the motion to utilize TASB.
Correct.
Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion to amend and a second by Ms. Stanford. So,
And just a quick note, since discussion, we did just look it up real quick, and TASB does provide financial consulting to school boards, just to clarify.
all right, so the motion, so now we have to take a vote on amending the motion. We're learning all sorts of Robert's rules tonight, aren't we? So, all right. So what we're going to do is when I move it to the vote thing, if you want to amend the motion and only use TASB, you would, and then have us vote on TASB, you would be yes. If you want to go back to the original motion, then you would push no. Okay, does everybody understand what we're voting on? Okay, as long as you understand what we're voting on, then let me proceed. So TASB, yes. Back to the original is a no. Okay. Okay, so motion does not pass, 3 yeses, 4 noes. So now we are back to the original motion, which was, can you read it again, Mrs. Potteet, just one last time?
I move that we delegate to the board president to select and engage with a board financial consultant in consultation with legal counsel.
Okay, so that was the motion, original
And
motion.
I want to amend that one. Yep.
We're going to play games? Wow.
No, it's
Okay.
not, no,
Nope, okay.
ma'am. No, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead. What are you amending?
I want to amend it to not be delegated by the board president, but done by consensus of the board. However you want to word that.
And I second that motion.
All right, so we have a motion to amend to bring consultant back to the board. So different than Dr. Gibson, to bring the consultant actually back to the board this time. First election?
Chosen by the board.
Chosen by the board.
Not delegated by anyone.
Okay, all right, so now we have to vote again on a motion by Ms. Stanford, seconded by Mr. Macias, to amend the motion. So we're back to, you vote yes if you want it all brought back to the board, or no puts us back to the original motion again.
What's being brought back, like the actual consultant's name? Like, what are we bringing back to
All
the
right, guys, so
board?
you want to clarify that, Ms. Stanford?
It's a matter of who's making the choice of the consultant. The original motion said it's going to be delegated by the president.
Okay.
So I'm amending the motion to say that the consultant will be chosen by consensus of the board.
Okay, I think we're just kind of confused on that because we've never done that before. The consultant's always been chosen by the board president, so that's why I think come back on an agenda, on a vote.
So there's been different times when we've had consultants and things have been done in different ways. And very often we have a presentation and from there, then we select. But there have been times where there are like maybe 5 good board consultants for the kind of work we were doing.
Yeah.
And so there's not so much of a choice.
Okay. So on a board consensus method to be determined? Does that sound good, Laura?
Okay.
What will determine the method? Okay. So, all right, everybody tracking, this is a motion to amend to bring everything back to the board for a consensus on selecting, or sticking with the original motion from many meetings ago. All right, would be a no, sorry. Bring it back to the board as a yes. Original motion is a no.
This is not the same as a table.
No, this is amend. Nope, so we're,
Who's making the choice.
correct.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right, so now we're proceeding to voting on that. Oh, sorry. Okay, that amendment does not pass. All right, now we're back to the original motion. One more time.
I move that we delegate to the board president to select and engage with a board financial consultant in consultation with legal counsel.
Okay, that was the original motion, seconded by me. Please proceed to vote. Okay, motion passes 4-3. Sorry, show that to your kids as a tutorial on Robert's rules when you have time. We've now moved on to 5C. That was carried over from the last meeting when we were trying to go over and really set board goals and how much do we want in our fund balance. It feels like that ship has kind of sailed already at this point. No, E as in echo, sorry. Setting some of those goals, I feel like we just got to get a budget done, right? So that was a carryover agenda item. Are there any board members, do you feel like you want to discuss and try and set a fund balance goal, a cost reduction goal, or an expenditure goal for the 25-26 at this point? Or is that, I think that's something we're going to end up having to look at down the road.
I think until we get some idea of the impact of the new
with
legislation,
8B.
it doesn't make any sense to do any of that
Okay.
right now.
Does everybody go? If I keep cruising past 5E, I don't think there's any action. Okay, so 5F, I think there's differing opinions on counselors and administrators, so if we can take those separately, right? In terms of those, we've had quite a robust discussion of those. I'm going to make a motion, then we'll see where it goes from there, right? Let's try that. So I move that we approve counselor ratios at a 1 to 350 ratio at the middle school and high school level. Are you okay?
Sorry.
I was making sure, if that.
No, that's perfect.
Okay, that sounds good,
No, I'm
right?
Sorry, with that, is that something that Ms. Kavanaugh, explained like here, like the recommendation of
Correct,
the
hold on.
district? Or
Let me annotate for Ms. Betty first. So that was a motion by me, a second by Mrs. Potteet.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. Sometimes we talk too fast and Miss Betty doesn't catch it on the audio, so I'm trying to hook her up, type thing. So that is what I believe you have on your recommendations is 1 to 350. And that's what you're budgeting for is, or will be budgeting for is 1 to 350 at secondary?
What we asked for was to staff at 1 to 350
Okay.
for the counselors at the secondary.
Secondary, right, okay.
So it means that we're cutting counselors, right?
Correct. If they do not have over 876, I think was your number you said, if they don't have over 876,
Correct.
they will only be staffed at 2 general counselors at those middle schools and whatever the math works out to on our sheet for the high schools. Not counting at-risk counselors, not counting social workers, not counting college and
Categorical
career
funds, correct.
counselors. All right. Any other questions to clarify what the motion was or any discussion of that?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
So obviously, for my new colleagues, this is something I stated earlier that I do not support. I think we should not be going down in counselors. So a vote to accept this ratio will impact middle school and high school. And as I reiterated earlier, this is an area where there is student need, and I do believe that we need to continue this course for this, at least this next year.
Oops, sorry, Ms. Stanford?
Yeah. So just to clarify, Dr. Fields,
Yes,
you and the administration are recommending this?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you comfortable that the middle school will be properly covered with, because it does have needs, special,
Yes, ma'am.
more intense needs, I would say?
We actually sat and spoke with Dr.
You feel
Gosh,
good
who's
about
in
that?
charge of counselors. We spoke with our executive director of counseling, Ms. Garcia, and we spoke to the principals. But
Well, that's what I'm looking for,
If the board wants us
is
to go in a different direction,
your guidance on this.
my guidance on this is that we follow the staffing ratio that's been recommended
And you're
by
comfortable,
administration.
and if we come to a point where we
We can
feel it's not
always
working,
add
we can bring
someone.
it back
Right. Yes, ma'am.
and add, okay, thank you.
And I kind of preferred the wording of a ratio versus cut one,
'Cause we're not-
presume
right.
somebody knows how many people we have, right? So, and that gives you the flexibility too, that if you all of a sudden have 300 more kids show up at a high school, that way you're working off of a ratio, not a number.
Correct.
Right? Okay. Push your buttons if you want to speak. I'm going to practice, no. No, that's okay. I just want to keep track. All right, so Ms. Lee, you're next then.
Oh, okay. No, I just want to, with Ms. Laura said about, it's so hard, like if we cut a counselor or AP right now, and then later on during our enrollment, we have a big surprise, like guess what? We do have that number. Then it would be hard for us to like get that AP or counselor back. What if the ones that we cut are the very best one on the school? And yet, we're gonna be asking her to come back after like, we let them go. That's just my take for that one. That's why I'm gonna vote for no to cut counselor and AP on middle school and high school, because for me, those are the, let's just say the challenge kids and difficult kids as well, that I wanted to provide that connection between a student, in the school, not only with the difficult kids, but also the ones that are like the happy kids, like the positive ones. So that's just my concern for if we're gonna be cutting it like right now.
Can I clarify one board position on the word cutting? Okay, so the new people may not know how kind of the board's done it in the past, which is if we cut a position, we don't immediately cut the person. We end up, so there, we may be
They're already
over
under contract.
3, 4, 5 extra counselors floating around, but they get moved to any vacancies. And then any that don't have vacancies,
They're just
they'll
overage.
get put somewhere in the most need until the next vacancy does come up, and then they get moved around. I didn't want any of the new people think we were talking about like giving someone a pink slip. We have not done that in the past, and I don't think that's not the direction
You're
I
absolutely
think any
correct.
of us are moving. Any of these cuts will be future allocations we will never hire against. We will try and move people, we'll move people into positions or into holding patterns until they find positions. So I just wanted to clarify that one little point, just so everybody knows we weren't actually firing anybody.
Again, we weren't asked.
Correct.
Had we been asked,
Yeah.
I would have explained. but
Yes.
That wasn't asked.
No worries. Okay. Ms. Lee, was that,
Well, the thing is, if we have something for them, like later on, to be like where they are needed, then why would be, why wouldn't we just let them stay on that campus? Because they're already there working and have that connection with the kids already. That's my take. It's like, okay, like, let's just say they just put you in a corner for a while, and then let's just say like, oh, this is the campus that you're needing, and then later on, oh, Metzger needed you again. So it's like back and forth, back and forth. So why would we even bother, to have this and not let them just stay on the campus itself? Because we're gonna be still paying them, right? Because you guys said it's not cutting. You have jobs for them. Am I understanding it right? Like, we
correct. So
have
let's say
jobs for
someone
them.
from Woodlake Hills Middle School, let's say somebody left and went somewhere else and they had a vacancy, then, and Metzger had an extra one, then we talk to that person about moving over. And then,
Or-
let's say if we didn't have a vacancy,
Or someone from that campus left.
yep, let's say we didn't have a vacancy right now in August, then they would figure out where's our most
They'd stay at the
best
campus they're
person,
at.
and we would keep them there, and then they would be told, hey, the next opening is yours. And that way we wouldn't, when somebody leaves from Judson Middle School, we don't have to hire against that. We already got the person sitting here, and they just pick up and they just go over there and help those babies there.
What you really have to ask yourself, Ms. Lee, is do you want it to be at 350 to 1, or do you want the staffing ratio to be lower, where there's going to be more counselors at the campus? What we've presented is TASB saying it should be 350 to 1. And
Yes.
we spoke with the principals, we spoke with the people in charge of that area. They're kind of in agreement when it comes to the counselors, because we can use categorical funds to help us purchase more counseling support if we need to. Can't do that with administration, only with counselors. Now, when we say that we're going to use that as a ratio, let's use Metzger as an example.
Yes.
Let's say one of the counselors at Metzger leaves, and we knew that they were going to only have 2, we just wouldn't hire someone back in. But let's say we didn't have any open counselor vacancies anywhere, and Metzger had 3 counselors, we'd then leave that counselor at Metzger until a vacancy opened up somewhere else. But what the question you're asking is, do we have enough general counselors at each middle school to service the students and their needs? And what I'm hearing from you is you feel like they need 3 counselors, not 2.
I do, because even the TASB
I'm
says
with you.
2.5, so are we rounding up, or it looks like we're rounding down? Because it's
TASB.
just 2, but we currently have 3. So that's really my concern, that's why I circled it out, even at Wagner right now. So that's just my take, it's just so hard, like, I know they still have jobs, but why take, I don't know, I just having confusion, maybe like.
No, you're not
why-
confused. You're
like-
saying that you think that they need 3 and not the 2. I get it.
Yes, like,
I get it.
why take them out? It seems like I feel like we're cutting a leg from that campus where they're already like, functioning with that counselor in there. So that's just, yeah.
I understand
yeah.
completely. Mr. Macias has repeatedly said that he feels like the counselor needs to be there as well. What we were tasked with was look at areas that we could come back and show efficiencies. This was an area that was brought to us by, once again, the executive director of counseling, the assistant superintendent in charge of that area, and the principal said that they could get it done. And we knew we could use categorical funds to support ourselves if we needed to for counseling services. So we brought this. If the board collectively feels like we should move in another direction, it's not personal for us. It's just that this is what we were tasked to bring back. So you don't have to, I get it.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I think Ms. Potteet was next, but you said your question was answered?
Yeah.
Okay, then we're going to go on to Ms. Stanford.
Just to clarify, this doesn't count at-risk counselors?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm next, and I'm going to do something strange. I'm concerned about bringing one group to ratios and not the other, so I'm going to make a motion to table the own motion I just made until after we vote on administrators. Because if this board isn't going to bring administrators to ratio, then why, counselors are with kids every single day, and the same list of things counselors do, I can give that exact same list about, or that administrators do, I can give that exact same list and impact on students too. So if we're going to do for one, we're going to do for all. So I'm making a motion that we table this motion until after we vote on the administrators. Do I have a second?
Can't you just withdraw your motion?
Can I don't even know.
You can withdraw it.
Well, no, because we gotta act on this one. I still want to act on it.
Well,
I
then
still want to
just
act
bring
on
the
it right
AP
now.
one up first. Withdraw your original motion
And start talking about
and talk about the
administrators?
administration, yes.
Okay, I can do that. So, do we have to vote on that? Oh my gosh, this is, all right, I'm just gonna withdraw my motion, and we're just gonna, everybody's happy with that? Because I guess my motion then is that I move that we move the secondary ratios for administrators to one principal plus
AP.
one additional administrator per 450 students. Now, I say it like that because whether you call them a dean, an
I'd
associate
rather-
principal, an assistant, I don't care what you call them, that's your business.
I'd rather you not bring the principal into it. We're saying one AP per
Or one
400.
additional administrator, because if you want to call them an associate principal, you want to call them an academic dean, we get tied into language on things.
You
have
could just say the ratios as presented.
Well, I know, because I'm disagreeing with their ratios as presented. They have more administrators than that on their sheet. So my motion is one additional administrator per 450 students at secondary level. Administrator defined as associate principal, assistant principal, and academic dean. And however the superintendent and principals choose to organize those administrators with duty titles, because every campus is unique in terms of how they organize their people, their administration.
I understand.
Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sorry, I had a motion. Do I have a second? Does anybody even understand what I even said? Everybody's thinking? Or no motion? Okay. Nope, then the motion dies. I'm just gonna turn the mic over to whoever pushed, we're gonna clear this out, and we're gonna see who's wants to push a button on something. Okay, there we go. So we got counselors and administrators on the table. Who wants to have a discussion or make a motion?
I have a question. Dr. Fields, what is your recommendation on the assistant principal reduction or not?
I would have to, no, not the reduction. I would have to go with the feedback that I receive. It's not like Dr. Fields is up here making these decisions in a vacuum. I speak with
Yeah.
the subject matter experts and ask for feedback. And the feedback that we received wholeheartedly, and again, I'm looking at the people in charge of the principals. The
I stand
principals-
ready to give you feedback whenever you're ready.
Got it. So the principals overwhelmingly said that they needed the support of the administrators. So that's what I'm going to recommend. because they said that that's what they needed. And then that's what the assistant superintendent and the deputy superintendent said. So, Dr. Saunders.
Just
I
as a
think Ms.
reminder.
Stanford was asking you for a ratio. Is that what you just asked? I just want to make sure they're clear on the question that you asked.
Well, she asked, did I agree with the ratio? I said, no, I agree with 3 assistant principals. And you, to Ms. Ryan's point, you can call them an associate, academic dean, or whatever, but 3 assistant principals, 1 for each grade level, and a principal at each of the middle schools.
So that'd be
Okay,
15.
so
1 to
then-
167 to 1 to 212.
Does that come across to y'all as inequitable to treat the assistant principals or associate principals, to treat them differently from the ratio we apply to counselors? Does that seem inequitable?
Are you asking me?
Asking.
No, it does not, and I will explain why. As Dr. Fields has said numerous times, there are other avenues we can use to purchase support for social emotional learning on the campus. We have at-risk counselors. We have communities and schools. We have social workers. We do not have that avenue for administrators. There is no backup dancer. That's
Okay.
all there is. There was a time in Judson ISD, I'm going to be very honest with you, when counselors helped with 504s. They helped with LPACs. They do not do those things anymore.
Helped with testing.
Oh, thank you, with testing. They don't do those things anymore because there is such a need for social emotional awareness and learning. I absolutely agree with that. But we have other avenues to support students in that realm. We, however, do not have that for administrators.
Okay, so if I'm understanding, it is not an inequitable approach to use a different ratio with the counselors versus the assistant principals because the counselor position has backup options.
That is exactly correct.
The
Yes, ma'am.
others do not.
That is exactly correct.
Okay, thank you.
I move that we approve the reduction in counselors as proposed by administration.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Canoyer and a second.
By Ms. Stanford.
I'm sorry, Ms. Stanford. It's kidding. We've been here almost 5 hours. Okay, and a second. Any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Garcia.
So Dr. Fields, and I'll say this as delicately as I can, but earlier there was a conversation, I can't remember exactly what we were talking about, but, oh yeah, the principals.
Yes, sir.
What do you want to do? Which one do you want to cut? Do you want counselors, AP? And it was one of those impossible scenarios where they didn't want to do either of them, but you gave them sort of like it has to be one or the other. I suspect that our counseling person, Monica, would have probably been given the same thing. What do you want to do, yes or no? Because obviously I can't see, again, I've been a big advocate for student social emotional support, that we would go in there and say, yeah, let's just reduce all the counselors. I feel it's a knee-jerk reaction to trying to reduce our budget rather than address the student. So I would still implore my colleagues not to support reducing counselors, regardless if we have at-risk and backup and all that. The need is there. And like I said, if I look back just at the videos of all the fighting that I've seen, I mean, dude, that's some serious stuff. And so kids need to get supported. And counseling is one of the only ways that I feel we can do that. So I would say that.
Mr. Macias, let me say this.
Please, please.
All of the positions that were created during ESSER, they were needed positions. All of the increases that came along with the counselors, there was a reason for it. The increases that came along with the administrators, there was a reason for it. If you're asking me to debate with you, would I rather have the extra counselor or not, I'm always going to want the extra counselor. I'm always going to want the extra AP. But we were asked to come back with efficiency.
And I understand, and you've done a good job with that.
But if you're asking me, is it going to be beneficial to have an extra counselor on campus? Oh, yeah.
It's a
all the
no-brainer.
time.
A no-brainer. That's why I can't understand why we keep going back on this. I'm trying to defend the fact that we need counselors on our campus.
I'm just trying to defend the fact that if we're looking at we have to do something, we've got the feedback from the subject matter experts, and I'm telling you where they're saying that they can make the best.
Well, Ms. Stanford asked you what your recommendation, and you.
My recommendation is if we have to go forward with one of these, and I don't want to be called out for not having a recommendation. I've checked with the subject matter experts. It would be to go to a 350 to 1. Trust me, if Monica Garcia, if Ms. Garcia comes into the office or into cabinet ever to Dr. Gosh and says, we need another campus at this, or need another counselor at this campus because they need it, then I'm going to come back to the board and say, we need another counselor. I'm not going to just let that campus hang out there. And then, but what I am saying is that from the feedback that we received even initially from the administrators, they feel like it's too much. They cannot get it done. You heard them come in. Mr. Brower stood there and said, this is dangerous.
Well, and I don't support the AP part, so that's a no-brainer. But also the counseling, I would just implore that we give it a year, and we do not. So your heart tells me that you want to keep counselors. Your mind is saying, let's reduce a little bit because I've been asked to reduce a little bit. I want you to go with your heart because that's what really matters, our students. So again, I'm going to implore my colleagues not to support reducing counselors.
Understood.
Ms. Jones?
I have two questions.
Yes, ma'am.
What was the cost savings for reducing the counselors to this plan?
600, or a little bit over $600,000.
64,000.
Okay.
And this is across the campus? Across the district, all
Across,
campuses?
it would be, yes, ma'am, all the secondary.
And then my other question was for Dr. Saunders. You did say when you went to the campus administrators that they were both, did I read it correctly, hesitant on
Yes.
both?
It is exactly what Mr. Macias said and exactly what Dr. Fields said.
Okay.
They don't want to lose either one, but the position that we're in, we're asked to go back to the people we serve and find out where they can make cuts. It was proposed exactly like you're saying, one or the other. One is, can be utilized in a different fashion. The other one has other services that can be provided with other funds to still make sure that students are serviced. But if you were to have a principal stand in front of you, they would tell you, we need both.
Thank you.
I think just my frustration in this whole thing is that we have certain departments who are bringing us reductions, and it feels like they're being punished for coming up with reductions. We've had technology consolidate positions. We've had Mr. Brooks, I don't know, buy one ply instead of two ply toilet paper. I don't know, you came with $900,000 worth of stuff, right? So the fact that counselors are not fussing at reductions, but if you fuss, you get your way, that's the perception around, the community on things too, which is, at what point is everyone gonna give a little? Because the teachers are even above what TASB's, or not TASB, the state's ratio, 1 to 22, upping them, nobody blinked at that. And so, I guess, if everybody's just gonna be able to keep everything, then let's keep the counselors then too. I mean, I don't see a difference, so I'm gonna vote to keep the counselors.
I just want to say that if you were to look at all of our major departments across the district, everybody has come back and given an effort to decrease the deficit. Everyone.
All right. Any other questions? We will, Ms. Canoyer, can you repeat the motion just so we remember? Sorry.
I think it was, I move that we accept the reductions in counselors as proposed by administration.
Okay, that sounds about what I remember. So we will clear this out. Okay, you can proceed to vote. Okay, vote does not pass. 1 yes and 6 noes. Do we have anything on, any additional motions on administrators, I guess? Oops, let me clear it so people can push a button if they have a motion or discussion on administrators. Okay, hearing no motions, we're going to keep all the administrators then.
G.
Hmm?
G.
Yeah, we're still on, no, we're still on F. on administrators, and so you're keeping all your administrators, not cutting any of them.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
I have a discussion on that, if you don't mind. Not a motion, but just a
Okay.
discussion
No,
since
go ahead,
we're on
sir.
that.
Go for it.
It was stated earlier about where we're going to cut, and I still see opportunity with DOI. I think the $1,000 reduction is not an incentive enough for DOIs to get their certification, kind of just stall a little bit. But I've been assured by administration, that's why I'm asking, that there's only a 2-year time period for them, right, to get
No,
their
sir.
certification?
Wait, 8K is DOI. Can you pause your question?
I will then yield, and
Thank you,
we'll
sir.
do it then.
Okay, we're coming to that. All right, so we are now done with F. Yes. G, workdays. Explain, so what was your recommendation? Because there's a lot of different workday configurations that were on the slides.
The original recommendation was for 1 day, not for 3. But then after we said that we were not going to move forward with the 1 day for everyone across the district,
Yep.
then my recommendation is that we not affect anyone's pay,
Okay.
be it DOI or
Of any days.
226. Yes,
Okay, so superintendent's recommendation is not to do any of the day reductions that were on the thing.
Correct.
Do we have any motions or discussion on the topic of day reductions?
I have a discussion.
Go ahead, Mr. Macias.
So my recommendation, Dr. Fields, would be to use this year to look at what we mentioned earlier about the ratios.
Yes, sir.
I always brag about my superintendent. When you look at how many students you serve and the salary you make, we're getting a bargain with you. But that can't be said in other districts.
Appreciate that, thank you, sir.
But that analysis may be something you may need to start making an assessment, because one of the concerns we've had is, as we see a decline in enrollment, that we stay appropriate with our administration levels,
Yes,
and that we're, I think, downsize, right size, whatever that verbiage is, but that we're not in a position where we have more personnel than we need.
Understood.
And so use this time to start that sort of assessment, either with TASB or just internally, to start seeing what those student ratios per what we serve. I
Yes,
think
sir.
that might help. So want to make sure to put that out there.
Yes, sir.
I think the comment I have on this, all these reduction days things was, I wasn't going to support any of those because, again, we're back to heart surgery with a spork. Just making cuts just for the sake of saving money without any precision is not the way you right-size a district. Because we are not downsizing a district, we are right-sizing it. And that means some things are going to go up, some things are going to go down, some things are going to stay the same. So when we look at positions, 226 is not some magic number. There may be people on 226 that need to be here 230, and some of them may need to be here 210. And at some point, we are really look at those positions, and position by position by position. What are the duties of that position, and how many days can we afford to have them to do all of those duties? And that's what, is going to end up being best for kids. So, if we need a bunch, I always like to pick on LSSPs, right? If we need a bunch of them all here during the school year, but we only need some of them here during the summer, then there may need to be variations. That's just an example where precision in days, I really hope is the mission for this year, because I think there are some cost savings there. And the people who are in those jobs, I'm sorry, some people may have to be told, you're now 210, not 226, because this is your job. And if you have to go somewhere, we'll give you a great letter, and I'm sorry, but we're right-sizing the district and we're right-sizing positions. So I think if we're willing to put the work in to do that, we'll end up with a much better product that takes care of kids in the best possible way we can.
Yes, ma'am.
Does anybody have any motions to reduce any days or additional discussion on day reduction?
I'm going back to something real quick to clarify. Did we include associate principals in with our assistant principal decision?
Nothing passed, so it didn't matter,
Okay.
right?
Correct.
Yeah, we didn't
Nothing
vote for
passed
it
so
separate.
far. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We didn't vote for it.
So that's 5G would be the 200, any of those people. And then if there's no motion on that, 5H is reducing everybody by 1 day. The superintendent is no longer recommending that. So was there any motion on 5H? No? Everybody's good on that one? All right, 5I, converting RNs to LVNs. I guess the question I had, is that
Just for 4 positions.
just the 4? What about if we have new vacancies come up?
We would come back and check with the board on those. This was just for the 4.
Okay, and those 4 are all at elementary,
I believe so, yes, ma'am. They were
right?
all at
Okay,
elementary.
okay, because that's,
Thank you.
once you get up to like a high school level, there's a lot of things that go on during a day there that having one step up on medical makes me more comfortable. So, okay, any other discussion of that?
I would just want to make sure there's obviously no concerns.
Again, we checked with the subject matter expert, our district nurse, and she agreed in this capacity. So
So
we made
as-
the recommendation.
As other vacancies come open, you might reassess. Do
We would
Is an
replace them
LVN
with
okay, or do we need a
would-
nurse?
Definitely, we would assess it.
Okay.
But if we decided to go with an LVN, then we'd come back to the board. If we decided to go with an RN, it's already an RN on the books, we'd go
Oh.
ahead and hire.
Okay,
Or make a recommendation for hire after the first day.
And part of that recommendation comes with looking at some of the special needs areas that are located at some of the campuses. I know we have some campuses that have students with very severe medical needs, so.
Tracheotomy, stuff like that, where you would need someone.
Yeah, because even if they come with their own nurse, there's weird
Correct.
medical stuff that happens.
Yes, ma'am.
And having a backup on some of those campuses would be great.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Laura, wasn't this originally your idea? You want to make the motion? I think it was, let's give credit where credit is due. You asked people to look into that, so why don't you make the motion?
all right.
Oh, can I maybe
Oh, wait,
just-
I'm sorry.
Oh,
We're going to
sorry.
ask Leslie.
No, sorry, because I just want to, like, put it out there, because there's just one parent that, like, made a suggestion, because she's currently, like, a pre-med student, and she's been doing, like, voluntary work on Escondido just to get some hours. So she just kind of, just suggest out there, like, if it, of course, you still have to do like background check or anything, but just a program that maybe there's out there, like, nurse students or pre-med student or medical field that needs hours. They're just really there, even the nurse are like, the nurse staff, like assisting just, like just minor stuff, but then they gain experience on how they approach with the kid. So it's just out there. It's just someone that reached out to me, and I just wanted to you guys that there's something, that there's someone, like love to do it. So I don't know, just
For free?
yes, because it's just to
Oh,
gain.
cool.
She's an intern, so she's gaining like hours and experience as well, and dealing with the kids, and might be their call, to be, a school nurse too. So if it's just out there with the school campus, because we're having problem, just a little help staff for the nurse, so she just have that suggestion, and I just want to say it out there.
Yeah, why not?
Yes.
Right,
Yes, like
correct.
a student teacher, but this one,
Like,
this
yeah.
time it's just nurses, so.
So regarding the motion, this looks like a general motion. Am I going to specify to the 4 positions?
Correct.
Okay, because this doesn't
Or the
say,
recommended positions by,
for the 4?
right, we're recommending 4 positions at the elementary
Okay.
level only. So you could say, I make a motion for the recommended positions by the superintendent, or you could say for 4 positions at the elementary level, however you would like to articulate.
Okay. So I make a motion that we convert 4 registered school nurses positions to licensed vocational nurse positions at the elementary school level. Yay.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Ms. Stanford, second by Ms. Lee. Any other discussion? Go ahead and vote. All right, motion passes 7-0. All right, consider and take possible action to eliminate vacant teaching positions. Everyone had that list from.
No, vacant
this-
non-teaching
I'm sorry. Oh, my gosh, I didn't say that out loud. Vacant non-teaching positions. everyone got their copy of that from the superintendent? That was the red thing? Okay. Just for, because I had somebody all worried because some position near them had been vacant for a while, so they thought it wasn't getting backfilled. So these are not teaching positions. So if you've been missing a certain teacher,
Right.
these are not the ones. The
Not at
ones we
all.
are talking about are like part-time bus drivers, floating custodians. These are not teaching positions at all. So don't worry if you haven't, somebody next to you hasn't been there for 6 months, that doesn't mean that position got cut. These are all non-teaching. Any other discussion on eliminating those positions? All right, then I'm going to move that we, oops, sorry, what? Yes?
Everyone's in agreement.
Oh, my God. Oh. All right, I'm going to move that I don't even know what I'm moving. It's been like 5 hours. Sorry, we're all tired. I move that we eliminate the 25 vacant non-teaching positions as given to us by the superintendent.
Second.
All right, I got a motion by me, a second by Ms. Stanford. Any discussion? Go ahead and vote. Motion passes 6-0. I'm sorry, 7-0. This is what happens when we go over 5 hours. All right, Dr. Fields, you did not want to make any you're withdrawing your recommendation on DOI?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so, but Mr. Macias, you wanted to make a comment about DOI.
Yes, just that obviously we keep that on the table.
Yes,
We've talked about having to find other areas to cut, and obviously we can't save everything, right? So the biggest complaint that I've received from teachers is that although there's this notion that uncertified teachers are doing the same work as a certified teacher, they're still not certified. And so the certified teacher getting paid the same as an uncertified teacher has an inequity to it. And I do believe it hits at the morale. Now, I'm okay with us using the instrument of bringing DOIs. I know some really good DOI teachers out there. But I wanted to confirm, there is a time frame, right? Is it 2 years now?
No, ma'am. No, sir.
What is-
Basically, you have the first year, and our goal initially was you need to get it done in a year. What we found is that the hurdles you have to jump through are a lot more extensive than oftentimes what can be accomplished in 1 year.
Okay.
So then we go into the next year. What we've seen is that sometimes when people get into, I want to get certified as a comprehensive science teacher at the high school level, but I forgot physics was part of that. I want to change what I was going after to something else, more maybe a life science like just biology or something else. Quality teacher, just having changed, so now they have to go back and do some more modules. We would probably get with human resources and say, hey, we'll give you another year extension. Once you get into your 4th year, the goal is for you to get certified. But I don't want to give the impression that if you're a DOI teacher and you're not certified by the end of the 2nd year, then we're looking to let you go.
Okay. So there's some
Would you agree with the way
discretion.
I articulated that, Dr. Tangman?
Yes, we're going to tighten up, though, on our parameters with our teachers moving forward. But yes, Dr. Fields, you are correct. There's some instances where there is difficulty. Just give you another example. If you're an elementary teacher trying to get certified, you also have to make sure that you get the Science of Teaching Reading, and that's like a whole nother master's course. So there's some instances where we would have to consider that, but ultimately, within 2.5 years, we would want certification.
And then, of course, the thing that Beaumont ISD does this, where they pay a teacher $48,000, but they pay for their certification. And that's. And then
I'm
there's-
hoping you're saying $4,700.
No,
$48,000.
for their salary.
Oh, their salary. I was
Yeah.
like, wow.
No. So,
How do I sign up?
Say, hey,
so their salary
$48,000 stipend.
is low, but they pay for their certification. And then there's a contractual obligation that they have to stay or repay that $8,000, whatever that cost for the certification. I say that only because received some feedback of people who would want to be certified, similar to what we do with the police officers, where we pay for their training. So I'm not saying let's jump on that, but if we're looking at recruitment vehicles, that might be something we might want to consider. So I'll bringing it up again in July, August as a potential strategy.
You bring up a good point, Mr. Macias. I can tell you that one of the things that we've seen with DOI teachers is that the biggest hurdle that they have to get over is at the end when they've passed all their stuff. The last part is pay for the rest of the program, and then you can get your certification. And oftentimes, they don't have the financial means to write a $5,000 check. We could assist in that area for longevity in the district, and we'd probably get a lot more people getting that done a lot quicker.
Of course, the trade-off is their salary would be lower, which, again, there's a trade-off with that.
And there's a lot of stuff in House Bill 2 about educator prep. It's all written in a foreign language. I tried to read about it, so I'm really looking forward for the summary of what that's going to involve, because there's stuff for districts, for the educators, for the educator prep program. So I think once we see a summary of what the state's way ahead is on switching to all certified teachers, then that may inform some of the things that we can do. And if there's any money available, let's go get some of it. So, okay, did anyone want to make a motion?
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
So are we going to leave it where we last decided it to be? It's $1,000 less. Are we leaving that there?
That is his recommendation, so
Okay.
if someone makes a motion, they can.
No, I'm not going to do that. But I am wondering if there'd be any concern but with certified teachers in seeing us compensate the DOI teachers for getting their certification when we're not doing it for certified teachers. We're not giving them any compensation for having their certification. Just making a point, because there seems to be some friction. That's it. Just an observation.
And may I make a comment, please, ma'am? I want to clarify my comment that I made at the meeting where we talked about this initially, and I have no idea what that date was. When I said that people could finish over the summer, what I was talking about was that final exam that they needed, not the program. And if you go back and look at the tape, you'll see that that was where I was commenting that if all they had to do was take a test to be fully certified, that could be completed over the summer and they would be placed on the salary schedule with everyone else. So I apologize if somebody misinterpreted that. I saw that there were some hurt feelings out there and that was not my intention at all. I understand the program takes time.
Okay, anything else on the DOI topic? If not, I can go in closed, right?
We gotta
Okay,
go in
making
closed.
sure you don't have
It'll be quick.
anything else. Okay. The board will now adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meeting Act. Texas Government Code 551.074, discussing personnel, the personnel report, and updates, including new hires, resignations, administrative appointments, Judson High School Principal, J-Care Academy. The time is now 10:12 PM, and I promise we'll be back soon. All right, are we good? Everybody ready? Wait, we got this right? Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait. Okay. The board will now reconvene in open session. The time is 10:31 PM. No final action decision or vote was taken while the board was in closed session. Moving on to agenda item 7A. Do I have a motion?
I move that we approve the personnel report as discussed in closed session.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Canoyer, a second by Ms. Jones. Any discussion? You can proceed to vote. Oop, Laura. All right, motion passes 7-0. Dr. Fields?
Yes, ma'am, I'd like to announce the new principal of Judson High School will be Mr. Eric Pocket,
Sitting in the back row.
and the new principal for our J-Care Academy will be Mr. Elizardo Hernandez.
All right, there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned at 10:32 PM.
Thank you.